There's a beautiful overhead shot here of the track. Welcome to Darana Raceway for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here in Hebron, Ohio, about 30 minutes east of Columbus. I'm Ken Stout. Tommy Johnson Jr. standing right alongside. It is day 2 here at this racetrack. Day 1 was brutal. It was hot. We had 2 rounds of qualifying a day ago, and it went really late at night, too. We tested everybody out here, but we got all the pro cars down. Everybody had 2 qualifying sessions. Today is race day, the first event of 5 here for the 2025 season for the IHRA. And of course, they all go down today, but only half will come back.
Yeah, we saw great qualifying runs. We saw some not so great qualifying runs. Everybody got 2 runs of qualifying, and that put pressure on people to get it down the racetrack. A lot of them didn't. They got the data. We got another hot racetrack out here again today. So hopefully they'll use that data to make some better runs.
I got to tell you, hats off to the Top Alcohol Funny Car group, and really in the second session too, the dragsters really came along, but they really put together a great program. 2 great sessions yesterday.
Yeah, and as we saw the sun go down, the track got better. As the late night, we were late, but as the late night went, the runs got better, and I think we're going to run into the night tonight, so it should be a spectacular show and great runs in the final.
Yeah, some really big changes, so that'll put those crew chiefs to the test for sure. We also want to welcome our veterans here for Veterans Appreciation Day. Lex June and the IHRA worked together with the Save22.vet group and handed out 125 tickets to our veterans and their +1, so 250 here, and we can't thank them enough for their services. All right, we're going to kick it over to our PA group here as well. It looks like Derek Beach and Brent Carver for the opening ceremonies.
All right, race fans, it is time to kick off our race weekend here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We want to welcome everybody here to Darana Raceway, where we are about to kick off professional racing right here in Ohio for the first time in years. So thank you for coming out here, spending your time, your hard-earned money to come in and watch the show. We're going to kick off today with our top alcohol funny cars. But before we get going, remember, we have Veterans Day here with the IHRA. We got lots of veterans on board, and it is time to start our opening ceremonies. We're going to kick it off with Joe McCoy, going to do a wonderful invocation for us. And then I'm going to hand it over to the lovely and very talented Sarah Hennep to do our national anthem. So at this point, I will ask you to go ahead, find your way to your feet. Go ahead and get ready as we are going to hand over. We're going to hand it over to Joe McCoy. He's got our invocation, and then Sarah going to do our national anthem. Oh, she's getting warmed up, I can tell. Going to be a beautiful day here, and we are ready to rock and roll. So here comes Joe, then will come Sarah, then will come the Top Alcohol.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you please pray with me? Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this glorious race day. We ask a special prayer for all of the drivers. Please keep them safe, keep them straight, and keep them fast. And we ask a special blessing for all of those in uniform today that keep us safe and keep us free every day. In Jesus' name, we all pray, amen. Please remain standing for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh,
Awesome job there, Sarah and Joe. And now, thank you for that introduction, and thank you for coming out here to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. It's time to kick off the best racing and highest quality racing you have seen in years here in Columbus, Ohio. So thank you for coming out. Thank you from Darana Hybrid, Darana Raceway, the IHRA season kickoff. And it is time to rock and roll as the top alcohol funny cars sit under the stands, and they are ready to fire them up and bring up the first pair to the line. Derek, you going to join me in here? Have you caught your breath yet? He's catching it. We're going over, so the live broadcast online will be with Ken and Tommy in the other booth. We are here live over the PA, and we've got myself, Brent Carver, and we've got Derek Beach on the microphone, calling you all the action. Thank you for coming out. We appreciate you. You did a great job, Sarah. Joe did an awesome job, and you have done a great job coming out here to the racetrack on this gorgeous weekend to kick off the 2025 Pro Nitro Series.
And we welcome you here as we get ready to fire up the top alcohol funny cars. You can see them strapping in. Looks like Sipos there as we speak. And we'll kick off round number one real quickly. We were to have some skydivers here from Team Fast Tracks, the professional skydiving team. They did land one day ago. Unfortunately, a bit too windy out here today. The flag is standing out there, but we did want to keep the dedication alive here that they always do. So the performance scheduled for today was for Army Specialist Sterling Wyatt, who died July 11, 2012, serving during Operation Enduring Freedom. So we appreciate what they do. All right, we'll take a look at some of the rules there for top alcohol funny car.
Root supercharger on methanol. You have a screw supercharger on methanol. And a non-supercharged injected nitromethane. We do have Sean Billemer in the injected nitro funny car. #1 qualifier right out of the box.
Yeah, we talked about that one day ago and how long it's been. I believe it was 1998. Was it 1998 last time we saw a nitro fuel injected funny car? Not nitro, nitro injected. Yeah, funny car.
Yeah.
So it has been a long time for sure. And they were outlawed again in 1999. So to have one come back out here is kind of a bit of a moment for sure. And of course, nobody better to do it than the Killer Bees as they come out here and did exactly what we would expect them to do. I guess the story behind that is the change in the percentage of nitromethane. Before, I think they were running 97%. They brought the rule back down here for the IHRA to 91.5. So they're getting some things sorted out, and boy, did they put it together right off the bat. They were #2 after the first session, but after the second session, they were right at the top of the chart.
Yeah, and they're trying to make it parity for everybody. You know, you're trying to give you options. You can run a different combination, but make it even and have it close racing. You don't want one combination to be able to run away and win every race. So you want to make it fair for everybody, and still finding that balance. But I think they're getting pretty close. Really tight field, 557 to a 570. Right in that area, 591. We had one there in, so really tight field. 7 cars within just a little over a tenth.
Yeah, and as we talked about in our open, they came out here in the heat of the day yesterday, first hit on the track, and just about every car in the category went down through there.
Yeah, they made a lot of nice runs, not a lot of overpowering, not a lot of shake. I was really, really pleased. They kind of gave us a false sense we're going to see everybody go down the racetrack, and then a lot of other cars struggled. So props to the alcohol funny cars for doing a great job of getting the combination out of the track.
Right here in the first round of top.
We also want to keep you updated as best we can here on the distance that each class will be traveling here because there's 3 different distances. We will have quarter mile that we'll see here with our alcohol competitors. We also have 1,000 foot that we'll see in fuel, and pretty much for the door cars, they'll be running 8th mile. So we'll try to keep you up to speed on that as well.
First pair's fired up.
Previous record was set by Dale Brand at Budds Creek 2007 to 5.6, 560 with a 7. That, of course, was eclipsed during qualifying one day ago.
First pair out, number 4 and 5 qualifiers, Stan Sipos and Smith, they are number 4 and 5, only 100th of a second between the two. So coming around the box, you've got probably the tightest pair in the whole bracket. These guys will get to choose when they want to go out. Number 1 qualifier gets to pick which pair he wants to go out. By the time they got to number 4 qualifier, they're telling you what pair you're going out. You're going out first. We all want to watch and see what the track's got today.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Stan Sipos in the left lane. Kyle Smith in the right lane out of Valley Center, Kansas, qualified in the number 5 slot. As Tommy mentioned, Stan qualifying in the number 4 slot out of Victoria, BC, one of our Canadian friends from the north. A couple of Brad Anderson power plants, pretty much the norm here.
Going to find out right away. Is there a favorite lane? Sipos had left lane choice, took the left-hand lane.
Yeah, and we had kind of heard that from, I believe it was a pro mod competitor, that the left lane was tricky. Way over by the center line, they both go side by side, sailing all the way down through there, and the win light's going to go to Stan Sipos by 0.03 of a second, 39/10,000ths of a second. Man, oh man, what a way to kick off the day.
5:56. That's low ET of the entire event. Coming out first pair, dropping low ET. Stan was really lucky to get away with that. Dead late, 1:56 light, but yet Smith couldn't drive around him. Yeah,
had to drive back around him, right? A 1:56 light to an 0:70. So I mean, almost twice the amount of time had to come back by. That's why the gap was 0.03 at the other end. Talk about sneaking back by, squeaking back by, but that will lower the record there if he can hang on to that throughout the day. But there's plenty of tough competition yet to go.
Yeah, he needed all of that 5:56 to get back around.
Alcohol funny car. As our next pair pulls into the water box, the Mustang.
Here we'll see a replay. Oh, you can definitely see Kyle leave way ahead of Stan. Here he comes. He's going to close the gap right at the finish line. What a tight race.
Excellent stuff. And this is what we've seen out of this category. Of course, both sides stepping that clutch now to get these things off the line and to get after it. And a really big discrepancy there. Boy, Sipos definitely dodged a bullet there at that starting line.
Yeah, he would have been beating himself up if he hadn't ran so well to get around Kyle, but he did, and moving on to the second round. It's really encouraging. We saw great ETs out of the alcohol cars yesterday, and right out of the bat, low ET of the event.
So one thing that is a bit different, I think the heat intensity feels about the same, but we do have some cloud coverage today. Certainly going to help this track out a little bit as it was compared to yesterday, but these guys also have a pass in these conditions from yesterday to make those adjustments.
Yeah, now number 2 qualifier Ray Drew, who had lane choice, took the opposite side. He went to the right-hand lane up against DJ Cox in the left-hand lane. Number 2 and number 7. A 1/10 of a second difference between these two cars in qualifying. Today, well, we don't know. We haven't found out yet where everybody's at because the low qualifier took lane choice in the first round on the left. Next round, next pair to the right lane.
I think that's a great indicator that they feel like both lanes are pretty decent, right?
Yeah.
We did hear from one of our competitors with the door car last night. They felt like the left lane was tricky. So, and we were kind of curious which way you'd want to go. But you said, if it were me, I would always want lane choice, given conditions can change so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to dictate where the other guy is going. And if it's nothing else, it's a mental advantage.
Number 2, number 7 qualifiers, as Tommy had mentioned there before. Ray Drew lined up on the right-hand side, was number 1 after the first session, ended up number 2 overall with a 5.60 and a 252 miles an hour. DJ Cox, as Tommy mentioned, a 10th off that with a 5.70. RPM's up. Here we go. Both on at the top. Drew in trouble right there. That thing hopped right at the very beginning, and he did not get it put together. A 5.73 with a 4 is going to get the win here, and Ray Drew, who went down there 2 times like clockwork one day ago, misses it here.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that at all. Blew the tires off right at the step of the throttle. we saw him make 2 nice consistent runs yesterday and then come out here today and blow them off the steps. So just shows you how tricky this track can be.
Smooth, clean.
Easy to miss it, isn't it?
Yes, very easy to miss it. It almost maybe give them a false sense of security yesterday by going down the track so easy. Today, they probably stepped it up a little bit more, thought they could get a little more out of it, and stepped over the edge.
Reaction times.
Well, coming up here next is one of the most dominant teams that we have ever seen and top alcohol funny car. Of course, they do have that nitro injected car out here with the body up. We'll go back and take a look at this replay here, and yeah, you can see the smoke there on the back of Drew's car. That was the end of his effort.
Yeah, it was instant. No chance of pedaling that to catch up. DJ Cox was long gone.
So the A Fuel car of Sean Bellemeur, of course, owned by the Bartone brothers and tuned by Steve Boggs. You get it, Bellemeur. Bartone, Boggs, they call them the Killer Bees, and Killer Bees they are. Completely undefeated 1 year ago. A dominant team, to say the least. This car has been a rocket ship. They also kicked off the first couple of events as well with wins, so they picked up right back where they left off. So Paul Noakes has his work cut out for him, qualified in the number 8 slot, 591, and of course we'll go against our number 1 qualifier here in Sean Bellemeur.
We saw Paul Noakes in qualifying hit the wall. He drove it out there, got out a little out of the groove, pulled it back, got it a little sideways, tagged the wall. Nothing serious, smashed the header, a little scrape on the rear fender, but looks like they got everything fixed. Got a new header on it for today, and going to go out here and see if he can get the tune-up figured out. He was struggling yesterday on both runs.
Tony Bartone, a former world champ as well with over 85 wins, so the owner knows when the driver is making a mistake too. So, but I mean, all of these guys are so seasoned to get along so well. Very, very good at what they do. They call the car the Pirate Ship. And the Pirate Ship is back. They came out here last night, put a great run on the board. They do have the option, obviously, to run an alcohol car if they choose to do so, but really want to get this combination figured out to run it the rest of the year. Current world record holder as well, sitting in the right lane. Oh, and Bellemeur rattles the tires, opens the door for Noakes. Can he get back by him? Wow, he does so. Wow. It looked like Noakes was going to steal that thing after Bellemeur really rattled the tires hard, and Bellemeur saw him sitting there. He's like, oh, man, I got a chance, and stabs the throttle again and gets it done.
That was pretty interesting. Sean Bellemeur, hey, your crew better come thank you. You just won him a drag race. That was an incredible job of staying after it, not quitting. It made a move. It rattled tires, made a move to the left, got over by the center line, lifted, not to go across. I mean, watch this. This is going to be great. Rattles the tire, smokes come loose, goes over by the center line, pedals it, and he goes, oh, it comes loose again. Pedals it again. Obviously, something broke on Noakes' car. He never got back in the throttle again, but just enough to let Sean on by. Wow, what a race.
Imagine how fast Sean's brain was working in that one. Get it off, get the car back underneath of me. Okay, I saved it, didn't go across the center line. Wait a minute, I can win this thing. That's awesome, man. That is what it's all about right there. The 698 will never tell the true story.
It wasn't a low ET race where it was, wow, I can't believe what they ran, but every once in a while, a good pedal fest is pretty fun to watch.
Oh, absolutely. Phil Ez coming up here, line up in the left lane. Tony Bogolo just doing the burnout.
All right.
So to put things in perspective, after round number 1 of qualifying, Phil Ez had a tough go in the first round and was at the bottom of the sheet. Came out here last night when things got a lot better, and he shot to the top of the sheet. So did a great job. Behind him was Bellemeur, and Drew eventually bumped him down to the number 3 spot. But he put together a great effort with a 560 and an 8.
Yeah, we saw a lot of the alcohol guys. There were only a couple of them struggled in that first session, and Phil come back out and went right down the racetrack. Went back, looked at the data, said, okay, we need to make some changes, made all the right ones, and stepped it right up. So it's really interesting to see. We've had the guys with lane choice. 2 of them took the left, 2 of them took the right. Right now, I don't see a whole lot of advantage. We've had trouble on the track, but it's been in different areas.
Either way, this
Tony Bogolo lined up on the right side out of Hamilton, Ohio with the 2022 Camaro. He put a 567 on the board. So you talked about it before. The field was pretty tight. I mean, obviously we had our number one guy, but everybody else pretty much in the 560s.
Well, the number one guy had the biggest spread between ETs, but yet we saw the tight race right there.
Yeah.
Because it was a pedal fest. Who knows?
All right. And you talked about some of these guys running Nitro Chaos. They never even lift the body back up after they do the burnout. They just roll up to the starting line.
Yeah, a lot of the alcohol cars don't. A lot of the guys don't even have a throttle stop for the burnout. This is old school racing right here.
Black tracking it down through there, side by side they go, and another great battle, separated by 21 thousandths of a second, true win margin, and again, it's going to go to the left lane. Phil Ez drives back around him after a horrific reaction time.
We've seen both cars have lane choice that took the left-hand lane, have terrible reaction times, and drive back around him. Boy, that was Phil, when he left the starting line, had to know he was in trouble, way behind. A tenth of a second difference in reaction times. Yeah,
that's giving up a bunch, man.
That's not a little. That's a lot.
So pretty impressive here. Exciting racing out of the top alcohol funny car ranks, and we'll watch them one more time.
On the replay, it doesn't look that bad, but boy, right at the last minute, Phil drives around. He saw him the entire way until he threw the chutes.
Thousandths of a second.
Probably had no idea who won it, right? Until you get there, do you look up the board?
He was leaning forward in the seat, trust me. He was trying to lean forward to get ahead of him at the end. He knew he was in trouble.
Can you lean forward?
Well, it sure feels like it.
Stick your neck out anyway, so.
I did. I'm not sure if I leaned forward, but I sure did. Yeah.
All right, let's get it up to Kristen Banks. She's with Sean Bellemere, who barely won that thing.
The long cars now pulling into the water box. Mike Coughlin, number 4 qualifier, went 5:36, 159 miles an hour to be number 4. Just a tick behind to be.
We're down here with Sean Bellemere. Now, you just had a nice run with Paul Noakes. Walk me through that run and what exactly happened, because you kind of started in the back.
Yeah, I don't know about nice. It was eventful, but that's what I love about alcohol funny cars. They're so unpredictable. It's like two paint shakers lining up to race. But, you know, Boggs, my crew chief, he says don't pedal this thing, and I pedaled it like 3 times, so I might be in the penalty box when we get back. But you know what? You do what you got to do on race day to win. That injected nitro car makes a lot of power. It went out, shook, turned sideways. I saw him out there, and then I saw his car quit. I thought, well, boss said I can't do it, but he's right there. What the hell? Let's give it a shot. It smoked the tires like an old nostalgia car. I love this. I love racing IHRA. I tell you what, word is getting spread quickly about the treatment of the racers. We're having a lot of fun. Can't wait to keep doing it again.
Sweet. Well, congratulations, Sean Bellemere. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that was awesome, man. Great ride there with him outside of the car. Everything was going through his head. Boss says, don't. I can do this.
Bellemere tell Boggs, don't make it smoke the tires. I won't pedal it.
There you go. From one driver to another.
Yeah. Mike Coughlin come up in the right-hand lane, driving from the McPhillips family. Brandon Greco in the left-hand lane. Number 4 and 5 again. They want them to go first, so they have to. Everybody can see what the track's like.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, in that right lane, the McPhillips team, as we documented a day ago, so successful out here. Nearly 100 wins for that team. A number of championships along the way. Both bulbs on here. A fuel-injected car there. Charging down the stripe, and the win will go to Mike Coughlin. An 030 light to an 057 light, pretty tight at the top. But the 539.9 would be just enough to skinny by
on a hole shot.
On a hole shot.
Won it on a hole shot. Mike Coughlin doing his job on the starting line. 030 light, just enough ahead. 539 beats a 538, almost a 540. 539.9.
True win margin, 8 thousandths of a second. Again, man.
We talked about the alcohol cars in qualifying, putting on a really good show. They're not disappointing in eliminations either. Some really tight races, some pedal fest. We're seeing everything.
A fuel car there, as you can see, in the far lane. Supercharged car here in the near lane.
Boy, Mike Coughlin's car is picking and bouncing the front end up in the air, going down the racetrack, dropped a few holes right for the finish line, but it hung on just long enough.
We'll continue on here. Next pair should be a good one. Love the communication between the two crews as they'll look over a couple of fuel-injected cars here that will square off against each other. But I love the communication between the two whenever they go to start the cars, so everything is pretty much in sync. Nobody gets hung out.
Yeah, all the teams, really good communication between them. You don't want to hang out your competition or do anything, but here we go. Number 1 qualifier, Megan Meyer going up against Jeff Chatterson.
Yeah, Jeff Chatterson qualifying in the number 8 spot, obviously going up against the number 1 qualifier, and Megan Lingner, a.k.a. Meyer, if you will.
I can't get used to the Lingner yet, yeah.
Just trying to respect it. The ladies obviously want to fly their names that they have there, but yeah, part of the Randy Meyer championship winning team. Of course, she has 2 national championships, 13 national event wins, 11 divisional wins. I mean, it's incredible how much success this team, much like the McPhillips, have enjoyed. I think 6 national championships, and 4 of those with female drivers between Megan, her sister Rachel, and Julie Nitrous.
This is the biggest spread between the cars in qualifying, number 1 versus number 8. But still, Jeff Chatterson, he had trouble on one run, got it together a little bit on the second run. Each run he kept getting better, so today he's going to need to be a whole lot better.
All right, here we go. Top bulbs on. Yeah, Chatterson's going to have to step it up, although we've seen a lot of crazy stuff happen. First set of dragsters to go down through here. One bad second set here, and this one's going to go to the left lane. And Megan Lingner, 5:31 with a 6:269. 0:49 light right there on point.
Yeah, Megan did her job. Had out of the gate out of the starting line first. Nice solid run down through there. 5:31, setting the pace.
So that'll set up a great run between McPhillips and Meyer in the second round, as Mike Coughlin and Megan will square off. That'll be a big one.
Yeah, Megan will have lane choice that 5:31. I don't think we're really seeing any difference in the lanes. We're seeing cars go down to both. We see a little trouble here and there in both, but overall, some pretty nice runs.
A little bit breezy here, but I don't think enough to disturb anybody.
I think everybody's loving the breeze right now, as hot as it is outside.
Give us a little something.
That is Rachel Curl. That's another.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, I think you looked at your phone. It's about 90 degrees out there. A little bit of cloud coverage.
A lot of humidity. I think the real feel was about 103. So these teams out here today are they're earning their money in this heat.
Track temp 1 day ago was up around 140 degrees.
Yeah, I'll see if I can text somebody and find out what that track temp is here shortly.
I think a little bit cooler today. Maybe not much.
Well, we've seen one Randy Meyer car come out and get a win. Another one coming right behind it.
Yeah, qualified in the number 3 hole is Rachel Curl. Rachel Curl Meyer. Rachel Meyer Curl, I believe, is the proper way to do that. Real short burnout here, so one way down the track there, the other one short and sweet.
Yeah, you tend to see that a lot. The A-fuel cars do a real short burnout. Not a lot of need for that. The alcohol cars always seem to be doing those long burnouts. I think just like listening to them. Tom Fox in the right-hand lane. Pretty tight pair, these two. Number 3, number 6 qualifier. Less than a tenth between them in qualifying, so Tom needs to pull one out for the blown cars because so far all these injected cars are running pretty decent. Oh, somebody looks like they forgot and left the shield, the fuel cooler shield on there.
Copeland car in the left lane, Hadman in the right. As you talked about before, supercharged car in the right lane, a fuel car in the left. Now, we talked about Megan having a couple of national championships. Rachel also with her own national championship. 5 national event wins, 6 divisional wins. Also a Nitro Chaos win. Randy Meyer in a couple of finals of his own with the IHRA back in the day. And Top Fuel. Tom Fox with a much better reaction time here, but not enough hot rod to stay in front of Rachel. 5:33 with an 8 will be enough to take the round win.
Yeah, they left the starting line, and I thought, boy, Rachel's car better run pretty good. Tom Fox, 0.27 on the tree, but Rachel's car run really good on the top end. 5:33, second quickest of the round, 2:61.
Oh, yeah, and look at the 60-foot time. Tom Fox is right there. 9:53 to 9:55. Car got out well.
Yeah, 3:30 mark still right beside each other. 8th mile, she's starting to pull away.
Yeah, big speed difference there at the 8th mile, 2:20 to 2:14. So she was trucking by then. We'll go back and take another look.
Just a nice, solid tune-up for both cars. Really safe going down the racetrack. They put on an excellent show. Nice side-by-side racing in the alcohol ranks, both funny cars and dragsters.
Every pair.
And one more time, let's go to the top end with Kristen Banks. She's with Megan Meyer.
Up here with Megan Meyer, you just had a nice run. What is it that you're liking about your car setup?
Oh, you know, we don't mind running in this high heat and humidity. We're based out of Kansas, so this is nothing to us. My dad knows exactly how to tune the cars for this type of conditions. So I'm very confident in race day today. My guys are doing an excellent job. We've got family here. We've got the Heddingers family here. So, you know, just looking to put on a good show for everybody and go to the winner's circle where we've been before.
Looks like.
All right, back to you guys.
A lot of confidence there, and rightfully so. Next pair about to do burnouts here. While they're doing that, we've yet to see the 4th member of our team. We got to send it over to Kristen B.
Well, we mentioned Megan. Referring to the heat. It is so hot down here, guys. I did the thing. I went to Weldon's and I got the ice cream cone. And as you can tell, the temperatures are not agreeing with it. So, but everyone around here has told me you have to try the ice cream. So I did. And now I'll be washing my hands.
You try the ice cream, not wear the ice cream.
Yeah.
Tough to do that. Like last night when we said you got to sleep fast. If you're going to get ice cream today, you got to eat fast.
Final pair, alcohol dragster. Earl Nichols in the right-hand lane, Jackie Frick in the left-hand lane. Jackie really struggled in qualifying. You know, this car is capable of running way better than it did, and hopefully through the night last night they sat and looked at all the data and got it figured out. So she's got her work cut out against Earl today. Yeah,
ended up with a 5:54, but that run was dragging the parachute the entire way down through there. So Earl Nichols put that one in the number 2 slot with a 5:29 and 6.
Well, Earl Nichols' car has really run well in the past. This is a car capable of going out here and setting low ET first round easily. So, Jackie, I mean, I'm confident Jackie, they've looked at the data, figured out what they were doing wrong yesterday, and she'll run well today.
By the way, the previous record coming in here was set by Bill Barney back in 1988.
Huge advantage on the starting line for Jackie.
Way late. I mean, nearly a half-second late there for Earl Nichols for whatever reason. Puts a 5:36 on the board to a 5:33 to Jackie. Jackie and the team finally get that one down through there as we would expect them to do, but Earl was just dead late on this one.
Yeah, I saw the car. It looked like it might have been rolling and pulling him through the beams. I think I saw the top bulb go out before the tree come on, so probably distracted him. It might have been tugging so hard trying to pull him through the beams, and he just wasn't ready for the tree to come on. A 4:21 lights. Not going to win too many races unless the other car crosses the center line or smokes the tires. So Jackie's team, confident like I knew that I thought they would figure it out. They did. 5:33. Now she's back in the ball game and good shot at winning this race.
Yeah, I mean, we give the Randy Meyer team so much love, and obviously the McPhillips. We don't want to take anything away from her team as well. John Fink can certainly get it done. Another guy that's been behind the wheel, very, very successful, a lot of wins, and of course Jackie can really get it done, and they just proved it right there.
Let's see if we can see. Watch the top bulb. There it is. Yes, the top bulb went out right there. I'm thinking it was pulling the car through the beams or having trouble getting the stage. Something was going on with the car trying to stage it, and it just distracted him, and that was it.
All right, once again, we'll go to the top end with Kristen Banks. She is with Rachel Meyer.
Up here at the top end with Rachel, I just talked to her sister Megan, and she was very confident in your dad's setup in the heat. You guys aren't afraid of the heat. How is your setup? Do you feel comfortable on this track right now?
Yeah, I mean, we're used to racing in these conditions. We're struggling just a little bit with this car, just trying to find a little more power in it. But, you know, I have a lot of confidence in my dad, and we made it past first round, so now we'll see what happens next round.
Well, congratulations to Rachel Meyer. Any shout-outs you want to give?
Yes. Shout out to my kids back home, Chloe, Braxton, Lucas, and Hadley, and my wonderful husband, Daniel, for holding down the fort and letting me race.
She's coming for that Ironman trophy, just like her husband. Back to you guys.
But everybody else.
That's great stuff.
Crew, including
Happy wife, happy life.
Let her go race. Very good at what she does.
Mine let me come here race. Yeah.
Sometimes when you go race, you go way, way, way far away.
Yeah. Then she gets upset because she didn't get to go with me. So
That's fun.
we were fortunate enough to be able to go over there and spend the month of January over in Australia. So.
All right, we'll show you what the bracket looks like here after round number 1 for the top alcohol funny cars. As we talked about, Sean Bellemure will line up alongside Stan Sipos, and then DJ Cox and Phil Ez will fill out the semifinal round. And we'll take a look at top alcohol dragster as well. Megan and Mike Coughlin. How about that? That's going to be a monster team run right there. And then Jackie and Rachel, just as impressive. That's going to be a good semifinal round.
All 4 cars run 530s. It's going to be a tight and really competitive semifinal round.
Great stuff. Okay, one more time. Let's go back up to Kay Banks. Kristen.
Up top, the girls are not messing around. 3 back-to-back wins. Jackie, you just mentioned you love Rachel. You guys are so powerful out there on the track. What is it about y'all's confidence that's getting these wins?
Oh, we struggled in qualifying, a couple of miscues by all of us. And John assured me that first round we'd have a great car. He said, just go up there and do your job. I tried, and car was flawless, went down the track, and I couldn't be more proud of my guys.
Any changes your team will make before that next round?
We'll have to look at the track, look at the data. That was essentially our first run here. Like I said, we messed up in qualifying. So John will look at the data, and we'll see how fast we can go. I think Rachel just told me, I really love Rachel. She's a great girl, hardworking. She just told me we have each other next. I hope she's wrong, but if she does, we'll give it a good try.
Well, congratulations and good luck in that next round.
Thank you.
Motorsports news, the Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it. From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options.
All right, and once again, we welcome you back to Darana Raceway. This is the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Round 1 action taking place here with the alcohol cars complete. We'll step over to Pro Modified coming up here next. Number 1 qualifier, and it happened late last night after a fair amount of drama, I might add. But the madman, Frankie Taylor, put that one on top of the heat, man, and just went down there and got it done. We had some issues with the lights. The lights were out. Disco Dean said, man, I'll do this, and he runs it down through there. Does a great job, and the madman, not to be outdone here, he said, I got this.
He said, get out of the way. Let me at this. I got this. Take it right to the number 1 spot.
All right, let's get it over to Kristen Beat.
Mike DiDomenico missed his second round of qualifying last night. Take me through what went into that decision-making for stepping out of that run.
We just decided because it was so late, we weren't going to get the data that we needed because we knew we were going to be running during the course of the day. So let's save the car, save parts. You know, we're a small budget team. And Sal made the decision to just, you know, sit that one out. And it seemed to work out. So.
Now, will that affect you knowing that you don't have developed data on this track at night because you missed that session?
I feel pretty confident, and Sal feels pretty confident he can get down any racetrack. So, yeah, I don't think it's going to affect us one bit.
In the one session that you had yesterday, what were you cognizant of? What were you paying attention to?
When we made the first qualifying shot, Sal said it was going to be a 73, and that's what we ran, was a 73.
Well, best of luck. I know you're sitting P2, or we don't say that in.
Because we set that one out. We probably could have stepped it up and run a number, but to run at 11 or 11:30 last night, we felt like we weren't going to be running that late today. So yeah, but thanks.
Thanks so much for the explanation, and best of luck. I'm gonna let you go, bud.
So, and just to follow up there, Sal is his son.
Oh.
Working closely. Take a look at the ladder here. We have a total of 11 cars qualified into the show, running on the 16-car ladder.
Yeah, there were several teams last night. Just conditions weren't appropriate for what they thought they needed to do to be out here and get good data from their team. So elected not to run that last session. We did have some issues with some cars getting loose and taking the cones out, moving around down there. So some of the ones in the back of the line just decided that we'll come out tomorrow. Try our luck.
There's something to be said for having some experience for running on tracks, late at night or when things are tricky, that some of these guys do with match racing all the time. They feel very comfortable. Other ones race on highly prepared tracks and just don't have that data, so maybe they don't feel as comfortable.
Yeah, I was never a huge fan of night racing. It didn't bother me too bad, but I would rather be during the day. These things are hard enough to see out of sometimes during the day, let alone at night. So I can see where guys got really late last night and decided that they didn't need to make a pass. So come out today and hold totally different conditions for at least the first 2 rounds of competition for these guys. So there was no need to make a run that late at night.
And we get them fired up here as Jason Lee is the first to fire up. And here comes Disco Dean. Love the old school looking Trans Am, and of course flying the pink as proudly as they know how. Yeah, and a solid effort for Disco Dean to come out here last night, and the track had been down for a little bit. We all felt like it was still pretty good and had some heat in it still. He said, I'm comfortable with this. So if you've not seen the interview, it was pretty colorful afterwards.
It was entertaining.
It was entertaining.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And Kristen Banks up the top end, she did a mic drop, and that was that. It was perfect. And Disco Dean said, I'll catch it. So 378.9 is what he put up on the board.
Yeah, Jason Lee struggled in qualifying. Only a 478, but that car is plenty capable of improving today and is going to need to. These hot conditions are making it tough for the Pro Mods. Really out here in the middle of the track, shaking, moving around. We've seen countless cars hit the blocks out on the center line, so it'll be interesting today to see what these cars can do with the sun on the racetrack again.
As you might imagine, the record did fall 1 day ago. Frankie the Madman Taylor currently holds it at 369.9, previously held by Carl Spearing at the 660 at 394 and a 5.
That's not breaking it, that's crushing it.
Yeah, well, it was also a long, nearly 20 years, 18 years ago.
Here we go. Come on, guys, roll them in there. Let's get this show on the road.
Jason Lee bumps in first. Reaction time's almost identical. Clearly, Dean having some issues there. 034 light to an 035 light. Lee will get the win.
Really close drag race till you could hear the blower bang on Disco Dean's car. You could hear the pop in the tower here. So unfortunate, the blower coming off that car. Nice solid race side by side until then.
Yeah, 60-foot time, only 100th away from each other as well. So they were right there, very, very close until that happened.
Yeah, just a few hundredths between them at 330, then the bang, and that was it. 391 for Jason. Picking up over a second, almost a second over qualifying. So they're getting things figured out, getting the tune-up figured out for this racetrack. Boom, right there. You see the blower bang. It's all over. You know, the 8th mile race with these pro mods, it goes so quick. One little mistake over. There's hardly any chance for pedaling or getting back around them if you get beat on a hole shot. You know, I mean, it's 8th mile is making it really tight. No mistakes.
Happens so quickly. All right, let's get it over to Kristen Beat.
I just checked in with Tom Blinko's crew chief. He told me they've been really struggling with the mapping on this track. That's partially due to the weather and partially due to the setup they brought into Ohio. I asked his crew chief, will this car be able to make the final round? They are super confident in that. They've been working throughout the night trying to get this car dialed, the setup all geared in for this track, so we'll see if they're able to do it. But again, Tom Blinko and the team just really kind of struggling with the mapping.
Yeah, she's talking about the ignition mapping and trying to get the power levels right. So they're really struggling with that. A lot of these guys are struggling with it. This hot track makes it pretty difficult to get a handle on. And we've only seen a few of them go out here and make nice, solid runs. The rest of them have been okay runs or a lot of trouble.
Number 6, number 7, 2 square off here. With that said, I don't see Zach Sackman.
Well, we heard in the interview yesterday with Zach, they only had one engine. Qualifying run number 1, it threw a rod out of it. And they didn't make the call today.
Did not able to do that. That was probably the largest oil down we had all day yesterday, unfortunately for him.
Brian Karate, the car owner, he's going to have to borrow an engine off our Antron or something, get that car back out on the track.
He probably knows somebody.
Yeah, they should.
So Beetling qualified in the number 7 spot and just about the middle of the field there with the 4:15.
Yeah, even with the problems with Sackman, he was a 390. He would have had lane choice for this round, but not able to make the call. So Beatley getting a little gift here. You'll take him in racing. You'll take all the luck you can get. Went left the starting line, got out there and shattered the tires. And smart move just to shut it off. Come back next round. Automatic win.
As he cruises up there to the top, we'll get it to Kristen Banks, who's with Jason Lee.
Up here with Jason Lee. Now, Jason, you were almost a second off of that qualifying time. You just got a 391. What is behind your game plan? Is it almost just make it point A to point B?
Yeah, it's just trying to get this car to quit being mad at me. I mean, I've ran the screw car for about a year now, and we just blew the dust off of this. Haven't ran it since March, and we're out here on a 140-degree track trying to make things happen. But we got down the track there, which is good. Not too discouraged, so we got something to work off of now. The car didn't lock up there, so it should have probably won a 370 flat. So we're excited about the next round.
Well, congratulations, Jason Lee, and we will see you later in that next round.
Well, you can see that. Yeah, you can see that thing leave the starting line and get out there and rattle the tires. And we saw so many cars go out there yesterday on this hot racetrack, rattle the tires, and guys just wanted to make a good run. Drove her probably a little too far across the center line, taking the cones out. But right there, he's already got the round 1. So just shut it off, come back, make some adjustments, and second round, run a little better.
Frankie Taylor coming up here next. We'll have a competition single here by run, courtesy of the Uneven Ladder. 11-car field.
He might be scared it's so bright out there today. I mean, the way he ran that
where
thing.
I'm going now.
Yeah, he ran that thing last night around through their number 1 qualifier and had a whole bank of lights out on the side of the racetrack. I mean, it wasn't dark, but it's pretty dark.
He will take on Beetling, who we just saw go down through there, as Sackman not able to make the calls we talked about. So as the pairing lays out, we already know who his competitor will be next round.
Wow, you want to talk about an aggressive burnout?
Yeah, no doubt, man.
You might have to put some new valve springs on for the second round.
Through the moon. It started off, it sounded pretty good.
Yeah.
It zinged up pretty hard. 369.9, 199.91 is what put him in the number 1 slot.
He was talking yesterday about how he got the name Madman, and I would have thought it was the burnouts. I don't know after that one. Good looking Yanko 69 Camaro Frankie has. Kind of non-traditional for him. I've seen he's had some wild rides in the past.
Very calm car. One of the fastest men on the planet in the door car, no doubt.
Going incognito now. Sneaking up on him.
been doing this a long, long time. Out of Dixon, Texas, Larry Jeffers Pro Car. Frankie building the engines, using some Noonan parts, Brad Anderson parts, Paul Taylor, Chase Driscoll helping him out with the tuning. 3 ADRL championships, 3 Outlaw championships, a ton of races over the course of time. Outlaw racer, countless match racers. Great to see him still out here ripping. Oh, that thing was not happy there.
No, thing was moving around, sliding around the racetrack. You could hear him give it a quick slap pedal and shut it off just before the finish line, but still 394 all over the racetrack.
Yeah, it got out pretty good, but then it wasn't happy. So
just shows you how the hot racetrack, how it can be so tricky out there down, 200 feet out. It's a little slick out there yet, but so far all the guys are making a pretty good show of it, getting a handle on it. I think yesterday gave them a lot of practice.
No, on your scooter.
I mean, racers are used to running in hot conditions, but these are really hot conditions.
I mean, it's the summer Midwest race, and you're right. I mean, I think they have, for the most part, experienced this type of stuff. As Tom Linko will come up here.
Here you can see Frankie leave. Nice car left, nice. Right in here, it gets in trouble. He gave it a quick slap and decided to call it off. Close enough. Got lane choice now for next round. He's ready to go.
Blanco's 2021 Corvette, so sleek looking. Qualified in the number 3 slot. And of course, was to race Paul Degrapont. And Paul had a big moment last night, so he will not make the call here today.
Yeah, we saw Paul go out there last night. The car was on a nice run and got out there, got a little loose, came across the center line and got away from him and tagged the wall a couple times. Went down. Good thing was that Paul got out the other end and he can replace the race car, but it definitely tore that car up. It had a carbon body and knocked the whole body off the thing and bounced her off both walls. So Tom will get the single today.
So no pressure here. I mean, this is a nice moment, a luxury, if you will, for a racer to come out here, no pressure, round number 1, get a handle on what the track possibly wants here today. And if you do miss it just a little bit, much like we saw Frankie Taylor.
Yeah, and we saw the first, top alcohol funny car dragster in the early pro mods, bright sun on the racetrack. Now we're seeing a few clouds roll in. Got some shade on the racetrack right now, and we'll see if that makes a difference for some of these cars that's getting loose out there about 200 feet. As soon as he left the starting line, the car went dead right on him and just started heading towards the center line. Made a smart move and shut her off. Come back, he's already in the second round, so we'll go back and make some changes. I don't know if it was lined up a little bit to the right or if it just spun the tire a little bit and pulled him to the right. We'll see it maybe from the replay. We'll see that.
And once again, we'll go up to Kristen Banks, who's with the Madman.
Frankie Madman Taylor. Now, walk me through that decision to shut it off early in that run.
Well, I seen that the guy in front of me, Beadley, he only made it probably 80 foot, 100 foot out. So I knew when I went out there, and it rattled pretty good, but like I'd normally drive through that. But I was like, that was far enough to get lane choice, so we're just worried about going rounds here. We don't need to tear it up. We just, Jay Dietrich gives us this car to drive, and we try to keep it all good. And man, thanks IHRA for doing all this for us and letting us come out here and play and have some fun. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Next round, we got out there pretty hard because we had a buy run. And went out there and just rattled a little bit. Like I think I could have drove through it, but it's one of the things where it's easier to just shut off. I knew I went far enough to get lane choice. So,
well, congratulations, and you did just that. You got that lane choice.
I knew that's what was on his mindset. Just a little further, and I think I can get lane choice. I knew that's why he slapped the throttle once.
Seasoned racer right there. right, here comes Sully. Craig Sullivan with that 49 Merc chose not to run the second time. Tom Radloff, crew chief for him. It is a big car, flat front end, 8 inches wide than your standard day Camaro, but it is so cool looking. Love that 49 Merc. David Monday lined up on the other side. Monday, a chassis builder himself, driving one of his cars. Crew chief in on that one, some guy named Howard Moon.
Yeah, Craig Sullivan's got his work cut out for him this first round. You know, not making that run and having trouble on the first session and then not making the second run. And this basically first run of the weekend for him. David Monday, not bad qualifying effort, 378.
Yeah, Sully's got his work cut out for him, like you talked about, struggling there in that first round, and then it was late at night. I mean, as we heard from DiDomenico, just feeling like it wasn't going to be beneficial, but I was a little surprised they didn't go down through there just to feel good about the car, but chose to wait and take a stab at it here in round 1. Out of Plainfield, Indiana, Maryville, Tennessee is where Monday's from. Top bulb on in the left lane. Here we go. Reaction time's really close. Sully does go down through there. Nice run, his first lap of the weekend, but it won't be enough to hang on to the win, even though he had the better of the two reaction times, 0.32 to an 0.53, but it will be a 3.76 with a 6 that gets the win by 32 thousandths.
381 for Sullivan. First time we've seen a really good side-by-side pro-modified race. These guys put on a great show, showing that missing that qualifying run didn't hurt that team much. Just a nice, solid, close race.
Monday, 376.6.
Both those cars dancing around a little bit going down through there, but able to navigate the track in these hot conditions, and that was fun. I like that.
Yeah, really good. And last pair here in Pro Mod, another beautiful Corvette. Speaking of DiDomenico. Of course, as we talked about before, his son Sal making the decision there not to run one night ago. Jacob McNeil on the other side in the number 11 spot, but struggled in the first session. They had a little $20 part that bit him. Was able to get that thing fixed, came back in the night session and put one together.
Yeah, I mean, he still struggled last night. He didn't even leave the starting line. He took the tree and got in the show because he that same little part. I don't know if it's the same little part, but he needs to buy $40 and buy two new parts because he keeps having some issues on the start line. Couldn't even take the tree the first session. Did take the light, but wasn't able to break the beams on the second one. But it was good enough to get him in the show. So we'll see if he's got everything figured out today. We're going to see if missing that second session hurt Domenico.
DiDomenico, 2019 PDRA World Finals Pro Boost champion. Runner-up with the NMCA in 2022, so a fair amount of racing there. Noonan Power underneath the hood. WYO Motorsports engine builder. Out of Bedford, Ohio. Bedford Heights. Pro Nitrous on deck. Top bulbs on. Oh man,
I can't believe the same thing.
Yep. Not able to get off the starting line there. It has been a tough weekend for the man with the 71 CUDA. Mike DiDomenico gets it done though. 377 with a 9, 200 miles an hour, and into round number 2.
Just a nice solid pass, get it down the track first round, and nothing crazy, but man, it's a shame that car has just struggled all weekend, and currently it looks like it's same problem every round.
And we'll go back up top to Kristen Banks. She's with David Monday.
David Monday, you got out of your car and you looked and you said, who won? You had no idea. Are you surprised to know that you just laid down a 376?
Oh, it was close. I mean, we made a good run. Just the shortcoming is me. So, I mean, in case I had a bad light, you know, but I think we done good. We're on to the second round. We got our partner, Tom Blanco, next round, so that should be good.
Now you're over here already getting a little chippy with Tom.
Do some shit talking, ain't no doubt, yes.
I can't repeat what they just said off camera, but the next matchup between Tom and David is going to be pretty heated. Back to you guys.
No doubt. Thank you, guys. Thank you, man.
Boy, I think Kristen's getting a real education down there this weekend.
Welcome to the drag racing world.
That's good. I like it.
And we're going to show you some of the rules here in the Pro Nitrous category.
Only nitrous oxide. We saw Pro Modifier with the blowers and superchargers on them. This is Pro Nitrous oxide only. Limited to 2 bottles maximum. Now, I was watching out here underneath the tower before they fired these cars. The Corvette had some smoke coming out of the back of it. Guys were thrashing, so not sure exactly what was going on there, but it wasn't all calm before they fired this first pair of cars.
That's Jim Widener there. Gorgeous Corvette. And the Camaro that you were just referring to, Billy Albert.
We watched these two last night dance. They ran each other last night in the final session, and both of them going for it. Both cars got out there about 100 feet. One went right, one went left. The problem is they were coming at each other.
Yeah, that's not good in drag racing, especially when you're side by side. Number 3 and number 4 qualifiers. Doesn't get any closer than that.
Well, it did last night.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we saw that scenario a couple of times, like we were doing a little figure 8 racing.
These guys come back up here today all energized and ready to go. So it doesn't appear that the problem they were having before they started the car on the Corvette is an issue. Everybody seems pretty calm, so look forward to a good race.
Albert purging that nitrous there, getting things just the way he wants them. Boy, really top bulb on already for Jim Widener.
Well, this Tricky Ricky is in the right-hand lane there helping that team. So,
what are you saying?
Yeah, I'm just saying I know Ricky.
Boy, really driving the wheels off of that thing as well is Billy Albert, but it's not going to be enough to get the win. Widener's going to get the win here. 0-13 light for Widener, puts a 381 with a 6 on the board. He'll win it by a hole shot. With that said, 381 with a 1 on the other side, almost identical ETs.
We saw those two, the staging, not staging games, but you know, they were letting each other know they were both there. Rolled right in. He knew what might happen on the right-hand side. They took their time. Comes out 0-13, wins it on a hole shot.
0-13 to an 0-66, so a sizable margin there at the hit.
Two really closely tied together race cars. Watch this replay. It's going to be a great drag race. As soon as he stages, quick stage, boom, both cars in, tree, gone. Side by side all the way. That starting line advantage was enough to get the win. Had a little trouble with the parachutes, but got her stopped.
Great side-by-side race. All right, let's get it over to Kristen Beat.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ken. I was talking to Chris Powers a moment ago in the Mountain Motor Pro stock class. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that toss. Whew, this is a quick show. But anyway, Chris was telling me yesterday he was dealing with a lot of shake. So they took some of the gear ratio out of the car to try to alleviate that. He's feeling a lot better today about their setup. But he told me this weekend the goal is just to get back to the winner's circle. He won last month in the Mountain Motor Pro stock class in the NHRA. He would like to back that up with an IHRA win and continue his winning streak. Right now, though, he's in 6th in these qualifying sessions. Hopefully he'll advance in his round and be able to find himself back in that winner's circle, guys.
Great job there. Thank you very much, Kristen. Yeah, talented race car driver. And looks like we will have a single here. Competition single with Wilson. Wilson lined up at the line. Was to race Chamber. Chamber sitting back here. They cannot get the car fired. Not going to make the call.
He's had issues all weekend. That's when we saw him have a nitrous explosion, blow the hood scoop off, and then come back the next qualifying run and have a backfire again. So something's seriously wrong with that car. Wilson will get the single.
Yeah, really good looking run.
Yeah.
381.
ET wasn't quite as ET wasn't quite as quick as I thought it was going to be. Just a nice, solid, smooth run. Right down the track. Tough weekend for Wayne Chambers.
Yeah, knocked the blower scoop off of that thing in the first round of qualifying. The second round of qualifying, it backfired. It looked like through the pipes.
This time it didn't start, so just a rough weekend, but nice, straight, smooth run. Seeing a car go down the racetrack when you got a hot racetrack and a slick racetrack like that, seeing that one that's that smooth, that might be something that will pay off in the long run all day long. Just having a car that's going down the track so easy, not getting out of the groove, that might pay off later in the day.
Once again, let's go up top with Kristen Banks.
Jim Widener, 013 reaction time. Walk me through, you're sitting on the line and what goes through your head?
You actually try to clear out your head because you don't want anything in there. You just know, Billy's been faster than us all weekend, so we knew we had to get off the line first. So that was the only goal in my head at that point, was just be the first one to leave.
Well, you did just that, and you're going on to the next round. What expectations you have for yourself?
Well, we're trying to maintain that light, that's for sure. And all we can do is, do our best and try to be the first one to the finish line.
Well, congratulations to Jim. Back to you, Ken.
All right, thanks a lot. As Dale Brinsfield and Ed Wilson will square off here.
Yeah, we talk all the time about the teams being in time and giving each other time, and
this one's like, I'm gonna roll out here. If you're not ready, I don't care. I'm going.
Ed Wilson's out here backing up the burnout, and Dale's just now rolling around underneath the tower. So we'll see if they can sync up here real quick. I don't think that was planned. I don't know if Dale was having problems back here, not getting the car fired, or what was going on, but there was a definite little difference in the times there.
Number one qualifier, Dale Brinsfield, lined up in the left lane. Out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina. Out of Benson, North Carolina is Ed Wilson. Wilson with that beautiful 41 Willys. Love the nostalgia bodies. Late model bodies look really cool, but love the nostalgia stuff.
I always love Willys. They're just cool looking.
To remind you of some guy named Scotty?
Yeah, there used to be a red one around.
Yeah. Killer Red Mater. And once again, the final adjustments here on the wheelie bars. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, and something these guys, it's such a critical adjustment, as you talked about. I mean, they drive off the bars.
Yeah, it helps keep these cars going straight. Helps, when they load it when they leave the starting line. These bars are help driving the car, basically.
Pat Musey Powers, you can see there on the side of the hood for Dale Brinsfield in that number one slot with 375, 202.
Rolled right in. Double ball. Oh, bad tire shaking right here.
Had a huge starting line advantage as well. 084 to a 153. 383 with a 4 will get it done at 200. And Dale Brinsfield will move into round number 2. He'll have a very important round right there. He's going to have a competition single there, or a bye run, I should say. He's going to have a bye run there in round number 2, so he's going right to the final round.
That was a really great first round. Takes you right to the final round, yeah. That's a really beautiful 383.
I'll take it. Show you this one more time. Car in the right lane. Some violent tire shake.
Boy, bouncing that thing clear off the ground.
And we go into Mountain Motor Pro Stock. Oh, we'll take a look at some of the requirements here inside of this category. Maximum cubic inches, 833 for the Hemi, 843 for the wedge entries. And of course, these are naturally aspirated, so no power adders allowed in any way, shape, or form. No turbos, no superchargers, no nitrous. Super cool cars weighing in about 2,400 pounds. These are the purest, if you will. But love the big cubic inches here, and something that was always identified with the IHRA Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars. Typically was to be an 8-car field. Decided it was going to be an all-run, and they are already taunting the IHRA with if you call it a 16-car field, we'll send 20 to you. So these boys want to go racing.
They put on a great show all weekend. We got number 7 and 8 qualifiers coming up first round, first pair out. Rick Cowger, Corey Voss in the left-hand lane. 420 to a 418 in qualifying.
Voss out of Live Oak, Florida, and Cowger out of Montgomery, Texas. Red light. That's the first red light we've seen today. Missed it by 23 thousandths of a second. 050 light for Voss. Sails it down through there with a better ET as well. 422 with a 1. 422 with a 5. Side by side. I mean, starting line was going to be everything in that race, and it turns out it was everything.
I told you they were putting on a good show. Just a little too early, but man, 422.1, 422.5. That's what we're talking about, drag racing. Nice thing I saw in that run, no tire shake. Clean, smooth, straight, all the way. You know, these guys come out here yesterday in the pressure of just 2 qualifying runs. We've seen them. You know, they were going for it, or they were, you know, anytime they had issues, they were pedaling it. Today, we seen after they got that data, nice, straight, smooth runs, and a lot more nice and straight, smooth runs. Just a touch too early. Look how smooth and nice and straight both those cars go down through there.
One of the few records that have remained here this weekend is Pete Burner, set back in 2009 at the 660, or 8th mile, if you want to call it that. 409 with a 7 at Rockingham. And one more time, let's get it up to Kristen Banks.
Up top with Dale Brinsfield. Dale, you went straight to the finals. You have a bye here. So what's your game plan skipping that next round and you're already in the finals?
Well, it depends on if we need lane choice or not, whether we'll run it hard on the bye run, because low ET will get lane choice for the finals. Just blessed. Thank God for letting us be here in the beautiful weather and blessing us with a great run. So we'll make a decision on that bye run and then get after it in the finals.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in the finals later. Ken?
Thanks a lot. As we continue on here, next pair will be Chris Powers and John Koenigshofer. We thought that initially this was to be an 8-car field, and Koenigshofer was on the bump. He was in the number 8 slot, and it looks like one of them broken here. Koenigshofer not able to make the call now. That's a shame. It looked like he had been bumped out, and then it looks like they had made the change that it was going to be an all-run category. So
Chris Powers going to get a single.
Then in the field and still out.
Yeah, he's still out now.
Still giving you a chance to do it.
Chris Powers qualified with a 418, number 6. Nice solid run. And gets a little bit of a lucky break here first round when Johnny K.
Yeah, so this would be the definition of a competition single.
Yep. We watched it as it got cooler last night. Everybody was running in the teens, and this was one of them, 418.
2024 PDRA champ. Oh,
what's going on there? You talk about blanking the ball. That's blanking the ball. Right where we qualified, 418 with a 0. Qualified at a 418 with a 1. Got him a nice Mountain Motor Pro Stock bracket car.
And how about that, keeping that composure on the starting line?
Absolutely.
After that happened. That's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, you try and blank the ball and get it like basically a running start at the clocks to get a better ET. It's all about getting the best ET, but that thing must have been rocking back and forth and bouncing in and out of the stage bulb, and he kept his composure and maybe bumped it in a little more because he put it on the limiter and then backed off and then put it on again. So nice job.
Yeah, that car moved around a little bit too, right at the hit of the throttle, spun the tire, it turned it sideways just a little bit. So there's some more in that one if you can get it to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little loose when he dropped the clutch and washed out a little bit to the right, able to bring it back nice and smooth right back to the center.
to be Pontieri and Neighbor here. Tony Pontieri lined up on the left-hand side. Qualified in the number 5 slot. Neighbor in the 10th slot. 4:15 with a 2. Definitely done in the night session here last night.
I think he was our last Mountain Motor Pro Stock car to go down the track last night. And he laid down a nice 4:15 run.
Some ominous clouds off in the distance there at the top end of the track. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, last night it was getting a little dark through these tinted windows. Today it's the clouds are rolling in and getting a little darker out there. And hopefully they'll stay off to the top end up there.
Beautiful red, white, and blue car. 2012 Mustang. 820 cubic inches underneath the hood. 825 cubic inch Hemi underneath the hood of the Camaro.
This Mountain Motor Pro Stock class last night did a great job. Lots of really close cars in qualifying. A bunch of cars in the 14s. They thought there might be an O out there, but nobody got there. As the day goes on, the more runs they get this track and the cooler it gets tonight, I'm pretty sure we're going to see an O somewhere along the line.
Neighbor, a former world champion as well. Bunch of IHRA Nationals wins. Been Dragway 42. Back in 71, 72, 73, 74. IHRA Nationals at Norwalk 84. Been around for a minute. Wow, car really moving around for Pontieri. Finally gets out of the throttle. Probably a wise decision right there on race day. You really want to hang on to it if you can. But man, it was a handful.
Yeah, when he left the starting line, that car was shaking the tires, and he drove it as far as he could have. 423, Kurt Neighbors, moving on.
Yeah, good life for Pontieri at 0.35. Had a little bit of an edge there by 13 thousandths of a second over Neighbor.
Yeah, watch the car in the left-hand lane. You're going to see it's going to be some pretty severe tire shake. Right here, you can see it. As soon as he dropped the clutch, it spun the tire a little bit, washed the rear end over to the left, and drove the car to the right. Started moving around and made the wise decision to back out of the throttle.
Towards the Top Fuel Harley class. Tim Kerrigan told me a moment ago in yesterday's qualifying sessions he dropped a hole twice and won in both sessions. That means he was working with too much fuel. Today he said he just has to run it out the back door. So that's the goal for Tim Kerrigan in this Top Fuel Harley class. But guys, this is a class that I have circled on the schedule today. It is so fun to watch. It is so exhilarating. It's exciting. And all of these bikes are just works of art. I'm such a fan of these Top Fuel Harleys.
I am right with you, Kristen. Love those things. Next pair, Strobe Lander and Jerry Tucker.
We saw Tucker have issues Q1, not even be able to make a run. Came back last night. 4:14, put her solidly in the show at a number 4.
Lander a little bit deeper down on the field, number 11 hole, the 425 with a 2. Or really just a 10th off. Jerry Bickle car there for Jerry Tucker. Frank Gugliotta working with Jerry Tucker as well. Very, very successful. IHRA winner and Frank Gugliotta, 824 cubic inches. A couple of 4 barrels up there. And Butch lined up in the left lane with the Voss Racing engines. Corey Voss crew chiefing. Oh man, really thought Lander might steal this one here. A 006 light at the starting line, really getting after it. Missed it by a 10th. The 066 light for Tucker will be just enough to hang on for the win by 37 thousandths of a second with a 4:15 and a 9.
Yeah, Strobe, he knew he had to have a good starting line reaction time and have any shot at this race, and he did. 006. right there all the way, but just not enough horsepower to stay ahead. Tucker able to drive around him. Not even a bad lad at 66, but he just 006 at, well, his foot was ready to go.
John DeFlorian and Mike Murphy coming up here next.
John DeFlorian made a really nice run last night, 4:14, and when they interviewed him, he predicted that there was more out there. We'd probably see the cars in the O's, but everybody else right there with him in the teens. So he's one of the cars I think might be able to, put it together today, get down to the late rounds. And he was talking those, so I know he wants to run one.
Yeah, super talented guy. Has been working at Jerry Haas race cars for many, many years. Drag racing for over 40. Speaking of Jerry Haas, 2015 Jerry Haas chassis. Mike Murphy lined up there on the left-hand side. Out of Coral Springs, Florida, qualified in the numbers 12 spot, struggling one day ago. DeFlorian came out last night, put it in the number 3 hole to 4:14.
Getting a little darker out there, but still dry. These guys are ready to put on the pre-stages and go.
Waiting for Murphy. Turn on that top bulb. There it is. Here we go. All DeFlorian right here. DeFlorian with another teen, 4:18, 174 miles per hour. Better at both ends of the track.
Well, that was a 4:18 that he earned it on that one. He was all over the racetrack, sitting here directly behind these cars, watching them skate down through there. These Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars are loose all the way down the racetrack, just back and forth fighting it, but being smooth. You can see that car bouncing around, moving around, but not getting after the wheel, just smoothly bringing it back into the center of the track. 4:18.
And Jerry Tucker is at the top end with our Kristen Banks.
Jerry Tucker, you hadn't heard it yet, but 006 reaction time, does that surprise you?
Well, you got to be on your game when you're racing these guys. Olander's stout. You got to be ready to rip.
What are your expectations for that next?
Well, we need to just go back and tear a car down. We didn't make a real good pass. It just wanted to shake the tires, and I shorted it a couple times just to get it down, and we'll go back and work on it.
Well, good luck in that next round.
Thank you.
And that'll bring up our next pair here. Johnny Placino and Dwayne Rice. Johnny Placino with the number 1 on the side of the car, and initially we were thinking this was an 8-car field last night, and he missed that second hit and was not in the field, much to everybody's surprise. I mean, such a talented race car driver.
Yeah, he was one that was glad to hear there was an everybody run field. So he just struggled at both runs, and I don't see that happening again today. I think he's going to get it figured out and ready to go today. Not going to have an easy competitor here. Dwayne Rice, 4:13, number 2 qualifier last night.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Placino could put it all together here. He's a 2-time world champ.
Well, he's going to have to. He's going to have to.
They're not going to give it to him. No, they don't care about his credentials when he rolls up there. Man, if anything, it motivates him, right?
What'd you do for me today?
Yeah, Dwayne Rice, very, very talented too. No doubt about it. You talked about it. Qualifying number 2, 4:13 with an 8, 172 miles an hour. Top Fuel Harley's rolling up here as well. Top bulb's on, we're waiting. Placino in first. Reaction time's close. Small advantage to Rice. It's not going to matter. Placino's able to get back around him here. A 4:18 with a 7 to a 4:24 with a 4. And Placino puts it together on race day. They let him back in, and he said, look out.
Well, we said he had to get it figured out, and he did. 4:18. 0:38 in the right-hand lane, 0:50 in the left. It was tight, only 12th out between them, but that 4:18 outruns 4:24. When he has to get it figured out, he does. Right there, half a car ahead.
Good side-by-side battle. What we love to see here in Mountain Motor Pro Stock.
I think we said last night, so whoever's got to race him might be in for a surprise.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know that it would surprise Dwayne. He's been around, too. He knows what that team's capable of. Certainly did not take him lightly with an 038 light. Yep. It wasn't like he was laying around.
No, they knew what he was capable of.
And we'll bring up our final pair here in Mountain Motor Pro Stock.
A little rough burn out there for Johnny Plagio. Left-hand lane.
Larry Pierce at the bottom of the sheets. Was not able to get down through there. And Jeremy Huffman came out last night, threw a 412 on the board. 412 with a 9, 174 miles an hour to take the #1 spot. Out of North Carolina, Haas car, 832 cubic inch Hemi. Tom Vig, crew chief here. Mike Hoffman, his father, also working on board. Buddy Hoffman, his uncle. Pretty cool to do that with family. Multiple #1 qualifiers. PDRA event win.
Well, we saw an upset last pair, #2 qualifier going out. Here we got #1 qualifier. Let's see what happens here. Double bulbs in the left-hand lane. Got to try something, right? Got to play some tricks. Got to do something. You're at a disadvantage.
You as a driver, if you saw that, would it upset you?
Nah, I go, okay, whatever. Watch this.
Love it.
I would have double bulbed him is what I would have done.
Small move there. The car moved around just a little bit at the hit. Pierce does get the reaction time advantage, but it won't be near enough here. 4:16 with a 6 to a 4:22 with a 6. Margin of victory, 24 thousandths of a second. But Jeremy Huffman will get the win here and the right to come back to round #2.
Yeah, and continuing his dominance. #1 qualifier goes out, sits low ET first round at 4:16. Nice, solid pass out of that team, and I don't think double bulb phased him one bit. Made a little move when it dropped the clutch, but pulled it right back and right down the racetrack. A little tighter than I thought right there.
Yeah, I looked at that too. I mean, I felt like it was bigger when I saw the margin of victory, 24 thousandths. Like, that's not much, man. So great job. Thank you to our Mountain Motor Pro Stock racers. There's the weather we were talking about. As you can see off in the distance, it does look pretty ugly. We are high and dry so far, though. Hopefully it sticks that way. Top Fuel Harley on deck. Everybody out here waiting. And just got the go sign.
Everybody could use a little relief. Maybe them clouds are dropping the temperature out there a little bit. As long as they stay dry clouds, we're good.
And the first two come to life. Opie came out here. Bob Malloy put it in the #1 hole last night with a 539 and an 8. He'll line up on the left-hand side. He'll line up alongside JT. John qualifying the #6 slot with a 951. Only 77 miles an hour, 190 miles an hour for Malloy.
That was 190 miles an hour up against the guardrail. He was leaning off that bike trying to keep it out of the guardrail and did a great job and went right to the #1 spot.
Malloy right down the track, man. Really nice looking effort there, right by the center line. Pretty much what they want to do when they leave. They want to hug that center line just a little bit if they can to stay as far away from that wall as possible. 5:55, 191 miles an hour. Getting it done all the way down through there.
It was a nice solid pass early. Had a little issue down at the other end, but 5:55. Nice run, and JT's still having some problems. 10:07. Look at Bob Malloy's carrying that front end up, putting her down, shutting it off just a hair early. A little puff of smoke there. Hope that's all right.
Ready to go. This is going to be Chris Smith and Ryan Pearson.
1,000 foot here for the Top Fuel Harley category. As Brian Peary will come up here next alongside Chris Smith. Crew chief for Chris Smith, Rex Harris. 98% nitromethane, the 186 cubic inch power plant there, naturally aspirated, no supercharger on it. Jay Turner Racing is the chassis builder and engine builder. Jay Turner in the field, of course, the multi-time champ. We'll see him in the last pair. So Chris Smith playing with the best, one of the best in the category. 7-time national champion, multi-time national record holder, 2009 Pro Rookie of the Year.
These guys are wasting no time, getting right in there, staging red light in the right lane by Chris Smith.
Yeah, after saying all that stuff, he turns on the red light by 16 thousandths of a second, hands it over to the other side, and Ryan Peary on the bulb too, man. 0.010. Both of those guys, the last pair, but they were around 150. These two absolutely on it.
Yeah, I think these guys are wanting to get down there before it rains. I mean, low 16 red and a 10. I mean, that's killing the tree. So great run. 550 low ETs of the first round so far. So nice way to come out of the gate.
Peary, a multi-time champ as well. Wins with IHRA, AMRA. So, I mean, two incredibly successful, talented racers going at it. That's what we love about this category. Unfortunately, Chris Smith with that red light ended that one very quickly. And that'll bring up the next pair. And I think you're 100%. These guys are playing no games. Try and get out of here before the rain. Tim Kerrigan coming up here. Beautiful bike on the right-hand side against one of the all-time greats in Jay Turner.
You know, the one thing I love about this category, doing burnouts together, putting on a show for the fans. I love that.
Son of Jim Turner, 11-time Top Fuel Harley national champion. And we should tell you a number of those are IHRA. 99, 2000, 2012, 15, and 16 IHRA champ. Incredibly talented guy. And as you heard before, building chassis, building engines. He is lined up there in the left lane. The very colorful bike just underneath you here at Darana Raceway. On the other side, Tim Kerrigan, another incredibly beautiful bike. 400 foot of chrome moly in that thing. Kerrigan out early. Turner was going to have to track him down, but Kerrigan with some issues. Turner will drive it down through there with a 558, 192 miles an hour.
All three winners in the first round in the 550s. So, you know, yesterday a couple of these guys having trouble struggling. Today they've got it all figured out. All three winners in the 550s.
Air freshener in the suite once again. Air freshener on the announcing deck.
It's kind of weird. The wind changes directions, and we got nitro in the pipes. It smells pretty good in this room. You can see that front end up. He's fighting it a little bit. It was going to the right, but Jay leaning over a little bit, pulling it back to the left and right down through there. Cut it off. Just shut it off a hair early.
Not a problem. Not a problem for Jay Turner.
That might have been a handful. I mean, the wind has really picked up, so he moved over to the right. That could have been a wind issue.
And Kristen has Jeremy Huffman up top.
Jeremy Huffman, fastest qualifier yesterday. You just won that run. You have been firing on all cylinders this weekend. What has been going right?
Well, you know, like we talked about yesterday, we had some issues, couldn't get it running, but the good Lord bless us with a running race car now, and since then it's been running great. That's a big round there, too, like I was telling you about a second ago, because since we have 14 cars, we actually get a bye run into semifinals now, being the #1 qualifier, so that's kind of like what they call a 2-for-1. You win that round, you get to go 2 rounds, so I'm really excited.
What are you going to do in that bye?
Well, we talked about that a while ago. We're probably going to try something and maybe throw the kitchen sink at it and see what we can get away with, since it's kind of a free run here, and just see what we can do.
Hey, that's going to be nice. Have a little free run. Back to you guys.
He must have air conditioning in that car. I mean, he's not even breaking a sweat. He gets out. He's looking good with a black shirt on.
Yeah, everybody we've seen so far, sweat pouring off of him. Yeah, he comes out #1 qualifier all cool, you know, like, man.
We're going to go for it next round.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to do a little bit of track prep. The Nitro categories are ready to go here when we come back, so stay with us. We've got some great racing coming your way, courtesy of the International Hot Rod Association.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
In just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. And oh, holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Double trouble, lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts, grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look out, one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave, who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options.
And welcome back to Darana Raceway. We are here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Round 1 action taking place. By the way, we want to remind everybody as you're watching on Speed Sport 2 that at 6:30 this evening, we will be switching to Speed Sport 1. Let me explain before you start throwing things at me here. It's free. It's okay. I'm sure that you also have it on your TV. So if you have Roku or any of those devices, you'll be able to find it. The app is probably on your TV already. But we're switching over to the primary station there for Speed Sport 1 at 6:30 this evening. We obviously will be a little bit further along the way, probably in the middle of round number 2 or so for the pros. But you'll be able to catch it there. And also IHRA.TV. So there's a few options there, and they are all free as we show you the ladders here for our Pro Nitrous category. Brentsfield, as we talked about, will receive that bye run in round number 2 and go right into the finals. Tony Wilson and Jim Widener will square off to fill out the other half. Let's go to Mountain Motor Pro Stock.
A little bigger bracket here. Jerry Huffman, once again, bye run into the semifinals. Jerry Tucker, Kurt Neighbor, Johnny Pachinko, Corey Voss, John DeFlorian, Chris Powers.
Yeah, loaded up right side of the ladder there as we take a look at Top Fuel Harley here. Number 1 qualifier, Bob Malloy, able to make it on to the next round, and he's going to get that bye run right into the final round.
Very important first round win to the final.
Yeah, and the other half of that semifinal, Peary and Turner, I mean, a couple of bad riders right there. So it'll be an exciting final for sure. And once again, let's go back over to Kristen Beat. She's having too much fun. She's over there laughing.
Yeah.
I am having so much fun. Thank you guys so much. I've got Maurice. He is the owner of IHRA Australia, so a little drag racing down under. Tommy, I know you had mentioned that you do some of the drag racing down under as well, but Maurice, what do you make of this, a renaissance of sorts for the IHRA in the U.S.?
Look, it certainly is, and I just love to say how impressed I am when I got the invitation from Daryl Cuddle, the new owner of IHRA, to come over, you know, to be part of the revitalisation, the resurgence of IHRA, such an iconic brand, particularly in the drag racing world. I couldn't resist the opportunity, so to be here for the first IHRA Outlaw Nitro event has been fantastic. Meeting everybody's been terrific. It's great to see so many American racers here that we've actually had down under. I feel like Tommy Johnson's kind of almost one of ours now.
Tommy, you hear that? He's trying to recruit you again. I think he's actually coming down and racing for you this offseason. As the owner of IHRA Australia, what have you noticed as far as fan following for the series? No matter what, racing is growing, and it's really exciting to see it grow internationally as well, but to what scale is it growing in Australia?
Yeah, look, I mean, we're fortunate in Australia. We do conduct the biggest drag race outside of America, which is held at Willowbank Raceway every year, called the Winter Nationals. We do have some fantastic facilities. We have the brand new Bend Dragway, which is in South Australia. We have a beautiful facility in Sydney Dragway. For the fans, it's all about engagement, and here's no different. It's, you know, particularly drag racing, you can get so close to the racetrack. You can come down to the pits, you can speak to the drivers, you can get an autograph. Everything's so hands-on. It's that whole 5 senses where, you know, it's all on show and on tap for the spectator. So the engagement's terrific. It really is.
Maurice, I'm curious, in Australia, the facilities and the tracks, are they comparable to what we have in the United States? Are they bigger? What is kind of the scale of racing there?
Look, on a par, we're very similar with some fantastic facilities, but we're pretty close. You know, they're all, you know, we have some older ones and some new ones, just like here.
So if you're looking for a sideline reporter, I just wanted to throw this out there, guys. I have no problem traveling to Australia. My passport is ready. I do love kangaroos and the beaches. So listen, Maurice, it was great to talk to you. And guys, if I'm in Australia later this year, we know why. Send me over, guys. Thank you so much, Maurice.
Great stuff, great stuff. Great to have him with us as well. Did he bring a knife?
I'm gonna guess no, but yeah, they're great people down there, and love. He's being modest. They have great facilities. I just ran the Bend in Adelaide not too long ago, and one of the smoothest, flattest surfaces I've ever raced on. Headed to Sydney next month, so look forward to seeing them all down there again. Going to be driving for Graham Cowan in the X-Pro funny car. And really enjoy my time down there, and really enjoy the racing. They're so passionate about it. They love it down there, and it's good to see the IHRA support down there.
Yeah, you have raced all around the world there, my friend, and very, very successful at it. So congratulations on that career, and wins in both Top Fuel and Funny Car as well. And you said you were chasing that down there in Australia, right, to double up? And
yeah, looking for that double in Australia. Got the Top Fuel and Funny Car in the U.S. Got the Top Fuel in Australia, and a Funny Car runner-up. So just one shy of having a double down there. So looking forward to that. Hopefully we can fulfill that August 22nd, I think, or 23rd.
Congrats on the ride.
Yeah.
That's great. We'll show you what we're about to see here as Funny Car is getting ready to roll underneath the tunnel. Take a look at our ladder here for Top Fuel Funny Car. As Mike McIntyre qualified in the #1 slot, will line up alongside Jody Austin. 8-car field here, as you can see. And the #2 qualifier, and Terry Haddock. Terry Haddock with an exciting first qualifying run yesterday afternoon will line up alongside Todd Barker.
Yeah, Terry got out there and he told me he was going to be conservative, and it went out and spun the tire a little bit. He pedaled it, got it sideways, nearly tagged the wall, and come back last night, made some changes, and went right down through there. So Mike McIntyre, 407 run last night was an outstanding run. We saw the funny cars pick up as it got cooler. The track got better. A little dark, hard to see out of a funny car, but they did a nice job of piloting those cars down the track. We got Terry Haddock, Todd Barker, Joey Haas, Dale Creasy, Jack White up against Dale Worsham. McIntyre will take on Jody Austin.
And we'll take a look at the Top Fuel ladder as well. Yeah, Scott Palmer, another one who struggled in that first session. The car came back and got in neutral, right? You had talked about that. They got it in drive, and it drove right down through there.
Yeah, Palmer making a nice run. It did end up pushing the hit gasket out before the finish line. I saw his crew at the convenience store this morning. They said the driver and owner got in a fight at half track. The owner lifted. The driver said no, and he put the foot back down and put a hit gasket out of it.
For those of you that don't know, the driver and the owner is the same guy. So it was quite a conversation going on at half track.
Yeah, they had a talk at the other end, too. So
that's great stuff. They are continuing to prep this track. They're spraying the traction compound down now. So we are very close to going to round #1 of Top Fuel Funny Car. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. As we'll cover the track, we'll drag race to it. From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the #10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn #1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Oh, holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1.
And we welcome you back here to Darana Raceway. It is the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, and we're getting ready to burn some nitro. Top Fuel Funny Car ready to go here for round number 1. Track has been prepped. By the way, Kevin Kinsley just texted me.
I believe he's here.
Said he's here.
Yeah.
I said, come to the booth, man. We'll have a little bit of fun. We're talking about some drag boat racing a day ago. Of course, he's done a bunch of that. Also, very good inside of a funny car and crazy man and a fuel altered. Give him something to race, he'll hop in it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people showed up this weekend and just wanted to check it out and see what's going on. And yeah, a lot of eyes that are interested. Just finishing this track prep and seeing these clouds, you know the fuel teams have to be liking these clouds.
Jumping a bit.
Yeah, because we saw earlier, you know, the sun beating down on that racetrack and hot. Now we've had a good cloud cover for at least a half an hour now. The track temperature's got to be going down, and the air temperature is still the same. It hasn't cooled off any out there, but the track temperature is definitely a lot lower, giving these fuel guys a much better chance of laying down some runs for first session.
Well, a man with a whole bunch of seat time is going to join us here in just a little bit. He's also instrumental here with the IHRA. We're hearing that they're teasing us with Mr. Larry Morgan is going to walk into the booth and spend a little bit of time with us. It'd be great to see Larry.
Still dry. I don't mind clouds that are dry clouds.
Yeah,
it's the wet ones.
Totally good right here.
Yeah.
I mean, the wind's blowing. It's all around us, but we've been fortunate so far.
Yeah, I pulled up the radar a minute ago. Nice little hole right in the middle there.
Doug Foley Jr. and I said, "What do you think?" He said, "Nah." I said, "We need a little break. Like they beat us up yesterday. We need a little good luck now."
Yeah.
He said, "That'd be nice."
Yeah, it was a nice little hole. I'm hoping we slip right through that little hole. The wind direction's changed a little bit. Now I got a nice little headwind for these guys, so not going to hurt a thing.
Sprayed the track, now grinding that in, if you will. So not too far behind, or too far away, I should say.
People sitting up there in the stands are loving these clouds. Everybody getting a little burnt yesterday in the sun, in the hot, in those aluminum grandstands. Little cloud relief for all the fans.
So once again, as we know, you're watching here for the most part on Speed Sport 2, the streaming channel, if you will. We'll go to a fast channel at 6:30. At 6:30, we will switch over to Speed Sport 1. To help you out with that, you can find Speed Sport 1 on Amazon Prime, Pluto, the Roku channel, Fubo, Sling, many, many more. So go to speedsport1.com for full details on how to get it if you need to. It's super easy. It's free. As we talked about before, I think your wife said it's right there, man.
Yeah, my wife found it on Fire TV, so she's ready to go.
So that'll happen here a little bit later on. About 2.5 hours. Last pass where they're dragging this thing, we hear, and then we will go racing with the fuel classes.
See all the fuel crew chiefs out there checking the track with their track checkers.
Look at that. Pretty cool, the different ones. As you talked about before, one
automatic,
one fancier, one a little
one a lot more expensive than the other. Yeah, yeah. The great thing about technology, it just costs money.
I think at the end of the day, it's about consistency, right? I mean, you learn your device, and I still chuckle when I do a bunch of tractor pulling, and I always have for my entire career. And you watch the old school guys; they walk out there on the track with a screwdriver and stick it down in the dirt, and they get a read on it.
Well, the cheapest one we have here is your tennis shoe.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. So, little twist of the shoe, and that's how much grip there is.
Water going down in the water box. Always a good indicator we're getting close.
First pair out, Jack Wyatt and Dale Worsham rolling up.
Couple of seasoned racers for sure.
That's what my sheet says anyway. It's first pair out.
And Kristen Beat has a little bit more on our fuel class.
I have Michaelan Haddock, Terry Haddock's son, and we've got a little reflection out here. She'll have to excuse me, guys. We can hear ourselves talk, which is always kind of fun. And take me through how this team has been rallying throughout this weekend.
We're lucky to have the opportunity to be out here racing, and we just got to say a huge thank you to everything that IHRA is doing. We have never been to a race where we felt like we mattered and we belonged here, and they're doing a great job of that. The owner of the place is wandering around on a golf cart handing out ice, and I just think that's the coolest thing. We're so lucky to be out here doing this. God blesses us with such an amazing opportunity. I got to thank all the people on the side of this car that make this possible, and thank you to IHRA for making this happen, because this is the best experience we've ever had at a race, and we're going to go out and put on a show for all of you guys, whether you're here at the track or you're watching online. So let's go racing.
You guys, when I was out in the paddock, Michaelan the other day told me about the adjustments they were making to the car, how they were developing the suspension and systems, and I was so impressed with your knowledge of how these cars are put together. Do you have any ambition of racing in the future and taking over the Haddock seat?
I don't want to take it over. I want to be in the car next to him on the starting line. Dad put me in our family's car on my 16th birthday and started teaching me how to drive, and it's a slow process of learning and earning the seat. I hope to...
So you want to earn it?
I got to earn it. Dad's not just going to give it to me. I work on the car, I work in the shop, so I've got to earn it. And you ever see those little rides at the grocery store that need the little tokens put in it?
I do, yeah. You're putting tokens in?
Yeah, these funny cars are basically like those rides. You got to keep putting tokens in, and unfortunately they take a lot of tokens. So I got to find some, and then hopefully I'll be out here running next to him.
So if you're at home and you're watching and you have a lot of tokens, make sure that you give Terry Haddock's team a call, because his son's ready to hop in the seat.
That would be a lot of tokens, no doubt about it. Well, we have a good friend that has just joined us here in the booth. Craig Sullivan, it's been a up and down weekend for you. You came out in qualifying, had a bit of an issue in the first session. You chose not to run in the second session late last night. You come here in round number 1, and that thing goes right down through there, but I bet you wish you just had one more crack at it.
I do. We started prepping for this race. Sunday of last week. I left Indy, headed down to Mark Mentzer's in Fayetteville, North Carolina, to do another shock program and a new setup. And we ended up at Killcare on Tuesday afternoon and run there Wednesday, and then came here. And it's been an up and down struggle for Craig Sullivan Motorsports. We've been hard at it all week, and we know the direction it's going, and we're going to be fine. But it's getting through the turmoil.
The car is spectacular. 49 Merc, if the fans at home aren't aware of it, stand by for a second. Jack Wyatt doing a burnout here. We thought he was to race Dale Worsham. Looks like he will race Todd Barker for whatever reason here, as they've changed the ladder up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what went on with that. Todd Barker was supposed to race Terry Haddock, so I'm not sure what they're doing, but hey, they're going to have two funny cars side by side here.
We're going to have a race.
Yeah.
Two's going down and one's coming back.
That's how it works on race day, right? Give us a perspective. If you were out there with this big weather change, what would you be expecting?
Yeah, the weather's pretty well predictable. We've all got great weather systems in our processes that we go through for our tune-up. The unknown is always the track surface, because you're only going to get so many measurements at the track to be able to put that into your tune-up. So the rest of it's a guess. And
a really educated guess, you'd like to believe.
It's an educated guess, but
burnout's complete here. Wind blowing right back at the tower has filled the room with nitro fumes. It is awesome. Todd Barker, number 5 qualifier, number 4 qualifier, Jack Wyatt. That we have on the sheet there too?
No, but they've updated. We must have missed something on the sheet. I think we got the old sheet, not the new sheet.
We don't always get updated stuff, so sometimes they don't update us at all. Wide in the left lane.
Well, that's
Boy,
a
they
lot
sail
better.
them right
Yeah,
down through
there
there,
we go.
both of them. Great battle right there, and Wyatt's going to steal it. 4:36 with an 8, 4:51 with a 9 for Todd Barker. Reaction time to Todd Barker.
We got one in the sand trap.
All the way
Todd
down
Barker
to the end of the
shoots.
track and into the sand trap, as you said.
Yeah, I could see Todd Barker's car going through the shutdown area pretty fast. No shoots, but sand trap there at the end should have caught him.
Hoping he is okay here, of course. Safety down there immediately.
Jack Wyatt getting the win, 436 to a 451. Look at the difference in the speeds at the finish line, 280 miles per hour and 239. Jack shutting it off, and then the Todd's car 280 miles per hour.
You wonder if the throttle hung?
I don't know. I just didn't see any shoots on it. I didn't see the shoots come out.
Have you been in that situation, Craig?
Yeah. With the 49 Mercury, when it was painted as El Mero, we broke a wheel at Norwalk.
You can see Todd standing there behind the car. He went into the sand trap. It did its job. Car's buried in there pretty good. He went in there a pretty good lick, but roof hatch open, Todd out. I mean, it doesn't appear to be a ton of damage. You know the front of the body's killed, so hopefully it went in there a little smooth. He was still at pretty good speed, it looked like on camera when I saw the car go by down there.
Well, it's upright. Like you said, he's out of the car, and thanking safety guys for getting down there as quickly. More importantly, the sand trap did what it was supposed to do, and doesn't look like he rolled the thing over in the process. Watch it one more time.
Both of them shutting off a little early there, but there you can see no shoots for Todd. He knows it right there. You can see the car start to bounce a little bit. He's getting on the brakes pretty hard. At this point, you're trying to decide, do I go to the brakes, try the shoots again? Now he's on the brakes real hard. You see the car starting to bounce. Carbon fiber brakes are getting hot, bouncing up and down a little bit. You almost could see the chute trying to come out. Maybe the pilot was caught or something. Nope, still packed, so. Just no deployment of the chutes.
Yeah, I know we were talking about that before, and I do remember that car that you were referring to. It was an absolutely gorgeous car, but it was a rough day for you whenever you sailed down through there.
Oh, yeah. And at any point in time, anything can happen. I mean, it's not a second, it's a split second. And, we all deal with it differently. Some people, it's nice and calm. With me in those instances, when we were on fire at Cecil County, it's all slow motion. I mean, nothing was hurried, nothing was rushed, and you just deal with it the best way you can, and some people are better equipped than others.
On the top end, it's going pretty fast, though.
Yes.
It seems like it speeds up after that.
Yes. Yeah, you pick a point out and go, yeah, I can't do anything.
I'm sure you have an incident, too, Tommy. Anything come to mind with a situation like that?
Well, there's been several. Yeah. I went for years and years in all my career, and then the last couple of years we had some brake issues and ended up in the sand trap, I think, 4 or 5 times one season, and kept saying, hey, there's something wrong with these brakes. And we found it in the off season, but cured it for the next year. But yeah, there's times, and you have to make that decision. Okay, there's a no stop point, and now I've got to switch my routine to trying to stop it to make the turn to what's my best position for going in the sand. So he made that decision. You could see about where it started bouncing really bad. He made the decision. It looked like he might have let off the brakes a little bit to move over to the center of the sand and put it in there for his best chance of getting the car stopped.
So Craig Sullivan, as we talked about before, coming up here to join us, competes in the pro modified ranks. Unfortunately, out in round number 1, but the car made a nice run. Yes. So you get a little bit of data out of that. We want to thank you for coming over here and supporting the series.
Anytime. I was brought in early at the IHRA as an advisor, and things go a lot of different directions, and there's a lot of moving parts, and you just have to be patient. And I think this is going to be the best place to race. When you look at the hospitality and you look at the food service that's here, and even the fans that come. I bet I put 30, 40 kids in my race car this weekend. And, the attendance wasn't the greatest.
And our 2 pit reporters.
Yeah, and your 2 pit reporters. But
he said multiple kids, yes.
But, to entertain those young children is very important. So those
And unfortunately, they're going to show it to the fans while we were facing the camera. The window behind us, you're probably watching it. The clouds have opened up, so the track is soaked. So we have a little bit of downtime here. Man, it's just we've been throwing some curveballs here this weekend. We're getting beat up just a little bit.
And we were on a roll today. We were really moving along, having some great racing, and
having you out there. Love that car, man.
Glad to see you back in the game.
Car. Yeah, I'm good to be back here in the game for sure, too. I'm also shaking the rust off. I used to be able to get in your car. I probably can't now. So we're going to take a quick break right here. We'll be back on the other side. Larry Morgan is in the house as well. We'll spend a little bit of time with one of the best in the business. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment.
Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. Oh, holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Looking for a quick fix of motorsports news? The Speed Sport Daily is what you need. It's a free racing newsletter delivered directly to your email every day. We'll cover the winners and the losers and tell you who's making news off the track. It's NASCAR, NHRA, World of Outlaw, IndyCar, and so much more. Go to speedsport.com today and get signed up for America's free racing newsletter and get your daily motorsports fix. The Speed Sport Daily.
Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And unfortunately, as you can see there, it is. So we are going to be down here for just a little bit. We're going to welcome you back into the booth, though. I'm Ken Stout, sitting alongside one of the best to ever climb in the seat of a drag race car, Mr. Larry Morgan. Also very instrumental here with the IHRA. And, of course, that is Tommy Johnson, Jr. He's also a pretty good drag racer. Rumor has it he drives those funny cars.
They're funny, all right.
They're funny at the same time.
Oh, yeah, they sure do.
So, Larry, thanks for coming in here, spending some time with us. Great to see you back in the seat, man.
You're welcome. Well, I've not had time to do any racing, so to speak. We've been busy with this whole deal trying to put it together for the last 6 months, and thank God it all came together as it did, you know. But I think we're very impressed with what we've got so far. Got a lot of good people, and a lot of the racers are following. You know, I think the fans are going to follow in suit. I mean, Daryl is very good to the people, and
I don't think people know how much work it is to get this kind of a thing off the ground. And you're not going to make it run flawlessly the first weekend. It's going to take time to build and time to iron out some problems and get it all right. But I think for the first weekend, it's been not bad.
I think it's been very well, Tommy. You know, like I said, we had a logo in January. That's all we had, and trying to make this whole deal. And there's been a handful of us work day and night for the last 6 months to make this happen.
Yeah, it has been a tall task, and Tommy had mentioned it before. I mean, there's so many spokes in this wheel to get together, and as you guys are finding right personnel, and I mean, and it wasn't just a sanctioning body; it was buying racetracks, it was updating racetracks. I mean, this is a big animal.
Well, the biggest hurdle we didn't have any tracks at the beginning, and it's like I told Daryl. I said, you know, we have to have tracks. And he said, let's get them. He wanted to come here, and I said, it's not for sale. And he goes, well, everything's for sale. We ended up coming here, and we talked him into selling the place to us. So we started there, and we had other tracks, and we're trying to figure out where we wanted to go. So we went to Galot, checked it out, which is a wonderful facility. And then we went to 42, and then we went to Milan, and it just started going crazy. But I think that we're going to be fine, you know, trying to start small and make them nice, and that's what we're doing.
Yeah, this place is spectacular. You've done a fabulous job of this already.
It hadn't been me. It's a lot of great people working together to make this happen. Daryl's motto is make it happen, and that's what we do. I will tell you, that's what we do.
I know, just coming in here, I mean, it's a gorgeous place, and I know it's far from completed. There's still plenty of things that you guys want to do to get things the way you want them, but very impressive start here. 5 of, you know, growing again next year, but we've got to get through this first one, and the crew has been spectacular. I mean, we were throwing some curveballs yesterday, but you just mentioned it before in that motto. Nobody laid up. I mean, they all stayed here till we got it done last night.
Listen, Doug Foley and I have stayed at that shop down there for weeks till 11 o'clock at night, early in the morning to 11 at night, trying to make something out of something that we didn't have. And it's turned out pretty good. Like you said, the flaws are there, but we will clear that up.
Well, it's going to happen.
It's been gratifying, believe me. And then to come here and everything, you know, we were lucky. The weather's been good up until now, and it'll clear up. But believe me, it's pretty gratifying. Daryl's impressed. I'm impressed. Everybody involved's impressed. But it's an awful lot of work.
Did you look at Foley Jr. and say, you got this, I'm going to go racing?
No. No, I didn't say that. I just laughed, and they said they needed someone to run a car, and I said, good, go have fun, buddy. But it's been good. Josh and Foley, they're doing a good job. It's an awful lot on their shoulders. That's something I didn't want a part of. I mean, I want to help them with anything I can, but the part that they're taking on, you know, they know all the young guys. I know all the old guys, you know, and it's going to come together well. I believe it'll be good. It'll be good for the sport. We needed it. We needed it, as you all know.
We heard that from a number of people.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they need an option. They need an alternative. So it's great. And
sure. I'm excited about it. I think it's going to grow pretty quickly. The racers want to come. I mean, all the big racers that's checked it out, you know, they were scared to come at first. Not scared. They were reluctant because they didn't know what they were walking into. So I think after this weekend, they pretty much figured out that it's a for real deal. Daryl's for real. But I guess I understand that part probably more than anybody because I've been involved with this, like Tommy, our whole life. So we've seen Billy Meyer come in with the super stadium, and you know we weren't used to that. It happened so quick, and everything went from there. And I think this is a kind of the same thing that's happening in this era right now. So he's going to make all these tracks as nice as he can, and he will be a big part of it. And that's a good thing for the racers.
Yeah, we're super thankful for the pros that showed up here. And we know there's a lot of people sitting out there watching, they want to make sure everything happens the way it's supposed to happen. And they'll see that happen here this weekend. And moving forward, I think we'll see growth
I do
very,
too.
very quickly.
I'm sure very quickly. It needed to happen. We were at the right time for it to happen. And I expect it to turn out very well.
Awesome. Larry Morgan in the house.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, man. We appreciate what you do here.
Yep, I appreciate you guys, and you guys are doing a fabulous job. When I get texts at 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, I thought I got to pass this on. I sent Steve a message. I said, I hate to bother you this late, but nothing but good comments.
So whenever I get them at 1:32 in the morning, just can you come get me out of the clink?
No, that's not good.
Larry Morgan here with the IHRA. Obviously, we are under a weather delay here, so stick with us. And once again, we will persevere. We'll push through this, and we're going to throw you to some alternative programming here. As soon as this clears back up, I promise you we will go racing again. So until then, we'll see you in just a little bit.
Thank you, guys.
We got 2 stacks. Look at you. We got 2 stacks. Look at you. Phil Eds will be part of this first pairing.
Yeah, certainly not the run Phil was looking for that first session. Phil's car's been running really well. Won a race earlier this year and just out there and overpowered the racetrack. Moved over towards the center line and clicked it off. So now, do you have come up here with a conservative? Let's get it in the show. Let's make a nice run. Or do you come up here and go, all right, we got this. Send it. Don't be scared.
Or if you're not, you come up here and send it, or do you say, let's just put one together and see if we get in, you know? No, we'll find out. A personalities, man. They tend to go for it. Looks like Paul Noakes will line up on the other side here as well. Both cars at the bottom of the field. Of course, everybody in here. There's 8 of them, and it's an 8-car field, so see if they can change that. So one thing I love about this sport, as long as you're in, you've got a shot at winning.
Yep.
I mean, just because you're 8th and they're 1st.
We're shooting for lane choice right now, top 4. Everybody wants lane choice.
Do you feel like there's been a difference?
You know, I don't know. It's we've seen a little bit of both.
The right lane, they turned right a little bit, but I mean, I didn't see anything that I felt like was dictated by the track.
I think I would want lane choice tomorrow because first round will be around 2:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30, somewhere in that area, and I don't think it's going to be cool tomorrow. The weather forecast I saw was going to be even hotter, so I'm going to want lane choice. I want top 4 here to have lane choice, and just I want to be able to tell the other guy, no, you're going over there. So they're going to come out here and try and improve top 4. Now, who you kidding? They're going number 1. What do you mean? Yeah, rebooting the clocks. Rebooting the clocks here. Just a small delay. Just it probably got hot too. Reboot the timing system and up and good to go.
Hamill on the side of the car there as they look in. Talk to Noakes and Ultrasonic on the other side. Getting things sorted here. I think they're shutting everything down, turning it back on, and they get it back up and running. The cars are ready to rip. Track is ready to rip. We're ready to rip. So in the meantime, we're going to take one more quick break here. Help out our sponsors, obviously Speed Sport, and we'll be right back to Go Racing.
Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. Oh, holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts, grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look out, one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and any...
Money car is sitting in the water box waiting to start qualifying session number 2 here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Sun just about to set back behind the trees. Only another 20 minutes or so. Really changed conditions here. Unfortunately, the scoreboard says the same exact thing that it said before we went to commercial break. So I'm not sure if they're making any progress on there over there or not, but I'm sure they're working on it as hard as they know how.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not sitting here waiting for the sun to set in the driver's eyes and wait to go below the
It's a one plus here whenever you bring that up. I mean, the sun is not at the end of the racetrack where they're driving into it.
Yeah, it's off to the side a little bit, but I'm sure they're still getting some reflection. Need to Control-Alt-Delete here and get going.
I just hold my finger down on the button until it all shuts off.
They say don't do that, but it seems to work.
Yeah, well, sometimes it just, there's no other option.
We were talking about technology and how much it's made racing better, and here we are waiting for a computer to boot up. Yeah.
Hit any key to continue. So it goes. Pretty solid day, though. You know, good solid 3 days, really. To get out of the box, get everything going. Doubleheader here for the Pro-Ams. Their qualifying done. And they're telling them it looks like to fire that thing up, huh?
There we go. We're live. We're back up. There we go.
Yeah, the numbers are off the scoreboard.
Yeah, we're good.
Awesome.
Right on.
Looks like a 740 class. That obviously the bump.
Yep. Phil is the right lane on the bump. Looking to move up.
8 cars here, so all will make the field, but as you said, who's going to make the top half of the program? Noakes lights him up. It's ready to go here.
Both these cars
were 7th, the 591 and a 7210.37, and Phil Ez on the other side. Number 5 sitting number 8. That is that number you see up on the scoreboard, or if they flash to the scoreboard, is 740 with a 2. They're here. Jackie did slap the wall, certainly got one of the cones, kept it out of the right lane, which is a good thing. But you can see the tire marks clearly across the center line. As to the top of the sheet.
All kinds of excitement in that run. As to number 1, Noakes, across the center line. I do believe you're right. I believe he looked like that header was pretty flat on the left-hand side of the car, but could have been a lot bigger hit. Just stayed with it a little too long, got out there, started shaking, tried to drive through it, got away from him.
Take another look at it here, see if we can figure this one out.
Turned right from the start, yeah.
I don't know if he hit it or not, man. I mean, he got really close from our angle. It looked like he got over there close enough to just graze it, but not really slap it. But that view there looked like he might have missed it, which would be great news. I mean, you want to see any damage to the car, obviously. He's going to be in the field as it would stand right now. He would be number 8. Boy, just a hard move to the right off the bat.
Just a little bitty slap there. You can see it bounce off the wall just a little bit. I was looking down there trying to see if there was any marks on the wall, but just looked like a.
Joe's? I give everybody Joe's number and let them call. Everybody call Joe. DJ Cox now sitting in the number 7 hole. Lined up on the right side. Previous lap, 572 with an 8, 258 miles an hour. And Kyle Smith in the left lane. Previous run, a solid 568 at 238. And I would say that we'll let him do a burnout here. The way through the stripe.
Clicking that a little early. Yeah, definitely the speed down that far. You know, 568. Number 1 was only 562 at the time, so nice solid run.
Approximate RPM that they will leave the starting line at? Any idea? I'm sure it changes.
It's been a lot of years since I dropped the clutch on one of these, and we used to leave anywhere from 4,500 to 6,000, and pretty sure it's higher than that now. I'll make that my job to find that out for you.
Okay. It's always interesting.
Pretty sure Kyle's car is a converter car.
Feel like it comes in a little bit smoother when they use a converter?
Well, I don't know. I've never driven one, but they leave off the button instead of the clutch pedal. You know, I think there's advantages and disadvantages to both.
.564.1, 231, and 572.55.82.
Both cars picking up a little. Not a lot, but a little bit, and put Kyle back in the top half of the field, number 3. DJ staying where he was at. Improved, but not enough.
He didn't help us out much with the button. He's pretty quick on that on that button. I mean, the first one, it takes away all of our progressive numbers, so have a chance to look at it.
He said it has a mind of its own sometime.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think he might be right because he has his hand in his pocket. Another look at it here.
2 nice, you know, pretty solid straight runs right down the racetrack. And we've got to the point now where I think this track's going to take a turn because the sun is definitely now behind going down behind the trees. The temperature should come out of it pretty quick, and you're going to have to adjust for that. I think you can get in trouble here by being too soft now.
Dan Sipos coming up here next in the right lane with 570 is what he put up on the board last time around. 70 with a 7 at 258.62. And then, of course, that A-Fuel injected car that we've been raving about here. The Tony Bartone entry driven by Sean Bellemure was number 2 after the first session. Currently sits number 4, but a 566 with a 6 on the board. Some people might be afraid of that number. Triple sixes. Lights it up pretty nicely. 263.62 was the speed there for the first qualifying session. And it looks like everybody is picking up the pace here for the most part. I mean, obviously Noakes with an issue there, but everybody else has gone a little bit quicker.
Yeah, Noakes the only car not to improve so far this session. So definitely the cooler conditions, getting that sun off this racetrack, making it a little tighter. Everybody had one shot at it, knew what they had to adjust and what they changed. So now it's just a point who did it better. Come into this session number 8, sitting number 1. I'm not sure he's going to stay there though.
Bellemure with over 80 wins. Talked about him having a perfect season a year ago. Off to a great season again. Up on it, 557 with a 9, 264.60, and to the top of the chart he goes.
I didn't think they was going to stay there. So no, nice improvement for both cars there. Nice runs down the track. Both cars moving up. You can see the improvement from the temperature going down. All the cars going down the track and improving this session.
Yeah, from a 570 to 567 there as well. I'm sorry, that's Bogolo, but
63,
yeah,
563.
Really nice.
Dan Sipos improving.
Nice improvement.
700th of a second.
Great effort.
First car
better
in the 50s.
Speed as well. So yeah, all the way around, 100%.
That injected nitro car still top speed again. 263 first session, 264 second.
Looks like it works at 91.5% nitro.
Looks like they're doing okay to me.
That Boggs guy's pretty crafty.
He'd be worth having in your corner.
Yes, clearly proven that.
Final pair.
Tony Bogolo lining up on the right side. The guy that was number 1, Ray Drew, will now line up on the left side. Not a ton of smoke there for Ray Drew. By design, you think?
You know, it's just weird. Sometimes there's a ton of smoke, sometimes there's not. It could be the RPM. It wasn't a real high RPM burnout.
Hales Corner, Wisconsin for the 2014 Mustang. And Ray Drew currently sitting in the number 3 hole. Bogolo down in the 6th hole with a 567.4, 562.0 was number 1 for Ray Drew.
Ray has the liberty now. He come out here, number 1 qualifier after that first session. If anybody's going to go for it, it has to be Ray. He's
Sure,
solid in the field. What you got to lose? Let's go for it. Now he's been knocked down. Definitely going for it. Has lane choice, but Tony Bogolo, he's the only one that can change the lane choice situation.
Yeah, currently the bottom half of the field. We'll see if he can jump up in there in the top half.
Pre-staged and ready to go.
solid reaction time there for Tony Bogolo. Puts a 570 on the board, 560 with a 2. So Ray Drew goes to number 2, does better his previous effort of that 562, but not enough to get around Bellemure.
Nice 2 solid runs in a row down the racetrack. 562 and a 560. You can see right the cream of the crop coming right to the top. Phil Uz sticking his nose right in there. 560 with an 8. Tight field up top 4.
23 thousandths there in 1 and 2. I mean, it's not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, number 2 and number 3 separated by just 6 thousandths of a second. So super tight there.
Once again, Alcohol Funny Cars putting on a good show this weekend.
They have really put on a good show, man. No doubt about it. This session even better than the previous one.
Guess what day it is? It's Friday. Look on the side of that dragster right there. Vodka Friday. Jeff Chatterson.
Fans at home were looking at 2 funny cars when I said that. So.
Well, he's in the water box, ready to go. I got excited. Let's
go. Like, where's the vodka? Where's the vodka Friday car? Sitting in the water box.
Now it's fired up, ready to go. It's Friday. The blown car, letting the injected nitro car start, get things going, pulling on the nitro and taking the alcohol bottle off. Now they're both fired up and ready to go.
Chatterson last time around, 591, currently sits number 6. And Brandon Greco not making a lap last time around. Will give us an 8-car field here.
Yeah, I don't know if they had trouble in the pits or trouble in the lanes or where it was, but sure they didn't want to miss that first session, but he'll be fine this time. 8-car field, take the tree and you're in. I don't think that's what's on his mind, though. I think he wants to go out here and lay down a nice run.
Probably not. I remember talking about him in first round.
Yeah, kind of wonder why he's not on the sheet, huh?
Yeah. Oh, did he go down and was not able to find reverse? Is that in this class?
No, that's top fuel. We're about to find out where he's going to be in this game.
Yeah. See if we can get it done this time.
Side on Chatterson's car. Greco 541 with a 3.264. He got her in the field, right up to number 3.
Great effort out of Greco. Yeah, Chatterson, you can see pretty early on there, lost a hole in the left bank.
Yep. A little easier to see now that the sun's gone down.
Yeah.
It's a little deceiving. We're looking out these tinted windows and looks really dark out there. I'm like, boy, how come that lights aren't on yet? But a little brighter out there. Oh, I see the top end one's coming on.
Just fired up, didn't they?
Yeah, ask and you shall receive.
Speaking of lights, those are off. But yeah, the ones up at the top end just clicked on. So the place is coming to life here. As Tom Fox pulls up in the left lane. And Earl Nichols in the right lane. Earl Nichols currently sitting number 8 now with an 8-car field officially on paper.
His first run blew the tires off right at the step of the throttle. Pedaled it a couple times trying to get it down there, but I'm sure they went back. Probably pulled a little clutch out of it on the starting line just to get it off starting line and get it going. We heard from Tom earlier. Said they got a little more aggressive with the clutch on the second run.
Yeah, they put a 546 with the 9 up on the board there, 264. So I'm sure they have really good data to go off of. Changing conditions, as you documented there before, will help them out a bit. Once again, blower car versus A fuel.
It's really nice to see almost every car we've seen go down the track improve on their second round of qualifying. So track conditions are getting better. Lots of data to use from that first session.
This feels really dark out there, but my guess is there's a bit of tint on our windows as well. Probably not near as bad as we think it is. I mean, certainly not so dark you can't see, and it won't matter here. But I think about going into Saturday when the tree at nighttime changes, it becomes brighter. I mean, you tend to react a bit quicker.
Yeah, it's going to be see the tree better. Everything's better. The car likes it better. All the lights are coming on now. They lit up here right soon. Number 1, 523. Let's see what we can do. Good looking pass in the right-hand lane.
And off to the right side. Yeah, how about that? 529 with a 6. Beautiful pass right there. Jumps up into the number 2 hole. Just a little bit off of Megan's 523.3. 265.59 the speed. Tom Fox currently 6th now with a 544.
You could see the thing get off the starting line without blowing the tires off this time. The crew was pretty excited. They knew what was coming on down through there. You could see the car accelerating pretty good. Even from behind, you could tell it was on a nice lap. Everybody continuing to improve. Some a lot, some a little.
Jackie coming up here next.
Both these cars plenty capable of taking the number 1 spot.
Right. Yep. I agree.
I think we're a long ways from securing this field as they're set. These last 4 cars are going to be really stout cars.
So yeah, Mike Coughlin's going to line up right alongside her, and had a really good pass here in the previous effort. Was number 2. We'll have to work at that a little bit to get back up there. But in that McPhillips car, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better setup. And going to line up alongside Jackie Frick out of Flemington, New Jersey. Documented that team and their successes there in the first round of qualifying. Another A-class team. A lot of success over the course of time. So they'll look to fire up a pair of A-fuel injected cars here.
Starting to see the flames out of the injected nitro cars tonight. You know, it's getting a little darker out there. Nice run. Still put a whole lot on top end, so it could have been a little bit better.
A couple of short burnouts, obviously by design.
Mike Coughlin's drove a lot of different categories over the years. I think I even raced with Mike back in the day in Super Gas. Just tons of different classes he's driven. Very versatile driver. Pretty good, too.
Top bulb's on here, so both cars rolling in. Oh, Laundry out right away on the left-hand lane. Drives it down through there with a shootout. 5:36, 2:59 for the McPhillips car and Mike Coughlin.
Jackie's having a tough weekend.
Jackie's having a tough weekend.
Left starting line looked like it rattled maybe a little bit. Popped the chute out of it. As a driver, you're not like, boy, this thing isn't running very good. What's wrong? Dragging that chute down there.
Mike picking up a couple hundredths of a second here in this session.
Still sitting number 3, but definitely improving. Good consistent runs.
And once again, we're going to go to Kristen Banks up at the top end. Kristen?
I'm down here with Tom Fox Jr. and I got to tell you what just happened down here. Tom Fox Sr. came up and he wanted to know what his time was. He said, I did great. I hit both shifts. And his dad said, but no, you were sitting on the line way too long. Just walk me through that whole conversation with your dad, who is also your crew chief, and what it's like having him really pushing you and telling you the truth.
He's my biggest supporter and he never yells at me, but he's always looking for more. So I love him, but he's tough to work for. And we did okay. We improved a little bit, but we need to step up for tomorrow. I think we're currently sitting 6th.
Yes, you are currently sitting 6th. When you go back to the pits, what is your dad going to tell you need to improve on before tomorrow? I know getting off that line faster for sure.
I was just focused on starting line RPM. The launch will be on the tree tomorrow.
Y'all heard it right here. We'll see Tom Fox Jr. out there again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Of course, the Meyer sisters here ready to square off. Rachel and Megan. Rachel Curl and Megan Lingner. Megan currently sitting number 1 with that 5:23.3, 274.66.
Can the sister take it away from her?
You know she's motivated. They both have it in their blood. I mean, there's no denying that, and both extremely talented. Dad's certainly going to make sure they both have the same setup. He's not getting in the middle of that fight.
Yeah, where's Dad standing? He's standing in the middle. Where's he at?
Rachel currently number 5 with a 5:42 and an 8, 252.90 her previous effort.
She admitted earlier in the first run, you know, been a while since she'd been in the car, and just get the bugs worked out. You know, knock the dust off, and I'm sure get one out. You go, whew, okay, now we're good. Now let's go out here. So now it's old hat.
I mean, even Dell mentioned, you know, I mean, this thing feels fast. You get back in it the first time. There's a lot going on really quickly.
They are fast. That's why it feels fast. Yeah,
real fast. Both cars moving around a fair amount here. Really driving those things. 5:35. So a nice improvement there for Rachel. Not enough to go to number 1. But how about Megan?
Another 5:20. 5:29 with a 5. 5:23 earlier. 2 solid passes.
Yeah, her 5:23.3 from the first round will hang on for that number 1 spot. The 5:29 with a 5 would be good enough for number 2.
Here's how good they were.
By a thousandth of a second.
Here's how good they were qualifying. Number 1 and number 3.
Yeah.
Won't have to face each other till the final round.
There you go. Dad did that on purpose?
Yeah, I think that's what the plan was.
I think that is what the plan was. So pretty amazing. It's a beautiful thing when a plan comes together, they say. So we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to grab a quick little bite while we're taking a break. We urge you to do the same thing and enjoy a beverage while you're at it. We'll come back here in just a few moments and continue on with the second round of qualifying. Stay with us.
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it. From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. And holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Double trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's going to wave. Who's it going to be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. And holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Double trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's going to wave. Who's it going to be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And once again, we welcome you back here as we continue round number 2 qualifying. It looks like the sleds are coming up here next. In the meantime, let's get it back down to Kristen.
Yeah, in the snowmobile class, Mike Schwartz qualified second during first qualification rounds. I asked him if he made any adjustments during the break. He told me due to the fact the tires spun off the start, they not only made a suspension adjustment, but also a power delivery adjustment, hoping to move into that number 1 seed spot. Mike Schwartz.
Great stuff. Yeah, they have that big belt on the back. Obviously, the track did have a chance to talk to a couple of those guys, and they definitely lose grip out here. They're making a ton of power. Rob Lowe Jr. lined up on the right-hand side. Dumps the laundry on that one after he goes 468 with a 9. Don't see him in there, Mike. Tommy?
Nope. 468, though. It's good for number 1 right now.
Yeah, good for the number 1 spot.
Snuck in there and took it away. Mike Schwartz, 470.
160 miles per hour. Very strong pass. Look at that thing spinning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was working that thing. That's pretty impressive. Loose that far down track. Look, sitting here from behind, you can see the track. That thing was moving around really good.
Up next, Mike Schwartz, lined up on the left-hand side, currently qualified number 2. Greg Thomas on the right-hand side. We see that 468.9, and Rob says he has been quicker. I think career best for him is 440, and the 440 is 443. But I mean, who knows how much he lost here when he
lost
if
a
you
lot
will,
of
knocked the tire off of it, if you will.
Good close race. 545.4, 553.4.
Yeah, and Schwartz went a 470 last time around, so nice lap there. 470 with a 3. What he put? The board's wiped out.
Yeah, speed way down on those runs, so not quite optimal performance on the top end.
And yeah, I mean, chatting with these guys, they seem to lose grip up at the top, and I think they're packing air underneath these things. Dave DeBall, currently number 3.
532 with a 2. Speed way down on them. They're just not pulling through the top end, so big difference between 128 miles per hour and 160 miles per hour.
And I wonder if there might be 2 different classes out here. Be worth chatting with Craig Compton, find out there might be a couple of different combinations out there.
Watch the replay here. Watch how hard that thing. Look, he's fighting that thing all the way down the track. He wasn't loose late. He was loose early on that one.
I just don't see the big snout over there for the turbo on,
no.
on that one, you know?
Obviously the turbo car running, or turbo sled running big speed, 160 miles per hour.
Yes. All right, and here we go back in the Mountain Motor Pro stock as first car's up there on the line. Current number 1 qualifier, Jeremy Huffman. The bump spot, you will see, well, I guess you can't see the scoreboard at all times. We do have that luxury here, but it's 4.276. 427 with a 6 is the bump to get in. 5 cars outside looking to get in. Mike Murphy, one of those cars, currently sitting number 9. And it's showtime. It's your final effort here. Last time out went 477 with a 6.
runs a lot better than it did that first session.
Boy, really healed over on the right rear. 438 with a 7. To get up in, he needed a 427 with a 6. So, I mean, an improvement, but not enough.
Yeah. 0.4 of a second improvement. Same spot.
Copy. Take another look at this thing here.
Picking the front end up.
You see it kind of pick up the front end, and then it picked it up again.
Yeah.
And watching it from behind, it looked like it really squat down on the right rear. And let's get it down to Kristen B. And we'll see if we can get at her in just a moment here as Larry Pierce and Jerry Tucker roll up here.
Jerry having problems on that first session. No time on the board. Come up here second session. Trying to get it down the track.
Pierce rolling back here, currently sitting in the 12 hole of what would appear to be 14 cars at this point. Yeah, I mean, it's so we were just sitting here discussing this. We'll check in and make sure that this is not a 16-car field because we don't see a bump on the scoreboard.
Right. So I make me wonder if it's not 16-car.
Right.
Right now, there's a few guys on the outside hoping it is.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know it's posted. We'll have to dig back through and find it. Oh, way over across the center line. Sketchy run there for Larry Pierce. I mean, he hung on to that thing, and it went across the center line. And I mean, at one point, finally, all 4 wheels over the center line. Tucker drove it down through there. 414. Replay here. Your eyes in the near lane. Kicked out a couple cones, so we'll have to reset those, of course.
Larry shutting it off, not jerking the steering wheel to get it back over there, just smooth. Probably kept that car from maybe getting on his lid by not jerking the wheel.
And meanwhile, Tucker goes to number 1.
Yeah, pretty nice run. It took all of his glory away. Nobody even noticed. So.
All right, once again, we'll get it back down to Kristen.
As they're restacking cones, John DeFlorian was P3 in first qualifying. He told me that unfortunately he made a shift error. So in this next qualifying session, he's hoping to remedy that. I'm going to see if for the moment he might be able to talk to us. John, can we grab a quick word with you? Thank you so much. I'm going to slip in here really quick. John, as they're restacking cones out there, what are you telling yourself during this downtime?
You know what? It's actually getting really better because the sun's getting down up the track's getting tighter. So the conditions are actually going to be much better than what they were earlier today. So we could see some really good runs out here. I think somebody could go an 09 or 10 out here for sure. And hopefully we'll be the ones doing that.
John, you mentioned to me a shifting error in the first qualification. How did you guys remedy that?
Yeah, we had some fittings that go on our transmission, and they were giving us some fits or pushing off. And when they do that, won't allow it to shift the gear. So we corrected that. So we shouldn't have a problem. Hopefully on this run, we should go out, hopefully go A to B all the way down and make a #1 qualifier, I hope.
Looking to move up the board, John DeFlorian was P3 in that first qualification, guys.
Yeah, solid car. He's a player out here, no doubt about that.
419 and with problems. Boys better look out. Guys not wanting to give up these runs. Only 2 sessions to get in the show. Just not wanting to give up the runs. And
And once again, staying busy here. The ladies are doing a great job. We'll get up to Kristen Banks now at the top end.
Down here with your fastest qualifier so far, Jerry Tucker, you just moved into that #1 spot. What does that mean to you going into tomorrow?
Hey, it's always good when you can make a good lap in your last time trial. I'm not sure that it will stand. There's some pretty fast cars coming up, but it's a good pass for us. Being first out's pretty tough, but we worked real hard, and we'll take it.
Now we got to talk about in that run, the car that you're going against came over all 4 tires into that center lane, and you didn't even know. Are you just dialed in as soon as you get on that line?
Well, we take off, and we're watching that shift light, and we're trying to make the proper shifting and trying to drive it properly. And they got on that radio and said, that guy's about to run over you, don't let off. So, I mean, you're still trying to drive it and then not do something silly yourself.
Well, congratulations on taking that #1 spot, Jerry Tucker.
Thank you.
Solid effort there for sure, man. That was a great pass. And you've been in that scenario before. I mean, you do stay focused. Sometimes you don't see them. I guess it depends on how far out front they are.
Yeah, they're going to have to be in front of you to see them. You aren't looking out the side too much, and your peripheral vision, you're looking focused on down the track. So unless they're in front of you, you're not going to see them. And yeah, congratulate them on #1, but I'm not sure that's going to hold.
Yeah, it's pretty early on in this session.
Yeah, a lot of guys back here chomping at the bit trying to get a hold of this track. It's way better than it was first session, and I think they have different ideas.
Yeah, and as we heard there from DeFlorian, he's thinking there's some O's out there. So there's some pretty solid cars there in the back. So we're once again, while they're fixing this track up here, getting the cones back out here, we're going to take a quick break. So give them a chance to do what they do. We'll pay a few bills here, take care of our sponsors, and then we'll be back on the other side to continue on with round number 2 of qualifying. Stay with us. And once again, we're back here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Currently in the middle of Mountain Motor Pro Stock qualifying session number 2. Look at that shot. That is awesome. Drone zipping down through here. Hold on. Up and over the building. Tower, if you will. And another look at it right there. Absolutely gorgeous. Great job, guys and gals. Darana Raceway here in Hebron, Ohio. Beautiful evening, man. Summer evening in the Midwest, and again, much better than this.
That's a great evening. Great racing. Track's getting really good. A lot of people tuned into the broadcast. You asked me a question a little bit ago about alcohol funny cars, where they're leaving that on the starting line. Well, the great Frank Manzo. He texted me.
Frank Manzo.
Set me straight. Frank says, clutch cars leave now between 6,700 and 7,100. I told you they'd changed since I had driven one. You know how long it's been since I've driven one? Yeah, I trust Frank. Yeah, guy kind of knows what he's doing, you know.
When I first started, we were talking about it in Englishtown. Yeah. When I first started in Englishtown, Manzo would be out there, man, doing his thing.
Thanks, Frank.
He's absolutely one of the best. Yes, thanks, Frank. I see people down there. Looks like they're leaving.
Yep.
Leaving the scene. We'll get things fired back up here. We did confirm 8-car field. Thought it was an 8-car field, but it is an 8-car field. So, yeah. I think we have about 6 of them outside looking in. 5
it's going to be a tough,
looking in.
Tough 8-car field.
It's Mountain Motor Pro Stock, right? I mean, that's typical standard for MO for this category. And it was always brutal.
Moments away, it looks like. Everybody returning to the starting line.
All the lights are fired up for sure.
Much different perspective for me from not being out there and looking through these windows, and I'm thinking, man, it looks dark out there.
I know. Yeah, there's definitely a tint on these windows. It makes it feel a lot darker in here. Contemplating turning the lights out. I wish we could just dim them in here, you know.
Yeah.
But then we can't see our paperwork. I'm guessing we wouldn't be able to see it. We can see everything else. Doug Foley Jr. down there.
I think he's looking at the inventory of the blocks out there in the center of the track.
You see this? Is how many blocks?
That's how many we got left. It's been a rough day for the blocks out there. Not sure why we're not going yet, but hopefully shortly.
Love these cars. Great drivers inside of this category. Waiting for the glue to set, maybe. Oh, there you go. Pulling it back up. Maximum cubic inch here in this category, 833, weighing in at 2,400 pounds. And we talked about that before. Electronic fuel injection is legal. We talked about VP Racing Fuels being the official fuel of the IHRA, so all entries must utilize VP Racing Fuel Q16 only. Love this part. Clutch engagement, disengagement must be manually operated by the driver's foot.
There we go. Fired back to life.
Lenco or Liberty transmission allowed. Automated shifters and electronic time shifters are prohibited.
Chris Powers in the right lane. Currently 14th. Gonna have to step it up. Didn't have a good run the first run. Didn't get down the track.
And Corey Moss, one spot out, looking in. That's the time we talked about that we were speaking of before, that 4:27.6, and now it's no longer good enough. Put Strobe, I believe, on the bubble there at a 4:25.2.
We've heard from guys back further in the line that 4.0s are possible. That 420s aren't going to make it.
Yeah, getting in the top half of the field in this category in a 16-car field is no easy task. And now, if you're not in that top half, you're not in the field at all. Yeah, Strobe Lander 425 with a 2, 168.58 currently on the bubble.
Currently out, number 9.
Oh, was he out?
He's out, number 9 right now. Came in here number 8. Now he's out.
Corey Voss is out.
Oh, I thought you were talking about who's on the line.
No, I was talking about who's on the bubble. Driving them down through there side by side. Great battle. 420 with a 4. Back inside of the show. 418 with a 1. So both of them bettering their mark. They go to number 3 and number 6.
Chris Powers, number 13 after the first session, all the way up to number 3.
One more look at this one.
Very cool shot from the drone, following those cars down the track. That's a lot straighter run. Both cars, nice side-by-side runs. 418, 420.
Yeah, really solid effort right there. So Rick Cougar now on the bubble with a 421 and an 8. Neighbor out, Lander out. It was Strobe Lander that was on the bubble with that 425 and a 2, currently sitting P10, 10th, and John Placino with that number 1 on the side of the car, by the way. Outside looking in. Placino can definitely throw one down. There is no doubt about it. He's still fighting with that cone a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure the glue got dry yet. Went by and got the blew it around a little bit, maybe.
Some gaff tape.
All right, fire them up. Here we go.
Ralph Shaheen chiming in. Great to hear him listening in. Of course, an important part of Speed Sport. We appreciate everything he does. Important part of making all this happen, by the way, as well. Thank you, Ralph. Streaming all day today on Speed Sport 2. We'll stay on Speed Sport 2 through the better part of tomorrow, and then at 6 o'clock we will switch over to Speed Sport 1. So we'll keep everybody advised of that as it goes on tomorrow, but just be aware that we will switch over to the fast channel, if you will. It is still free. You will not have to buy anything or sign up for anything. You just switch over from Speed Sport 1, which is the stream channel, to the fast channel. It's probably on your TV already.
Yep, it's on Amazon Prime, Roku, all different sources. Speed Sport 2 till 6 o'clock. Switch over to Speed Sport 1.
Obviously IHRA TV as well, and YouTube channel. So they've had it pretty, I think it's been live on the Facebook page as well. So a number of options there to keep up with all the action here from the first of 5 events for the 2025 season for the International Hot Rod Association. We thank you for listening in and watching. John Placino lined up on the right-hand side. Rick Cougar on the left side. Big move for Placino. He's in trouble. Placino's not going to make this field. 418 with a 1, 171 miles an hour. on the other side for Calgary goes to the number 4 hole, and John Placino will not make this field.
You could hear it in the tower. The car went out there and shook really hard. Just his track's been tricky all day. It went from a little marginal on the first session, and now I think it's getting tight. Probably caused the car to go out there and shake.
I mean, we're talking about a 2-time world champ here. I mean, this guy can rip, and it did not happen. They take no prisoners in this class.
We're seeing how important this 2-run qualifying session is right now.
You've been talking about all day long.
Just a little mistake, and you're behind the 8 ball. There's no provisionals in drag racing, no gimmies. You got to earn it.
John Koenigshofer fires up his 2021 Mustang. He'll line up alongside Strobe Lander, who was inside of the field when we started this session. Strobe was in the number 7 hole, then it was on the bump, and then was bumped out and currently sitting number 10. On the bump is John Koenigshofer with a 421 and a 5.
I think we could easily see the bump down in the 14s.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've seen a number of teams up there on the board, so. Take your time, make sure everything is correct here one more time. Go through the process, same process every single time. Fan the door a little bit, some of the smoke out of there, and doors are shut. Wheelie bars set. Ready to go. Koenigshofer in. Here we go. Top bulbs on. Light start means nothing here. All that matters is getting into the show. And clearly 458 will not get you there, nor will a 460.
No improvement from either lane.
So Koenigshofer's going to have to hope that that 21 with a 5 is good enough to hang on. But I don't know, man. How many cars are out that have not gone would be the question. I mean, the other cars that are in or ahead of him, that doesn't matter in terms of making the field.
Kurt Neighbor, number 9 right now, looking to get in. Might be the last car.
Yep, could make it happen. DeFlorian currently number 6. So Kurt Neighbor, as you talked about there before, 424 with a 670 miles an hour. One spot out.
No reason either one of these cars can't go to number 1 right now. Two really good running race cars.
Yeah, DeFlorian feeling like there's an O out there, so we'll see if he's put it inside of the car and can make it happen. Koenigshofer on the bubble, 421 with 5.
Got to go better than a 414 with a 7 to take the number 1 spot. Neighbor made a good run the first session, just not a great run. DeFlorian, he even said he had problems, so Both these cars looking to improve on that first session.
The wall here is Kurt Neighbor trying to drive that thing in to get in. It's not going to happen. 4:14, and John DeFlorian shoots up to #1 by 0.02 of a second.
Right before that run, I said 4:14 with a 7. You got to go better than that. 0.02 better. #1, John DeFlorian.
And John Koenig, chauffeur, survives. He makes the show. 4:21 with a 5 is the bump. Kurt Neighbor trying to drive that thing down through there. Man, he got out of the groove. Was way over there by the wall, trying to force that thing down through there to get up into the show. Just was not going to happen. So Lander, Neighbor, Lander, Murphy, Pluchino, Pontieri, and Pierce, unfortunately, done here tonight.
No, we got Pontieri coming over the tower.
Pontieri's coming over here.
Yeah, we still got more.
500-inch cars sitting up here.
No.
Number 921, I don't even see him on the list. So what threw us off here?
It is dark looking out these windows.
Well, I mean, that's car number 921. And I don't see him on the list. And I wonder if they didn't come out that first session. Oh, Jerry Huffman.
Yep.
I guess you have to look at the top of the list.
He's looking to go back to the top of the list.
And once again, we're going to go up top to Kristen. She is with John DeFlorian.
Up top with John DeFlorian. Just took that #1 spot in that Mountain Motor Pro Stock, and you did it from the left lane. How'd you get it done?
Yeah, you know what? It was a handful. It was moving around out there a lot. Kind of reeled it in, held on to it. I think if we could have cleaned that run up, it would have been probably 11 anyway. But that just shows you what was left in it. But to go out there and run that good in that left lane was really good, because that lane's been a challenge all day. And so I'm happy. Hopefully it'll be enough for it to hang on to, and the Total Seal car can stay there and get this deal done, but we'll see to come tomorrow, right?
Now, if you go in there with the #1 qualifying spot, does it put more pressure on you?
You know what? It actually doesn't, because here it'll actually be an open run for first round, so it actually give us another free shot at the racetrack. So it's actually a good spot to be in right now. If we can hang on to it, it's going to really help going into eliminations tomorrow.
Well, congratulations to John DeFlorian on that #1 qualifying spot.
Thank you. Hopefully it hangs in there. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Well, if you listen to John, is this an 8-car show or is this a 16-car show?
Yeah. Well, according to what I was told, is it has been displayed as an 8-car field, what it said on the website. So I'm not going to get in the middle of that one.
We'll let them fight it out.
Jerry Huffman pulling up here on the right-hand side. My apologies before. Was #1 coming into the session. Currently sits #3, but a 4:15 with a 0 up on the board. Dwayne Rice lined up on the left-hand side. Currently #6. So we'll try to get confirmation on that once again on the 8-car, 16-car field. Dwayne Rice here lining up, and behind him will be Pontieri. We'll see if Huffman can put that thing back up on top of the sheet. .413 with an 8 and a 412 with a 9. So they go to the top of the sheet, #1 and #2. Jerry Huffman once again to the top.
Just keeps getting better and better. That track is really coming around. These guys are throwing everything at it. Every pair of cars is getting quicker and quicker.
And this thing could still change. Pontieri sitting back here. He's outside looking in, currently sitting in the 13 hole.
You asked earlier about are we seeing a preferred lane, one better than the other? And evidently, the left lane has been tough, they said.
Yeah, I mean, DeFlorian was pretty clear about that one.
Early in the day when the track was hot, I saw everybody having trouble in both of them. So they're all looking pretty good in both of them right now. One last car. Is number one still safe?
Spectacular looking hot rod. Another one of our Canadian friends. We need to put one together here. Koenig chauffeur is currently sitting on the bubble. Once again with that 4:21.5 if in fact it's an 8-car field. If not, then everybody's safe. And just confirmed from an official, it is an all-run field at 14 cars on a 16-car ladder. We made it exciting for
great TV, wasn't it? Yeah. Just joking. Everybody gets a race. All good.
Lucino's probably sending the gang up here for me now.
Still wants to improve. That's a lot better than the first.
4:15 with a 2. Either way it went, he was going in the field.
Absolutely, all the way up to number 5.
Yeah, really nice job there. Great turnaround.
7 cars in the teens. According down to number 8, Corey Voss, 4:20. So outstanding session for the Mountain Motor Pro Stock cars.
So that'll wrap up the Mountain Motor Pro Stock category here, and we will switch over into the 5.
At it, go out there and lay down the runs. Everybody took advantage of it. Everybody improving on that session. Almost everybody improving on that session. Dave Rivers here in the Pro Stock car, just not idling right. The car did that the first session up here and just did not sound right. They got some issues and they're trying to work through them.
Yeah, they'll make the field here. So if they can get things sorted out, maybe they'll have a better race day. But it looks like they will push back here from this effort.
It's yeah, it looks looking a little dark out there. So got an issue with the power and the lights out there. Top end lights are still working. Spectator side still working. But the
bulk of them, it looks like 3 of the 4 banks are still working. So once again, we'll take a commercial break here, let them get things sorted out, and we'll get back here to qualifying one more time. Pro Stock 500-inch cars are ready to make some noise when we come back. Stay with us.
Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. Every Monday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Things get a little crazy. We've got some of the best demolition derby action from across the country. Figure 8 racing, enduro racing, and anything else that takes you to the unusual side of motorsports.
Oh, no! And they both go!
Monday Mayhem is on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble! Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts, grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look out, one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's gonna wave. Who's it gonna be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1.
As we'll cover this track, we'll drag race to it.
From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for details, viewing options. Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. And oh, holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes, Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
Good look at the band here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro series. Looks like they still have power over there. Well, the left side of the track looks fine, so we're here at Darana Raceway, Hebron, Ohio. Unfortunately, we lost lights up here on the front right lane, if you will, up by the tower, by the grandstands, down at the finish line and into the shutdown area. All the lights are up down there on the right-hand side. Actually, it looks like both sides possibly. So, yeah, just this one bank up here, and they're actively trying to figure it out.
Yeah, getting that a few people lost the feet. We're back up and running. All good. Now if we can get the lights up, go back to racing.
Had a little bit of everything, throwing them some curveballs.
I like it. The band play. That might be where all the power's going. Look how bright that is over there.
Great here to be back up and running. A few bugs to work out in these live events. A lot of tempos. A lot of things that can bite you and go wrong, but staff has been outstanding. The people have been. We heard it from a couple of racers, right? I mean, just the vibe, just the feeling of everybody out there. It's not a pressure cooker. You know, you walk in and everybody's kind. I mean, I got to the gate and I didn't have a credential. I didn't have anything really to get in, and the lady was super nice. You know, just sign right here and go over there and take care of everything. I mean, it couldn't have been any easier.
Well, your Ken Stout, she knew.
Yeah.
I think I got here before you and told them or something. Yeah, I'm not sure. But no, it's just been a great, relaxed atmosphere. The racers are having a good time, even in this heat. You know, I mean, the heat makes everybody a little angry. hey, they're having a good time. They're enjoying themselves. Free bags of ice. I mean, it takes very little sometimes to make some people happy, and it just shows that little effort, and everybody's having a really good time and enjoying themselves.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. You talked about the food and how good it was, but just the mere fact that they had the driver's dinner, I believe is what it was referred to at hospitality, and everybody was allowed to come over there and have some food. Everybody's sitting down together, chatting a little bit, the calm before the storm, if you will, and it was a good time, man.
Yeah, everybody enjoying each other, catching up with everybody, and talking and having some good food. And it was really, really a neat deal last night.
Beautiful looking tower.
Looks like we might be getting a little bit of power back. We got scoreboards lit up again.
Yeah, we've got lights on the tower. That's a good start. So yeah, still a couple of categories to go here. We have obviously the 500-inch cars. We have Pro Nitrous. We have Pro Mod. I believe we still have the Nitro Harleys that have to come out here. Obviously the fuel classes. So some action yet to go here tonight.
Drone's still got power.
That drone's been on point. Yeah, there you can see the bank of lights that are not functioning. Hospitality, I believe, was located just behind those grandstands there. So look at the 500-inch cars that are sitting out here ready to go, waiting for the green light, if you will. So the electricians are here digging through the bare wires.
Christmas story.
Trying to find that breaker. So while they're doing that, once again, bear with us here. We're going to take a break. We'll be back on the other side.
Each week on Speed Sport 1, get the very best in grassroots racing with Prime Cuts. Every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, we'll serve up a new episode.
And around goes the 9, and we're going to pile them up.
From coast to coast and all points in between.
3 wide off of turn 2.
Prime Cuts is choice racing action cut down to the very best.
Great. And holy goodness!
Join us for new episodes Thursdays at 7 p.m. Eastern on Speed Sport 1. Race fans have a home on Speed Sport 1. As we'll cover the strap, we'll drag race to it. From water to the desert, Speed Sport 1 has a variety of competition that will spark your inner racer.
Look at the number 10 machine. Oh, boom, we got a flipper. We're going to have her. Oh, and right back on his wheels.
Speed Sport 1, the live racing network.
Doing the tap dance, rat-a-tat-tat. All the leaders real bumper.
Go to speedsport1.com for detailed viewing options. Speed Sport 1 has racing 24/7.
Trouble. Lost the right front hard.
Each week, find new episodes of Prime Cuts. Grassroots racing from America's short tracks.
Oh, look at one upside down into turn number 1.
Speed Sport 1 is the place to satisfy that itch for racing.
Checker's going to wave. Who's it going to be?
Go to speedsport1.com for a complete guide to what's coming your way next. Speed Sport 1, the live racing network. Speed Sport 1 is the place for the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series, the premier dirt super late model tour of the Southeast.
And just about 4 wide for the lead.
Watch the series on Speed Sport 1 as it travels to some of the South's best tracks. Founded by racers, the Hunt the Front Super Dirt Series is a professional touring series, and you can see the entire season on Speed Sport 1. It's free to watch. Go to speedsport1.com for details and viewing options.
And once again, we're back here at Darana Raceway for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Waiting for the lights to come back up so we can continue qualifying session number 2. In the meantime, Kristen B is down there once again as she's continued digging.
Jacob McNeil in the Pro Mod. You missed your first qualifying session. You were telling me an ignition issue.
Yes, ma'am. We're the only car out here with a mag. Everybody else got fuel technology. So this morning we were in check mag phase and doing all of our things. And inside our connector, but there's male and female connectors. And inside the male came apart, but it was still pluggable. So we put all back together, came back here for our first run. It was trying, but everything looked fine. We got back, pulled it apart, and then there it was. It was a $20 part, kept us from making Q1.
So this will be your first time hitting the track, and you got to make it count because this is a go or go home class. For you, what are you telling yourself?
Get down at all costs, within reason, without scratching it. You know, we got a safe tune-up window. This is we got a whole tuned-up system for this car this weekend. So hopefully, you know, going A to B, but A to B compatible is what's kind of our big deal for this one right here. So hopefully, they got a pretty good track, man. This is the first ever time I've never been here before. Now all the classes I've drove, it's a really nice facility. So we just got to get down.
Jacob, thanks so much. Best of luck.
Appreciate you.
And obviously that class coming up here in just a little bit. How many times has that happened? That $20 part.
Yeah, a million ways to lose, right?
Man, it's so difficult. It really, really is. And all the precautions that that you take to try to make sure everything's going to function properly, and something inevitably tends to pop up and bite you. And then you can have those days where it seems like you can't do anything right, and you go out here and it all turns around and you win, you know?
Well, let's see if we're making any progress here. Doesn't seem to be wanting to boot back up, but
nothing specific has changed that I've heard of yet. Top Fuel Harley, Ryan Perry still out front. We'll see them a little bit later on. Jay Turner, the Bulldog, right there behind him. Said he put a soft setup.
Yeah, Craig Sullivan, before his first round of qualifying, a significant delay, now a slight delay here before your second round of qualifying. Craig, you just mentioned to me that you made a suspension change.
Yes. Yeah, we swung the 4-link for this lap to try to get more bite, 60, 70 feet out. So we're hoping something good comes of it. Going to try to go out there and run a 71, 72, and be in the middle of the pack after this one.
Are you feeling better about your second run?
It's always a crapshoot at a big event like this because it's an event. The traction here today isn't what we're used to racing on for the last 4 or 5 weeks. So we've got to adapt, and it just takes laps.
What does it take to be adaptable at a race like this?
You got to think out of the box. Okay, we're all old guys, so it's hard for us to get out of our box.
Well, I enjoy following you, getting out of your box there, Craig, and best of luck as Bet on Black will make its second debut out on track here in Ohio.
we'll see if things work out there for him. There's, he says those old guys are pretty crafty too. They've seen a lot of this before, so wouldn't count them out.
Yeah, a little experience goes a long ways in this game. So he's been down on these tracks before, know how to get down them. So make the appropriate changes, and we saw the track just getting better and better and better. It's killing me here to watch this with no lights. Let's get out here and do this because you know how good that track's getting. There's a lot of times you sit here long delay like this and the track will get too cool. I don't think we're going to worry about that today. I think we're going to maintain plenty of heat in that track not to get too cool. So I don't think that's going to be an issue tonight.
Yeah, I know it's frustrating for the fans at home. We apologize. Certainly us too, and the people that are trying to fix the issue, the racers. Just one of those deals. We just continue to push through it. I'm going to show you once again recap Top Alcohol Funny Car.
That was a wild ride. Taking the cones out, slapping the wall. First pair out, wild session. Then it just kept getting better. Better runs. Getting better.
There's no doubt about it. They really put together another great session there for the category.
Yeah, first session and second session. Alcohol Funny Car put on a good show.
Bellemure in the left lane here, shot to the #1 spot, laid the gauntlet down with the A Fuel car. And Drew, who was #1, got bumped out there, but shot back up into the #2 spot. So take a look at the ladder here and how things are going to shake down come tomorrow.
Sean Billmer in that #1 spot, taking on Paul Noakes. Get that car fixed after slapping the wall. Stan Sipos, Kyle Smith, first round matchup. Ray Drew, DJ Cox. And Phil Ez got it in there on that second session. Nice improvement. Tony Bogolo, first round opponent.
Yeah, Phil Ez shot to the top of the heap there for a moment. So, yeah, definitely put together a great run. So, ended up in the #3 spot. And we'll have a good race with Tony Bogolo come tomorrow. Go back and take a look at Top Alcohol Dragster, which is loaded with A Nitro cars, A Fuel cars. You can see that the one there in the left lane had knocked the hole out right off the bat.
That one there, nice and clean, flames up. Great improvement after blowing the tires off the step on the first session. Jackie Frick, parachute coming out on the run, killing her run. Mike Koff on the other side, making a nice lap.
Yeah, and you talked about it before. The Myers girls doing a great job. Megan up there, Megan Lingner up there in the #1 slot. Go down there and take a look at the #3 spot. The final pair down there at the bottom, that is Rachel, her sister. So the only way they can match up, as you mentioned before, would be in the final round. I'm sure that's a great scenario for Randy. Chatterson with a tough round 1. Coughlin and Greco will square off against each other, Earl Nichols, and we'll see if Jackie can put together a good run there in round #1 when it really, really matters. Once again, we'll get it upstairs to Kristen B.
Well, thank you so much, Ken. Mike DiDomenico with me now, #1 seed in the Pro Mod class, heading into his second qualifying effort. How is that Larry Jeffers chassis handling?
It's handling very well. In fact, after I made the pass, I told my son, who's the tuner, I says, man, that thing went right down Broadway. You know, very, very happy. And with these conditions, it's hot today. It was muggy. The track was slick. But, you know, we still made it from A to B. The X1 connecting rod Corvette went A to B, and these guys have been working their tails off, and my son Sal's been tuning, and we'll see what happens. Yeah.
In what way has the humidity impacted your effort?
Well, anytime you got high humidity, the motor can't breathe, right? It's just like us, you know. We can't breathe with water, right? So it's the same thing with the engines. And then you got the sun's blasting on the racetrack, okay? It makes it kind of greasy. So it was tricky, very tricky conditions today. So we're hoping this night session, maybe we can pick it up a little bit, so.
I love hearing about the colorways and the graphic selection on the side of the car. What kind of inspired this colorway for you?
It's the X1 connecting rods. That's our logo. And my son and I, we developed X1 connecting rods, Hemi connecting rods, just for Pro Mod alcohol cars. And that's just the color scheme. And our boxes that package them up looks just like that. Yeah. So that's how it came about, I guess. I don't know. I like the colors. Always like black and red, you know.
So like Ricky Bobby, sponsored by me.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I'm just, how does he say? I'm just a winning machine.
Winning machine.
With my hands. I don't know what to do.
Mike, best of luck out there. Thanks so much. Good to meet you.
When I wake up in the morning, I'm not going to finish that one.
You can tell he had a good run that first session. He's happy. Yeah. He's loose, smooth.
Good feeling, huh?
Yeah.
By the way, lights coming back up, as you can see there. So we are not far away from going racing now.
Starting to push them back up there and get them ready.
And the crew just keeps digging. It's like, we'll get the next one fixed. Let's keep moving along here. So love the way they work.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for everybody. The heat, all the work, all the problems. Everybody just keeps digging.
Yeah, everything really put to the test here today. As the 500-inch cars sit there and wait patiently. My driver's inside the car, ready to rip. Water going down the water box, getting things ready to go here. Takes a little bit of time for those lights to come back up to full steam. But they feel like they are good enough now. Apparently they are up there. They have fired one up. Dave River with his started up.
Here I was thinking Dave was having problems with his car, and little do we know, no lights. Dave's been running Pro Stock a lot of years. Good family operation. Everybody in the family comes. He gets out a few times a year. Not a lot, not full time, just when he has time and when he can.
And it looks like he's going to make a single here. Looks like they have shut down Dave Rivers.
No, he's still, I think still going.
Going?
They're checking. They were checking.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I went the mop out there, and I thought his crew guy waved him off.
Well, I think we had that issue last run with Dave. I think he had something go wrong the last pass, so definitely want to make sure everything's correct because we've had enough issues for the day.
Yeah, thumbs up.
Yep, pulling him forward.
Good to go. All right, that's great. That thing forward there and turn on the top bulb. See if we can get some numbers up on the board.
Still not sounding real smooth. Much better.
So, Mayor, did it sound like something happened right there at the very end?
I think it was just shoving the clutch in. Might have missed the foot swap a little bit.
458 with a 9, 154. As Derek Reese Ohio, just about 30 minutes east of Columbus. Can't wait to get things going here. We're going to have a great time. I'm Ken Stout, Tommy Johnson Jr. standing right alongside. Haven't run in a long time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Darana Raceway for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're here in Hebron, Ohio, about 30 minutes east of Columbus. Welcome to Speed Sport 1. We've been drag racing here for the past 3.5 days. Unfortunately, Mother Nature opened up on us just a little bit ago, but it has been awesome so far. We have some great classes coming your way, some great racing. Of course, the pro classes are in here. We've had a good time during qualifying. It was a long day a day ago, but we had some good racing here so far today until the rain opened up.
Absolutely. It was great side-by-side drag racing. The first round was started. We got into Nitro Funny Car. We had round one pair in. Then we had Mother Nature. But maybe it's cooled things off. We'll have a better racetrack than we've had all week. So let's just see what the racing is the rest of the day.
Absolutely. I'm Ken Stout. That is Tommy Johnson Jr. standing right alongside. Wins in both Top Fuel and, of course, Funny Car. Good stuff for sure, and a couple different continents as well. We also have Kristen Beat, who has been with us all weekend long, and she's done a fabulous job. She's ready to go. Kristen?
Yeah, thanks so much, Ken. It's great to be here. Looking towards the premier class tonight, I checked in with Scotty Palmer. He told me the temperature has been really difficult to navigate, as has been the weather. In Top Fuel, he said that can be a common scenario, but especially here in Hebron, Ohio. He said last night in qualifying, he was looking for tire spin. He had noticed in previous runs, other Top Fuel cars were struggling with it, but there is a battle going on here for Mr. Palmer. He told me that the driver in him obviously wants to lean into the throttle, but the owner wants to lift. Unfortunately, 2.3 seconds in, he stumbled. He had lifted, however, he changed his mind, decided to lean in. He suffered a mechanical, and tonight he said he doesn't want to overdrive the track. So a lot of the drivers have been trying to not only balance the weather, the conditions, the car setup. It's a busy track here tonight. It's a brand new series opening up in the IHRA, a part of a 5-race series. And, you know, there's a lot that these guys are kind of juggling this weekend, not to mention the weather here in Hebron, Ohio. But with more on the racing, let's toss it up to top end with Kristen Banks.
And we're going to take it back here into the booth. Unfortunately, Kristen Banks is not available to be with us at this point because of the top end is so covered in water. So we'll give her a little mulligan on this one. We'll see her a little bit later on the show.
We'll give her a boat and a paddle here.
That's probably a much better description. I mean, it just absolutely unloaded on us. But we nearly got all the first round in for the pros. Was up to the fuel classes, and unfortunately we got hit pretty hard here with weather. Track is almost. I think the track is dry, but all the surrounding stuff, like the return road, is still being taken care of. So hopefully we can go racing here pretty soon. I've got to tell you, it's the first time I've ever seen a helicopter as a track driver.
Yeah, I've seen it once other before, but not very often. You see the helicopter come and assist in the track drying out here. They dried very quickly. I was impressed by how quick the track dried. And you're right, it's the surrounding areas. The return road, I mean, it was practically flooded underwater. And then the top end, there's a little lull in the track on the top end. They're trying to get that out of there. You still, even though you drop parachutes, you want to be able to stop the cars with no water on the racetrack. So as soon as they get that, the helicopter has really been helpful on the top end of the racetrack.
So also, brand new track dryer here, by the way. That thing is massive, and it did a great job.
Yeah, they started up 2 of those. I think it's the maiden voyage of them because they were all here watching to see how the track dryer did, and they put 2 of them out there on each side of the track, you know, drying up the wet spots on the outer edges, and I think that did a really good job.
All right, so a little bit earlier in the weekend, actually yesterday, we finished up qualifying. We had 2 rounds of qualifying. That is the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series format. 2 rounds of qualifying on the first day, and then obviously eliminations on the second day. A 2-day format here for the pros. So we got both rounds in. We had to fight through some adversity along the way. We had some exciting moments. Some guys put a Darana Raceway stripe on the car, if you will. So we're going to take you to highlights from qualifying in round 1. Oh, you did say we had about 6 cars.
Yep.
had a little track work to do after the first pair, and moving on to the second pair.
Ed Wilson lining up on the left-hand side. Always loved the 41 Willys bodies. Just gorgeous.
Like Craig Sullivan was talking, you know, a little something different. It was always great to see the different body styles. You know, everybody can go with the new Camaros, but it's good to shake it up a little bit. Willys, I like Willys. They're a good-looking car. Oh, waving to the fans.
Clear to see some Pat Musey power underneath the hood of Dale Brensfield's car. Dale out of Oak Ridge, North Carolina. Jerry Pickle chassis. Purging the nitrous on that one as we speak. 976 cubic inches. Because 830 is just not enough.
That's right.
If they'll allow it, why not? Why not go get it? Danny Perry, crew chief on that car. Dale and Donna been racing together for 30 years. Wilson out of North Carolina as well with that 41 Willys. 942 cubic inch Gene Fulton power. Carbureted with 6 stages of nitrous over there for Edward Wilson. Runner-up at Bristol IHRA 1987. Moves around. Wow. Oh, man.
That thing was shaking the tires so hard, I saw the passenger door come open. And it was way out there doing that. So that thing was getting it early and then go out there shaking the tires, and saw the passenger door come open. I thought, man, maybe it's time for him to lift. I think even the driver's door is cracked open there, too. That is some serious tire shake.
Ricky Smith out there having a good look at that right lane as well. Yeah, I guess just trying to drive through it, right? I mean, sometimes you can.
I bet it hurt. Look at them doors cracked open there. Man, I mean, that had to hurt.
Watch it again. Car in the right lane rattling the tires. Car in the left lane moving around. Doesn't look like much there. Easy, anybody can do it.
He'd be back here taking some aspirin a little bit, ready to get rid of that headache. But yeah, he was trying to drive through it, but just not going to happen. Shooking so hard, it made it turn the car to the right. Good looking Corvette coming around the corner there.
Yeah, Jim Widener coming around. Beautiful car, man. Billy Albert as well, line up alongside. Boy, really soft burnout there for Widener. Might try that again.
Yeah. He was having some trouble with the burnout. I'm going to back him up. Didn't go past stern line, I don't think, so back it up and try it again.
Oh, we know who Ricky Smith is working with now.
Yeah, I seen Ricky stand up there on the start line. I was trying to figure out what car he's helping this weekend, and Billy Albert in the right-hand lane. That looks a little better.
Radio communication there between Ricky Smith and Billy Albert as he backs him up here.
Looks at that paint scheme. I'm going to say this is one of Ricky Smith's former race cars. It's definitely a Ricky Smith paint scheme.
Copy. Couldn't ask for somebody any better than that guy, right? I mean, if you're going to get a little bit of help from somebody in this category.
If you're running a nitrous car in the Pro Mod category here, if you don't ask Ricky Smith for help, well, you're going to get some good help with Ricky Smith. He's made a lot of runs down these racetracks, a lot of nitrous runs. I've seen Ricky go to turbo cars, but he's definitely the nitrous guy. Moving around a little bit to the right, but 379, that's a pretty stout run.
Yeah, Billy Albert, it was going off to the right the entire time, but running 660 feet there to the 8th mile, he just let it go over there. It looked like right there to the finish line, very, very close to, and then brought it back to the left. So just trying to let that thing go and not fight it.
Yeah, I mean, takes #1 spot by 0.8 of a second. That's a pretty nice run this first session, but a lot of guys having trouble, and he's making a nice run right straight down through there, 201. That shows you how wide the groove on this racetrack is. Allow these guys to get away with stuff like that.
It was hard to see it there from that angle, and that happens a lot of times when you look horizontally. Us with our vantage point to sit right behind them. I mean, that car just went to the right the entire time. Almost, I mean, it seemed to go straight, if you will, although it didn't look like it was aimed to the right. But I mean, it never really made a big move one way or the other. It just kind of went off to the right-hand side. So.
I was leaning left in my chair up here. Yeah, I think that helped bring it back a little bit. Yeah.
All right, Kristen Vita's down there with some future bikes that are going to roll out here. If you've never seen a Harley go down here, one of the Nitro Harleys, they are absolutely incredible.
These top fuel Harleys can reach 1,000 horsepower. Tim Kerrigan told me on a good day. I asked him, is today a good day? He said, yes, absolutely. It's a great day for these bikes out on track, not only because of the climate, but also because of the traction they're getting now. Something I noticed unique on his bike, generally the exhaust on these top fuel Harleys exit right here. Instead, on this bike, they actually are creating more downforce. They're getting the bike closer to the ground, which obviously creates better speed by allowing the exhaust to exit behind him. This is an amazing built bike, and no surprise, guys, he does have a land speed record for an 8th mile on the top fuel Harley.
Gorgeous looking bike. Is that Tim Kerrigan's bike by the chance?
Yeah, I think that's what she said.
Did she say? Yeah, did she say that at the top? I missed it. Sorry, I had a producer in my ear and a lot of voices in my head, man. We'll have a look at that in just a little bit. It'll be a lot of fun.
Moving on to Pro Mod now.
David Monday coming up here out of Tennessee with 2023 Corvette.
Such good looking cars in Pro Mod. Just love they take pride in these cars. Beautiful paint job, clean looking cars.
Crew chief, some guy named Howard Moon.
He's running a few IHRA races as crew chief in the day.
David Monday race cars, same one, yep. Building their own engines as well, looks like, with the help of Howard Moon. Goes to the right-hand side just a little bit, but sails it down through there. 378, 200 miles per hour.
If I'm going to run the right-hand lane and watching all these guys, I'm going to aim my car a little to the left. Every car we've watched off to the right. Very few straight runs in this right-hand lane. Able to get them down there. Track's got a nice wide groove, gets a little over, no big deal. Just drive her back a little bit, keep on going.
Billy Albert had a great run out there and up at the top. Once again, welcome back to Darana Raceway. This is the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Unfortunately, we're under a weather hold. With that said, the track is all but ready to go here, Tommy.
Getting very close. They got it pretty much dry. They're starting to do the prep work. Shouldn't be too long before we're back to the racing action.
Now, we do have our pit reporter, Kristen Banks, is fired back up. Microphone is working, and she's with one of the true icons of the sport. In fact, he's still in the top 3 when it comes to final rounds and top fuel. He went to 32 final rounds, and he won 25 of them. What's his name? Well, I'll leave that to Kristen.
Got Big Daddy, Don Garlitz over here. Don, first of all, it's so great to have you here at the opening round of the series here. And I'm going to speak into this, Don, so you can hear me. First of all, what is it like to be back at the IHRA?
Well, it's nice to be here. I really enjoy this. I think IHRA is doing something here that's really good. It's going to make a spot in drag racing for people that don't have quite so much money. If the NHRA is a wonderful organization, but you got to really be rich to run there because it's really the top of the line deal. And, you know, there's so many people that want to drag race and just can't afford the multi-million-dollar operation. And this takes me back. I just think of this like drag racing in the 1970s and 80s when anybody could do it that wanted to. You go to a race, and there'd be 25 top fuel dragsters here. You never see that anymore, see. So I think it's really a good idea what they're doing. And I wish them the best.
Don, you developed the first ever rear engine top fuel dragster. What was that process like for you?
Well, you know, I'd seen a lot of top fuel dragsters. I'd even sat in a couple of them that were rear engine, but they didn't go fast. And the visibility was beautiful, but the darn things wouldn't handle right. You get going real fast, you go down the track, and it'd run right off the track with you. And a lot of people got hurt in them. And but I thought there must be a way to do it because at that point in drag racing at Indianapolis 500, they had rear engine cars and they were moving around in traffic and handling. And I thought, why can't we do that? If they can do it at Indy, we're just going in a straight line for a quarter of a mile. But let me tell you, it was not easy. 3 months I tested, never got down the drag strip. And then, like I said, I put together a slingshot that was going to be for 71, and my wife come out in the shop and saw that thing, and she says, "What is that?" I said, "Well, that's my car for 1971. She said, "You'd get back in one of those things after it mutilated you like that?" And I said, "Honey, this is what I do." I said, "It doesn't have a transmission." That's what had blown up. And she said, "None of your friends that were killed in these cars in the last 2 years, 6 of them had been killed in these cars, had a transmission." She says, "There's lots of things back there that kill you. Now get back on that rear engine project." And so we got back on it. We went over to Orlando. We tried it again. And on the way back, I was just thinking out loud, you know. I said, if I didn't know better, I think the steering was too fast. And my builder, Connie Swingle, said, "Well, if you think it's too fast, just slow it down." So that night, we slowed the steering down, went back the next day. It went straight as a string. And plus, it went 6.86 seconds, which was just 1/100th off the track record, which was held by the Ram Chargers. And they were the baddest of the bad for ET. We couldn't get to California quick enough, and the rest is history.
Don, you had told me Chrysler had said we would fully back and believe in anything that Don would do, but we're not so sure about that rear engine top dragster. What helped you believe in those moments of doubt?
Yeah, everybody was nervous about it. Goodyear, Chrysler, they in a seminar. We really like everything that Don Garlitz has done. We have the greatest faith in him, but this time we think he's bit off more than he can chew. And Goodyear told me, they said, "Don, get off that project. We got a lot of money in you. We don't want anything happening to you," because most of the guys that had the rear engine cars, they crashed them, you know, got hurt. And but it worked out. It finally went straight, and I mean, that's 55 years ago, and they haven't killed 6 drivers in the 55 years. So can imagine 6 had been killed in the 2 years prior to the accident, and it almost killed me because one piece of the transmission went right by my head because it left holes in the body when it exited the car, and it must have missed me no more than 2 or 3 inches. Would have just killed me instantly.
Oh, you're an author, signing books, meeting fans, but what do you miss about being in the car and racing?
I really enjoy it. I wrote this book myself. Everything, all the editing, all the editorial work, all the scanning of the pictures, placed them in. I put the whole thing on a disc and sent it to our printing company, and this book come back. I'm really proud of it. And this is in the 3rd edition. I printed 30,000 copies so far. I print 10,000 at a time. And it's about time for another. We just about sold the last of this 10,000.
Do you ever miss racing?
Oh, well, of course. So I have a little engine project that I do here. This is my little electric dragster, and this picture was taken 3 weeks ago, and that's me in it, 93 years old, testing in the museum dragway.
I'm not sure if we can get a shot of this, but this is an electric dragster. Tell me about the process of developing that engine. Was it spec? How did you go about it?
The record is 202 right now, and it's held by a good friend of mine, Steve Huff, who just recently passed away. So I want this car to go about 210. That's what we're shooting for on batteries.
210 on batteries at 95. That is quite an accomplishment. Where do you get the energy for all of this?
It's a fun car. You know, that's not, to me, 210 is not real fast. A lot of people think that's fast, but I've been 323 miles an hour in a fuel dragster. And so 210 is kind of mild. But what I like about it, there's not many rules. I can do pretty much what I want and experiment, which is what I like to do. Now today, you can't make changes on a top fuel dragster. They won't allow it because they're going so fast. But this wide open, I'm just having a ball.
Don, it's been so great having you out here. Final question. What are you most looking forward to in this new era of the IHRA?
Well, I'll just tell it like it is. I would like to see the IHRA take the top fuel class that they run, which is the same kind of cars that NHRA runs, but are all run by billionaires, actually. I'd like to see them take the class and make rules in it where we take the cars back to like about 1975 when we ran like 250 in the high fives, 550s to 595. And that car you could run that car on a real low budget. It didn't require the terrible expense that the cars today do. Plus, they didn't blow up engines. You could run the whole meet on one engine, never take it apart. And I think if IHRA instigated those rules, you would see people would come out of the woodwork and build these cars and go back to top fuel racing because almost anybody could afford it. You could run one of these cars on $250,000 a year, not $5 and $6 million. And that makes a lot of difference. To run these top fuel cars like they run, the really bad ones, like, the Anton Brown, that costs $25,000 pass. There's not many people can afford that. But the top fuel dragster from 1975, which I won at the Ontario race in it's at 250 was the record. That car would operate on a couple $100,000 a year, and most anybody could get enough match races to do that. And that's the other thing. If they had a class like that, these cars used to travel around. See, maybe they'd have 10 races a year, but there's a lot of other time to race. But you can't run those great, big, powerful cars just anywhere. The strips can't handle them. They don't have the safety personnel, nothing. But this class that I'm talking about, this top fuel class, could run anywhere. It could run match races. It would just give us a whole new breath, and the people would love it. The cars are very fast and very nice to look at, and the race lasts 5.5 seconds, not 3.5 seconds.
Don, a true advocate for grassroots racing. Thank you so much for being here. It's been an honor to talk with you. And if you're at home or if you're here at the racetrack and you haven't stopped by to see, thank you so much, Don. That was a far reach. Don Garlitz and his cars, the 3rd edition. You guys can swing by the paddock and pick up a copy of the book, or you can get it online.
Yeah, I wrote that myself. No help from no editors. It's all in my own words, and I'm really proud. It took me about 2 years.
Telling it like it is, guys.
Great stuff. And, of course, that was Kristen Beat, so my apologies there at the initial throw, but Kristen Beat doing an awesome job. So we're hearing that the estimated start time is going to be 7:15 Eastern Standard Time, of course. We'll bring you all the action right here on Speed Sport 1. So we're looking forward to firing the cars back up and continuing with round 1. Stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back on the other side right here at Darana Raceway.
We're back.
And once again, we welcome you back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Just a few minutes away from firing the cars back up. Track is just about ready to go. Anticipate going racing here about 7:15 or so. We'll see how that works out, but feeling good about where we're at in terms of this program. We had a busy day one day ago. It was extremely hot during the day. Things got a lot better at night.
Yeah, we've seen a really hot racetrack all weekend. It's humid out. It's really hot temperatures, and it's making it tricky for the guys to get down there. The traction is not what they thought it was going to be, such a hot racetrack. Now we're seeing the rain cool it off. I mean, we had a great first round going with a lot of cars going down the racetrack, a lot better runs than yesterday because they got data yesterday to use today, and now we got a cool racetrack. The rain washed it off. Hopefully they do a nice prep out here, and we could see really good numbers from now on. And keep these clouds here for a while. As long as they're dry clouds, we're okay. And we see some good numbers tonight as racing goes on.
So stay with us right here on Speed Sport 1. We're going to take you back to yesterday, show you some of the highlights from qualifying. And as soon as we get ready to fire cars up here and go live with racing of eliminations here today, we'll let you know. Is Kristen Banks.
Down run. What went well in that run?
Getting the water at the other end because it's hot. No, it was a good run. We just laid everything back so it'd go down and just trying to get a clean hit, and now we'll go out there and get after it this run.
Now, will it do better in the cooler conditions later this afternoon?
Yeah, when that track cools down, it's 140 right now, so it's a tricky bar to get down.
Well, thank you so much, Billy, and congratulations on that top spot. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, nice lap. We'll see if they can go any faster. Next time around, a little bit later on tonight as we continue on here in Pro Modified.
You mentioned track temperature 140, and he didn't look much less, his temperature there. I mean, he was, it's pretty hot in those cars right now.
140's up there too, man, and this track still has some teeth, so pretty impressive for sure. As Tom Blinko in the right lane from Parkstown, Kentucky, inside the 2021 Corvette, comes out here, puts some heat in the tires, has been 361 at 209. Several top sportsman wins, and that's kind of what they graduate to, right? I mean, proud of top sportsman up here into Pro Mod. We'll see how he does here. David Monday, race car chassis inside of this one as well. And he's going to line up alongside Paul Degrapont.
I'm glad you said that for me.
Out of Mooresville, North Carolina. It's a French name. 79 Corvette. 521 cubic inch Noonan power plant. Paul Degrapont doing some of the engine work on this one as well. Andy McCoy chassis. Waiting for the right side to bump here. Wait for Tom to bump in. There he is.
Blinking that ball, getting every bit of that ET he can.
Boy, these cars are a handful, man. 377, 200 miles an hour as well. 200.05. I think we had 200.77 before for Monday. That's exactly right. So both the Monday cars now at the top of the sheet.
That might be the straightest run we've seen that right-hand lane, and right to the top. Even that being the straightest run we've seen, it's still moving around out there pretty good.
It was moving around at the top, no doubt.
Pro Mod, exciting, fun to watch.
Yeah.
Look out, what's next? Yeah.
I mean, these cars are just absolutely vicious. Go back and take another look here. Good look at how hard, you know, those things accelerate. The obviously car in the left lane not moving as it should, and when you see one that just stumbles a little bit and then how quickly the other one goes by.
That makes you appreciate the acceleration these cars have and how fast they accelerate away from the other one. It doesn't. It almost looked like he might have shut it off just a touch early there, right at the finish line, if not. A little trouble for Jake McNeil getting it started there. Fired up a little bit and just didn't quite take off. Try to roll it over and try it again.
Not happy.
Yeah, something's not right there.
Always scares me when this stuff happens.
It almost acted like he was flooded a little bit with the squirt bottle, because I noticed he rolled it over without it that time, and it still tried to start. No. Something electrical. It's not wanting to give it any fire. It's trying, but it's not there.
How frustrating is that? I mean, you know how much time has been put in that car, and
I'm gonna guess it fired up and ran just fine in the pits. You roll it up here and it won't
you
start.
know that's what happened. Somewhere between here and there, while they're towing it.
Try to back it down one more time. Everybody, with only 2 runs, everybody wants to see everybody get a good shot at this, and you'll give them a reasonable amount of time to see if they can't get it to go.
The fans at home that might not understand that process right there, tell him what he's doing.
He's backing the engine down. You know, backing in, if there's obviously there's gotten some fuel through it, and making sure there's no fuel left in the cylinders, so when they fire it up, it doesn't want a hydraulic.
And once again, let's go back over to Kristen Beat while they try to get this thing fired up. Looks like it still does not want to go. Kristen?
I'm not getting reception.
That sounds better.
Well, technical difficulties, as they refer to them. Our producer, Joe DiGiacomo, is inside of the trailer, and he said, my fault. So now she's ready. Okay, let's get it back over to Kristen B.
Well, I thought I heard you guys. Maybe I was just kidding, but I had to show you guys Disco Dean's helmet. Now, Disco Dean is a mainstay in the pro mod class, maybe one of the most expressive cars I have ever seen. If you have a daughter at home, this may be her new favorite car. You gotta love the pink on pink, and that helmet, guys, it is such a cool colorway. Sorry, I'm geeking out a little bit because it's just fun. Like, this is a fun class. Let's have some fun with it, right?
Absolutely, why not? And that kind of is what Pro Mod is,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
is.
they like to do things different, man, for sure, no doubt.
I can't believe the girls like the pink car. Show figure.
Shocker.
Jacob Neal had to give it up. It just definitely wasn't going to fire. There's something wrong there. It seemed electrical. It just wouldn't fire when they're trying to get it on the fuel. So we'll have a single. Right-hand lane. James beat him.
Yeah, you know, and I wonder if they were anticipating maybe something happened, because James never fired up and pulled out of the tunnel until they finally threw in the tower, almost like, or towel, I should say, almost like they were expecting Jacob to maybe not have everything go right here. So unless they planned on running 2 singles, but they had them lined up at least on our monitor.
Yeah, I think they maybe do something a little suspicious, that maybe they saw the first one that didn't want to fire. So
man, had the pedal that thing. I wonder if it was mechanical where it didn't want to shift. I'm not sure what happened there, but the car left straight. It looked like it was a really, really good run, and got out of the throttle and then back in. It went to the left a little bit.
yeah, I think it was moving around a little bit, maybe out there shaking, and they had to give it a quick pedal. And once again, we're seeing 2 qualifying runs. Got to get the thing to the other end. Jacob McNeil doesn't have any information. He's got to go back, get it fixed, figure out what was wrong, and then get back up here and make a good run and get in the show. So it's really, really entertaining with 2 qualifying runs and the pressure it brings.
Jerry Bickle car there, but
Okay, Teddy, work a break.
And once again, we welcome you back here to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're just about ready to go racing here. They were just spraying the track a couple of moments ago. That's usually about a 10-minute window there before they fire cars up. In the meantime, we have teased you with Kristen Banks 2 or 3 times, I feel like, but we finally do have her up and going. So let's get it up to Kristen Banks.
Thanks, guys. Up here, I get to see all the drivers' emotions when they get out of the car. Now, some good and some bad, but let's talk about Krista Baldwin yesterday. She was thrilled to find out that she secured a career-best qualifying position in Top Fuel, and when I talked to her earlier today, she said she really likes her odds for tonight because she believes that her ladder is more favorable. Now, her game plan, it's really simple. Go A to B with a quick reaction time. Back to you guys.
Real nice job there, Kristen. Yeah, you did a great job last night. We had a lot of energy up there at the top end, and some of it was sheer excitement from a crazy ride. Some of it was excitement from a great pass.
Yeah, I said some of it was great for on-track performance, and some of it was for a wild ride.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but she did a wonderful job. In fact, both of our pit reporters, we're not trying to hide here. It's their first drag race, and they did outstanding. Both girls did a wonderful job. So we look forward to more of that here for Eliminations here today. We're going to take another quick break here. When we come back, hopefully we can fire cars up and go racing. Till then, we'll see you in just a couple of moments on the other side. And Tommy, people are starting to pile onto the starting line. That's usually a good sign.
Yeah, you see all the crew chiefs up here taking track temps, checking the grip. We were dealing with a 140-degree racetrack earlier today, 97 right now, so much better conditions. I know it was a delay, but we're going to see better racing for it.
In your mind, what's a preferred temp? What's the sweet spot?
That depends on the crew chief. But 97, I'm going to tell you right now, is not a bad temperature at all. Not too cold, not too hot. Great temp, great ETs should be coming.
Yeah, hopefully we can get the rest of the show in. It looks like the clouds, there's some cloud coverage, I should say, but nothing that looks really ominous here. So hopefully we're done with that for a bit, and track is really close. Look at Tony Shortall standing up there. Great to have him over here. Was working with the two-seater, I believe, a day ago, and came out here and put their car in the #1 hole.
Yeah, Mike, the McAtech car last night go out there, #1 qualifier for us, and really a nice run last night. You know, everybody was struggling to go down the racetrack. Mike McIntyre goes out there and runs a 407 and shows them how it's done.
Just like that.
Just that simple.
Yeah, we're fans up in there. Appreciate them sticking this out and coming out to watch some great drag racing action. We were talking about the new track dryers that they have here on the facility. I understand brand new, like as in today was the maiden voyage. So did a great job, and you can see the size of it right there. It's pretty big.
Yeah, a little help from the helicopter. That's where they had most of the issues when we did get the rain here. It was on the top end of the racetrack. You could see a little bit of at the top end, there's a little bit of a lull down there. A lot of the water stood there, so they got all that out of there. You have to have the shutdown area as dry as the racetrack. So nice job by everybody, and not bad when you got a helicopter, put it to good use.
Whatever it takes, use all the tools available. A lake that actually developed here and consumed part of the return road, and they were probing around to look for a drain, and they finally did find the drain, I think, as well. So that's coming down slowly but surely. So, yeah, everybody just digging in, doing what they have to do.
We got a significant amount of rain in a very, very short period of time. When they said severe storms coming, they weren't kidding this time.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely unloaded. There was areas back there in the pits where water pooled up probably, mid-shin or so, just below your knees really, really quickly. There's that lake we were talking about.
Yeah, I saw a few pictures from the pit area where some top fuel guys that do the bottom end of the engine between rounds, well, they might get a surfboard. They might need it, yeah.
Get the wetsuit out so you can lay down underneath that thing, stay dry.
The advantage it did knock the temperatures down, and we're going to see improved performance. These cars were in the staging lanes. We were in the middle of the round when they were running. Totally different conditions when they were up here before. They took all the cars back to keep them dry, but they've also torn those cars apart, rebuilt them. They changed head gaskets, I'm sure, blower overdrive. They've had to change the whole tune-up on these cars because the weather change is big, that drastic.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good information for sure. A lot that has to go on here.
The car's going to make way more horsepower coming back up here. If you'd left it the same, it'd come up here and blew tires off the step of the throttle. So all of them have, hopefully they've made changes. If they've not, we're going to find out real shortly. But definitely have to make a bunch of changes to get these cars down the track in the cooler conditions.
So once again, everybody up there on the starting line checking things out, trying to get a good read of what they can.
They're all up there lying to each other.
That's funny stuff. Probably pretty close to true.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Kristen Beat has been very, very active here today, and she's downstairs with the candy man, Mr. Mitch King. So we'll get it down to Kristen.
Mitch King out here early for the top fuel class. I'm curious, what are you doing? What kind of notes are you taking? What are you evaluating?
Well, we're checking track temperature and just seeing the condition of the starting line. And, we don't have lane choice. We didn't get all the way down the track. I just front halved my car to get legal. And so we need to make a shakedown pass because we just rewired it and plumbed it. So I think we got something for them, though, so they might call me a sandbagger.
You were 7th in qualifying yesterday, but today the track is so different. What kind of adjustments have you guys made to get the car ready for this track?
Well, you got to always adjust for the air and the humidity and the temperature and then the track temperature, and it's going to be a crapshoot.
Mitch, I've seen a lot of driving suits in my day, but I've never seen one with a belt buckle as though you had just run the rodeo. Can you explain this to me? What have we got going on right there?
That's a vent winner from the Funny Car Chaos race that we do a lot of. Chris Graves runs that, and he started racing with me when he was 15. He's a promoter now of the Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos. And
do you wear that in the car?
Well, no, it just kind of holds my suit up until I get it all the way on, but it's nice to show it off in the staging lanes.
Just flex on them a little bit, Mitch. Thanks so much, and best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always a lot of fun for sure. We'll find out if, in fact, he does have something for him. He'll get to put it to the test.
I talked to Donnie Bender earlier, and it was his crew chief on the car. He wasn't able to be here for that run yet in qualifying. So Donnie told him, take it to half track, shut it off. We'll see what everything looks like, and then we'll come back and make the run. Well, they got too late last night, decided to pass on that run, and we're going to make the first full pass on that car, he said today.
That was a great shot there, that overhead shot, courtesy of our drone. And drone operators have been phenomenal here this week, doing a great job. By the way, the Pro-Am started racing on Wednesday, so they ran a complete round of qualifying on Wednesday, a complete round of eliminations on Thursday, qualified again one day ago on Friday. We were able to watch all of that on Speed Sport 2 and the beginning of today, their eliminations on Speed Sport 2. And then, of course, we switched over to Speed Sport 1 here at 6:30 to bring you all the action here from the pro round of eliminations. First event of 5 here for the 2025 season. They have a lot more events than 5, though. If you go to the website, check it out at IHRA.com. How about that beautiful Superstock Hemi car?
Yeah, there's several of them in that class. That's such a great class to watch some of them old cars, and they're beautiful paint jobs on them things. They look like show cars instead of race cars. And former Pro Stock driver Jason Line, he's in one of those.
Tony Shortall, the crew chief for Mac Attack, down the strip here with me now. He's analyzing, he's taking notes, doing crew chief things. We're going to bother him for a second here and get his opinion on this track. Tony, what is your evaluation right now?
Track's good. Track's really good. Yeah, the track's definitely a little better than last night. Temperature's a little warmer, but I mean, there's some good possibilities out there. It's just a matter of just racing the car, go down the track, see what we can do. So it'll get better as the night goes on. So.
Outside of the ECU evaluations and metrics that you guys take in, there is a sense of humanity as well. You have your crew chief finesse that you may be noticing about this track. Let's go ahead and get out of the way here before we get ran over. But I always find it interesting that you have all this data at your disposal, but there still has to be this human input. We'll wait till it passes. In this time, though, let's go ahead and take a look for fans at home. They're laying down the rubber on the track right now. That is also a really cool machine, guys. But there's a human input as well to the finesse and the adjustments being done on the car. What human input will we see tonight? Anything special that we can see from the Mac Attack?
Well, I mean, you know, a lot of it's, you know, falls into driver's hand, you know, getting this. I mean, the track's still a little green. It has good prep on it right now. So the drivers still have a lot to do. Right now, we're going off of last night's run, taking a look at that and seeing, you know, what we can capitalize on from that run. So we're hoping to try. I mean, they did a great job after the rain. So it's definitely better than what we were expecting for E1 for sure. So.
Thank you so much, Tony. And best of luck tonight with Mac Attack.
Really nice job there, Kristen. He's been around for a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to yell at her and tell him, nice hair.
Yeah. You don't have to. He knows.
Yeah, he's in the shop all the time, and I see him all the time. He'll get it.
Yeah, good dude, good dude. Talented tuner, no doubt about that. He certainly proved that last night as well. We'll find out how his car does in round 1 of eliminations of Top Fuel, and we'll have that for you when we come back in just a moment. What a beautiful shot here. Nothing like being in the Midwest in the middle of the summer and see all the green fields. Corn starting to grow. We are here at the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. finishing up round number 1 of eliminations here. We'll kick it off with Funny Car. We'll follow it up with Top Fuel. See if we can get everybody down the track here. Of course, looking forward to this one. Fans starting to file back out here into the grandstands. We appreciate them hanging out and persevering, if you will. The rotator tractor that Kristen was referring to has come back over here once again. Pretty cool device, and you were chatting with him a little bit. They do different things with that as well. Different air pressures inside of the tire to accomplish different goals.
Yeah, they've got a lot of ways they can run down there and drag the track, and that thing's changed track prep tremendously.
We're going to show you the ladder here as it was updated from what we heard. Apparently, Del Worsham hit the center line last night. I thought when we watched a replay, I thought he was clear of that, but the official said no, that he did hit the center line, so it changed up how things were done. So he'll line up alongside Joey Haas now. Mike McIntyre, as we talked about Mac Attack, qualifying number 1, will line up alongside Jody Austin, Jack Wyatt, Todd Barker, of course. They already battled that one out, and Jack Wyatt came home the winner.
Yeah, not with a lot of action after the run, too. Todd Barker going into the sand trap. It was crazy. The chutes didn't come out, couldn't get the car stopped, into the sand trap, and not add insult to injury, lost the round and the car as well.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting the green light, the thumbs up, if you will, to get these things fired up.
Your number 3 and your number 6 qualifier.
So Del Worsham and Joey Haas will be the first two to square off. Joey Haas, 2024 Nitro Chaos champs, and 2021 was runner-up and Top Fuel at the Mile High in Denver. Tough place to go racing there. So good look here at the Top Fuel Funny Cars. You're pretty good in one of these things there, my friend.
Been down the track a few times in one of these. You gotta muscle these things down the track. You know, 12,000 horsepower, 125-inch wheelbase. They do not want to go straight. Everybody thinks you go straight down the racetrack. That is the last thing these things want to do. 500 cubic inch, 2,600 pounds. There is no suspension. There is a transmission, but it's only for forward and reverse high gear only.
And they have lit one up. We're finally ready to go racing here one more time. Great to have Del Worsham back out here and inside of a car as well. Been tuning for a number of years and just as good at that as he was at driving. Of course, extremely good at driving as well. The 1992 IHRA Funny Car Champ, ready to make some smoke. Also two-time champ as well. Three-time champ overall. Two-time NHRA Top Fuel champ. I'm sorry, one-time Top Fuel, one-time Funny Car.
The interesting thing about this matchup, before when we had the really hot racetrack, the sun was out, Joey Haas probably had a little bit of an advantage over Del Worsham. His car probably doesn't have as much power as Del's and would have went down that racetrack a lot easier. Now we've had the rain come in. The track temperature's down to 97 degrees. Track's much better. You can put more power to it. Given the advantage, in my opinion, to Del Worsham. He has more runs in these kind of conditions than Joey does.
Yeah, really, really good point there. Of course, his father, Chuck, and he and his father raced their own stuff for many, many years.
The old Tinker's toy.
Very, very good at what they did, too. Round 1 of eliminations here in Funny Car. Joey Haas lined up on the left side out of Pleasant View, Tennessee. Del Worsham on the right side with the 2024 Toyota Supra. Qualified in the number 6 hole after hitting that center line. Lined up a little bit to the right side of this lane here as well. Joey Haas is going to make him earn it, that's for sure. Great job there, 066 light, but he got beat by Worsham. I'm sorry, he did beat Worsham there at the starting line, 096, but Worsham was able to drive back around him with a 411 at the other end.
That's exactly what I thought we'd see here. Joey Haas come out, went a 428 last night, right down the track, 429. But the conditions are much better. Del Worsham come loose last night. Here today, nice solid 411, 317, top speed of the meet so far by a mile.
3.333.
Yeah, that white car chugging right down through there.
Dale hasn't been in the seat for a while, but it all is coming back
Did you
very
see that
quickly.
Laundry
yes,
coming out at the perfect time. I mean, it's like riding a bike.
Yeah, it is definitely like riding a bike for Dale right now. You know, you stop and think how many runs he's made. Everybody always asks me, how many laps have you made down these tracks? I'm like, I don't know, it's in the thousands. Well, Dale Worsham's made thousands and thousands of runs as well.
Yeah, he got out of that car after that first qualifying run yesterday and was grinning from ear to ear. He said, man, this thing's fast.
Yeah, that's funny. You could tell the hook was set again.
That'll bring up our next pair here with Mike McIntyre and Jody Austin.
Great job by the IHRA crew to go out here, get the track back in condition, and actually I think this might be the best racetrack we've seen all weekend.
Looks really good.
Looks like. There we go. Having a few issues with Jody's car, but I think they're getting close.
Bushwhacker Racing fires that one up. The 2020, 2023, and 2024 Outlaw Fuel Altered Champ. Still have yet to fire up the Mac Attack.
Yeah, I think Jody's team had a little bit of issue yesterday. It was a little slow on the start line, so Mike McIntyre's team probably noticed that, giving him a little extra time just to make sure everything's going smooth over there. The one thing I noticed about Jody's car yesterday was I thought he was revving it up because it had too much stall or something was wrong in the clutch. I'm not so sure. That thing doesn't have a pedal clutch in it. There's a centrifugal clutch in all these cars out here, but I'm not so sure that Jody Austin's car does not have a centrifugal clutch. I think he has a regular pedal clutch. I asked a few people, nobody wanted to say.
Burnout's complete here as Dale Creasy Jr. and Terry Haddock will roll into the water to get ready for the next pair. Mac Attack backing up here. Mike out of Chesterland, Ohio. Burke McKinney car.
Nice solid pass for them last night, a 407, take the #1 spot. Really head and shoulders above the entire class last night.
Yeah, they really put together a great effort there right at the very end of the night. 7 IHRA Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car wins. We talked about Tony Shortall as well, being a crew chief for him. Extremely knowledgeable, ton of experience. Best hair in the business. Body back down. I think we're ready to go here.
Looks like, oh, everything's cool. Jody rolls it in.
Yeah, man.
Double bulb, Mike.
Yeah, puts both of them on. The clock doesn't start till he turns on the top bulb guard, correct?
Yeah, so 7 seconds now. He has 7 seconds to put the bottom bulb on. Seems like forever, but it can go quick. Here we go. Great pass by Mike.
Yeah, really nice.
4:06 with a 4, even improving on his qualifying time. This track is in outstanding condition, 308 miles per hour. We saw Jody's car launch and then put cylinders out and fall back, but outstanding run by the Mac Attack team.
Yeah, he was 407 in qualifying. That was good enough for #1, 406 here. 308 mile per hour, just about the same. Tony Shortall thought the track was better. Conditions were a tick better. Consequently, they go a tick quicker as well. Jody Austin, unfortunately, not able to make it to the other end and under power.
Yeah, you can see the early numbers are a lot better. So so they know the track is a lot better early, so they're giving it a little more clutch.
And our Kristen Banks is at the top end. She's with Del Worsham.
Del Worsham, you told me yesterday you were going to hit 300. You just hit 317. How'd you get it done?
Weather conditions definitely came to us. We fought just some hot conditions. The track's been hot all weekend. So finally, today track cooled down and a couple runs on the car. It was a new car, just trying to get things dialed in, get me dialed in as a driver. Crew did a good job, and I'm excited to be here. You know, I've been in Columbus in almost 20 years, and to race here again, race for the IHRA again, which I haven't done in 20 years, and support Daryl. I appreciate it. Tell him thank you.
Now, TJ was talking in the booth. You guys have done thousands of runs. Any guess at how many runs you've done?
Well, I would say from 1991 until 2006, and at least probably average 6 runs a race, plus testing, so a lot.
I'm not good at math, so we're going to send it back to you guys, but it's probably a lot.
Oh, probably 5,000 total.
5,000 is what we're going to go with. Back to you guys.
That's what I was guessing, around 5,000.
I mean, my gorilla math says 5,000. Well, you probably ask Dave. He might actually know the real number over there. We'll let him stew on that for just a little bit. But
come on, Dale, use your hands and your feet.
Take your shoes off, man. You'll get there. All right, Terry Haddock and Dale Creasy Jr. lining up here next. Talk about people that have had a bunch of runs, and certainly a bunch of runs here with the IHRA. Terry Haddock, the reigning champ with the IHRA. Last time we ran Fuel Funny Cars, and he's finally able to run that number 1.
Yeah, it was only 17 years ago.
Yeah, took a little bit, but he's there.
These guys have matched up a few times in competition over in the IHRA.
Yeah, really the last 2 champions that the IHRA had. Of course, Dale Creasy Jr., a 2-time champion here with the IHRA as well. 2006, 2007, 2008, Terry Haddock. Way over by the wall was Dale Creasy Jr. Straight as a string goes Terry Haddock. Puts a 414 on the board, 286.
Nice run by Terry. Nice straight, right down through there, 286. Probably shut it off a little early, but nice solid run. Got the win. I'm not sure. We'll have to look at the replay to see what happened to Dale's car. It looked like it might have put a hole on the left side because it does pull him over to the wall. Yeah, you can see the hole out there. Drives him straight to the wall. These things put so much thrust out of the headers. When you have a cylinder quit firing on one side or the other, it will drive the car because you have 4 pipes on one side and only 3 on the other. It'll just turn that car and drive it whichever direction.
And honestly, it looked like Terry Haddock might have lost a hole there on the left bank as well, but it stayed pretty straight there towards the end. He got out of it a little bit early. Any radio communication to tell him the other guy's done?
Well, no, but these cars do have automatic shutoffs on them, so if the crew chief sees that, he can just hit the button.
And we'll take a look at the updated bracket here. The Mac Attack will line up alongside Jack Wyatt, Terry Haddock, and Del Worsham will square off here in the semifinal round.
Jack White, he's probably sitting back there ready to go. He's had about 2 or 3 hours to get his car serviced after being the first pair out and getting the win, so he's ready for that semifinal matchup.
That is exactly right. Next pair is running as we go into Top Fuel. Joe, I don't know why, but I can barely hear myself on the headset. I don't know if the audio guy in there can get me anymore, but I can barely hear myself on the screen. And once again, we're going to go up top with Kristen Banks before we send this pair.
Everyone earlier that I get to see you guys' reactions when you get out of the car. And before you even got out of the car, I hear a big yes. 414 with the 4. How happy are you about that run?
I'm super happy. I'm super blessed to be here. I got to say thank you to God for letting us be here, for all the sponsors, all the people that make this happen. Mr. Cuddle for bringing this deal back and giving us a place to race. We wanted to go a little faster on that one, but I was chicken. I was trying to race the racetrack and see what it would take or what it would need to win. And now we got to go faster for the next round, but we'll take it. Thank you so much for all your hospitality.
Well, congratulations and good luck in that next race.
Lex June in the right-hand lane, Will Smith in the left-hand lane. Number 3, number 6 qualifiers. Lex only got, he shut it off about half track last night. Didn't want to hurt parts, so here he is today. Let's see if we can pick it up a little bit.
This is when it counts. We're running out of the gate if you have to. Here we go. Bulbs are on. Boy, Lex had to pedal that thing and try to catch it. As a bit of a pedal fest between the two, it's going to be Lex that grabs the win here with a 5:32.3. 0:40 reaction time there for Will Smith. Just couldn't get it to the other end.
Both guys going out there, getting in trouble, having to pedal it. That was a never quit. Try to get it to the finish line first round. Both these guys, 871 for Will's car on the left-hand side of the track. It was really running good early, but Lex June, 914. But then things both come loose, and they were both pretty quick to pedal. Oh, Lex car right there. You see the cylinder out. Will Smith rattles the tires, tries to pedal it. Chutes coming out. He probably banged the blower on Lex's car and knocked the chutes out of it. And Will trying to catch him, but it was actually a siding race, 532 to a 543. A little closer.
Yeah, for sure. Real shout out here to Lex June and that team as well, collaborating with the IHRA. They gave out 125 tickets to our veterans and their +1, so a total of 250 tickets to the veterans and their families to get them out here and let them enjoy a great day. We appreciate all of their help and all of their hard work. Here's a look at the ladder here in Top Fuel. Saw that first pair go down through there. So our #1 qualifier, Scott Palmer, will line up alongside Chuck Lofton, Cameron Foray, and Doug Foley will go at it here. Krista Baldwin, Mitch King. We heard from Mitch just a little bit ago. Chris is super excited to be out here racing. And, of course, we just saw Will Smith and Lex June. Next pair, Scott Palmer and Chuck Lofton. Palmer lined up in the left lane. Did not get down through there in that first qualifying effort there a day ago. Ended up in neutral.
Just looking out the window here, and they're getting ready to fire the cars. Looks like there's an issue with Palmer's car. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Trying to look down in there and see, but something in the front of the, oh, looks like an air bottle. I think the air bottle was empty. Looks like they're trying to replace the air bottle real quick, and Chuck Lofton's team giving them time to put a new air bottle in there. A lot of the timers and all the systems on these cars run off a CO2 bottle on the car, so they won't even, sometimes it won't even start if the air bottle's empty, and it obviously won't function right going down the racetrack. Right underneath us, Kristen Beat has a report.
Yeah, guys. A testament to the community in this IHRA sport. Just a moment ago, I saw one of Scott Palmer's crew members run over to Krista Baldwin's pit. They borrowed the air bottle that he needed from a competitor, from Krista Baldwin. They rushed it out to Scott Palmer. I asked the team, wait, isn't he your competitor? And they said, listen here, we all race better when we're racing against the best racers. So just again, a testament to the supportive community here in the IHRA, helping their competitor in the other lane. Guys, so cool to see.
Yeah,
that's great as long as she still has an air bottle.
Yeah, every team, most of the teams, I'm not saying every team, but most of the teams are carrying a spare with them, and it doesn't happen a lot, but every now and then something can have a small leak. Now here's the only concern: why is it empty? You know, did it during the delay, but after the rain, did it have a small leak and now it's empty, or we put a new one in? Is it going to drain right away too? So that's going to be the next thing on the worry list is. Why was it empty, and is this one going to stay full?
Qualified in the #1 spot, as we had talked about, and Lofton qualifying in the #8 slot. Talk to me again about that car being in neutral a day ago.
Yeah, so a lot of times these cars will get locked up on the other end. The clutches get so hot during the run that they weld together and you can't move the car. So a few years ago they put implemented it's called a neutral switch. Well, there's a switch that you would have to flip to activate that to allow it to go past the reverse part in the transmission into a neutral position. The problem is if the car is running, there's no way to put it back in gear. And so when that happens, you just have to shut it off. But it sped up the process of getting the race cars off the top end of the racetrack because the clutches were welded up and wouldn't move. So it's a great safety feature to get the cars off the racetrack, but sometimes it can bite you if the switch is left on. And as soon as you go to put the car in reverse after the burnout, it'll go right on past reverse into neutral.
And the two main guys down there with their hands in there, Bobby Cardoza and Todd Haas. Both of those extremely good drag boat racing crewmen as well. Cardoza working formerly with a Top Fuel Hydro, and we talked about Todd Haas yesterday with the Liquid Voodoo, a boat that Palmer owns.
New air bottle in and ready to go.
Spin it over. Looks like Palmer's ready to rip as well. That one fires up, comes to life. Greg Tedesco and the The Loose Cannon was the boat that Bobby Cardozo worked on. One of the first successful twin prop boats. Man, that thing would leap up out of the water. It was quite a sight to see. But now doing it out here on the asphalt. So helping out Scott Palmer. We'll see how they do here in round number 1. They got it to the top of the sheets one day ago. Chuck Lofton with a little bit of work to do here.
Yeah, Chuck had an interesting burnout there. Hit the throttle, got it up on the tire, and then looked like he almost pedaled it and decided, oh, I shouldn't have lifted so soon, and then thought, oh, maybe I'll hit it again, and then thought better of it. So I'm hoping that's all it was. I'm hoping it wasn't maybe a throttle cable or something happened, but looks like they're taking the throttle stop off. So I think everything's okay, but just interesting burnout for sure.
And, of course, you talked about Donnie Bender being the crew chief for him. He's also a winner in the A field, B field, C field of Funny Car Chaos. So has had some good success over there, Chuck Lofton.
We saw Palmer's car making a pretty nice run last night, and then him out there pedaling, tried to decide whether he wanted to stay in the throttle or pedal it, and ended up costing himself probably a little money by pushing the head gaskets out. But it showed that it was on a pretty nice pass, and I fully expect, since the track is in much better shape today, that this car will make a pretty nice run first round.
Crews have cleared away. It's go time. Palmer sends it right down through there. Shoots that a little bit late, it looked like, so he'll use it all, but he'll be just fine. 393 with the 300 miles per hour as he'll grab the win. A little bit late there at the starting line as Chuck made him pay right there, but could not get to the finish line first.
Yeah, a nice 393, first 3-second run of the weekend. Conditions are so much better now after the rain and the cool down. Look at that car going down through there. Still a little bit of green flames, a little lean, and putting some holes out right before the finish line. But look at the contrails coming off that rear wing. It's still humid out there.
Yeah. He's compressing some of it as well. So really consistent run. When you look at the pass that he made last night, that 395 comes out here, goes 393. Not unlike what we saw McAttack do in the funny car. It's very, very close to what they ran one night ago.
Yeah, he probably had, he knew what the track conditions were last night. They're probably pretty similar. Leave it alone. Let it just tickle it and go out there and do it again.
Next pair up will be Krista Baldwin and Mitch King. Krista Baldwin has yet to make it to the finish line under power. With that said, the car looks so good. It's run down to, at least the 330, maybe a little bit further last night, and then hits the tire.
Yeah, the track was suspect out in the middle of the racetrack. They could get them off the starting line, and as they tried to start applying the clutch out there, if you had to be very gentle with it, very precise, and get it right down to there's some trouble spots. And her car was running really, really well early. So just a little bit of adjustments, and I think they should lay down a 3-second run.
She ended up qualifying in the number 2 hole. Mitch King, as we talked to before, did not make a full pass intentionally, and then did not come out last night to make another stab at it. So front half in that car needed to make a checkout pass, if you will, and they were able to accomplish that, but feels very comfortable. The car has what it takes to win this round. And the Candyman out of Galveston, Texas, gets the tires lit up. Waiting now for Krista Baldwin, of course, third-generation racer. Her father, Bobby, and, of course, her grandfather, the Greek, Chris Karamasinas.
Krista's been renting her car out last few races. Spencer Massey driving that car and made some really nice runs. That car is plenty capable of going out there and running. We just saw a 393. That car is plenty capable of going out there and running the 80 right now. I think it's the conditions are good enough that where you can run a 380 right now if you're brave enough to send it. And I know our crew chief Scott Graham, he's probably brave enough.
She's certainly brave enough. Started off when she was 18 years old and a front engine dragster, went 760, 180 miles an hour. No fear in that girl. Mitch King, a ton of experience over the course of time. Donnie Bender also helping him out as well. He's won at both Top Fuel and Funny Car. Also fuel altered, speaking of that. Another Funny Car Chaos winner. Like Chris is sailing it down through there. Nice pass out of her. 410, 248 miles per hour, 873 at the 60-foot mark. It was good up front.
Yeah, I saw cylinders go out on Krista's car on the left side. I saw cylinders out everywhere on Mitch's car. So that was not a pretty run by either side, but Krista's is a little less ugly in 410.
Both the reaction times, they're not stellar, but extremely close, within 1/1000th of each other.
Never consistent. Here at the replay, you'll see on the left side of Krista's car right there, we put the cylinder out, but Mitch had already had problems by then, and she clicked her off a little early in 410.
Good enough to get to the second round. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. And our Kristen Banks, once again, is with Scott Palmer.
Scott Palmer, 393. You knew what you had to do. How did you execute it?
Well, we just went off our run last night, and I messed up last night. This time, I think I held the gas down. I let it drift over out of the groove, so I think it could have run a little bit quicker, but let's don't get greedy here. The track was so good that I definitely didn't have enough power put to it. How about this track? How about the IHRA officials? They took a monsoon and made this a badass racetrack right then. We should have tried to run a 75, and we wanted to go down the track and racing Chuck Lofton, a legend. And I mean, you know, it was an honor to race him. Good to have him here. Now I don't know who I'm going to race. I hope it's not Krista Baldwin.
Well, you're about to find out. Congratulations, Scott Palmer, on a great run.
Did he say he didn't want to get greedy, but then he just said he wanted to go at 75?
Yeah. that's the driver and the owner fighting each other again. Well, he will not have Krista Baldwin. The only way he could race Krista Baldwin would be in the final round. We'll see who he gets here in just a moment. Doug Foley, the winner of this pair, is who Scott Palmer will get. And Cameron Ferre.
Qualifying numbers for both of these cars are not stellar. They didn't get down the racetrack. We know Doug Foley's car, it's plenty capable of running 375 right now. So he had some issues last night on the right side. It scuffed a piston during warm-up, and they didn't realize it. Come up here, he hit the gas, and problems on the right side of the engine, shut it off. So Cameron Ferre, they only made the one qualifying run and didn't make it down the track. So this will be an interesting pair. Neither one of these cars have been to the finish line yet.
Big move, but he gets it down to the other end. Look at that one. 382 with a 5, 321 miles per hour. By far the best pass we've seen here today. Excellent pass.
Now, that's what I was talking about. I knew his car had the type of performance to get down there and run those numbers, and just hadn't been able to do it yet. 382, 321, by far the top speed of the meet so far. But Cameron Ferre was right there alongside pretty much all the way till the car made a hard move to the left down here towards the top end, and he shut it off. But look at Doug Foley's car, nice and clean, and straight to the finish line. Little warm down there on the other end, but great run.
8:53 at the 60-foot mark. Got off to a good start.
Best we've seen so far.
Yeah, really solid pass. So once again, congratulations to Doug Foley getting it done here in round number 1. He will go on to round number 2. Not sure Scott Palmer wants to race him either, but that's who he's going to get. Let's get it up there to Kristen Banks. She's with Krista Baldwin.
Krista Baldwin, you told me earlier the game plan today was get it point A to point B with a quick reaction time. How did you like your reaction time?
I don't think I liked it too much that time. I was a little distracted on the tree. That was my fault. I'll take all credibility for that. But man, got to give it to my team. This has been a marathon of a weekend, and for us to put on a win light, it's super cool, and I get to do it in front of family and friends, and that's always fun. But dang, I got to give it to Redline Oil, BBK, Fred Spell, and Dave. With the fuel, and it just, oh man, it feels good to be back in winning.
Congratulations. Now you're paired up with Lex for the next round. Do y'all make any changes depending on who you go up against?
Not necessarily who we go up against, but we're definitely going to fight this weather. I believe I had a hole out early in the run, so we'll just adjust for that, and man, it's going to be a good show. You guys are in for a treat, let me tell you.
Congratulations, Krista Baldwin.
And we'll show you the ladder here as the semifinals are reflected, as Scott Palmer will take on Doug Foley, and Chris Baldwin, of course, will take on Lex June. Should be a good semifinal.
Lex June, basically the only one of those cars to not go down the racetrack that time, come loose and pedaled it to the finish line. And Krista had a hole out, shut it off maybe a little early, but the other two laid down some pretty good numbers, and it might take that 375 to get the winner of that round.
Yeah. We'll see if Scott Palmer get another chance at it here. We'll see if he throws it up on the board. He'll certainly need to go a bit quicker if he's going to hang there with Foley. Some quick track prep going on here. And so far, everything looking pretty good here. So great job by the crew, the entire staff. I think listening to Scott Palmer is a great compliment to the staff to come out here and do what they did after that monsoon of a storm.
Yeah, I've seen it rain, but I've not seen it rain that much in that short period of time.
And the rotator almost took out Foley Jr. there. All right, let's get it back up to Kristen Banks.
Fastest of the race so far. How does it feel to be the cheat out there?
Well, it feels real good. You know, I mean, we really struggled through qualifying, where I actually thought he was a favorite coming into this event, this race. But my guys worked their butts off, and we have just had little gremlins here and there that have kind of messed us up. You know, first thing, all glory goes to God. My partner, Tim Lewis, who passed away in March, he loved IHRA drag racing. That was his passion. He always said, be a big fish in a small pond and you'll be successful. And that round's for Tim.
Now you got lane choice, we think. How crucial is that? Does that make a big difference?
I believe it does. You know, there's a little bit of an area there that's, I wouldn't say bald, okay, but when you're trying to run 320 mile an hour, you need every advantage you can get. First of all, it doesn't hurt to put it in the other guy's mind that you ran faster. But secondly is, I do believe that the right lane's probably a hair better. So we had to navigate that very carefully. But no, I think we're good. For United Garage Door, Alloy Employer Services, just a great time.
Thank you so much, and congratulations, Doug Foley.
4 and 3, 2, 1, kill. We're here in the
And we have just completed round number 1 of eliminations. It was just about all the way through it before the rains came down, and then, of course, was on a weather delay there until that was all taken care of, and the track was prepped here one more time, but completed it. So they'll all go back and prep things and get it ready for round number 2. And we'll move on to the sleds here up next, rolling around here. Anthony Minnie and Mike Schwartz, I believe, will be coming out here as you take a look at the ladder. Schwartz with a bye run, it looks like, and Rob Lowe has been the class of the field here all weekend long. Greg Thomas will, in theory, line up alongside him. We were watching these things. You said you'd love to drive one, which, of course, is pretty cool. And I was blown away at how much these things move. I mean, they're effectively, if you will, the term, knocking the tire off, but they're spinning that belt, man. They're driving these things.
Yeah, these aren't just a nice joy ride down the racetrack. These things are pretty serious. You know, this thing, it's hard to describe. Like the long belt, you know, track on these things. But it's slipping that thing and spinning that thing, and that thing's moving around, and you're fighting it. It's pretty entertaining.
And they're waving them off here for a second. I think the competitor was about to fire up here, was what was going to happen, and sportsmanship there out of Anthony Minnie's crew was to tell him, well, you still have people out here on the track, so
yeah, I think
check up just a minute.
I think they might have spotted something out there on the racetrack, went out to take a look and make sure it's all good. And those things are moving around enough. We don't need anything out there on the racetrack.
Agree, 100%.
It's not snow. Let me tell you that right now. It's not snow.
Yeah, I was actually chatting with Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe Jr. has been riding here today, but I was talking with his father, and no, it's not the actor, but they said, yeah, they actually, because of the spikes that are on these things in the snow, he said they actually have more grip there in the snow. Those tracks are pretty cool. I think we might get an opportunity to bring some of that racing to Speed Sport 1, hopefully a little bit later on in the year during the winter. We get up in the north woods of Wisconsin where they do some crazy racing.
Yeah, looks like we're ready to roll. Fire them up, boys.
One from Ontario and one from Michigan, as you can imagine.
Geez, go figure, huh? You know, snowmobile racers not from the southern part of the U.S.
Yeah, nobody from Florida.
Northern hemisphere for sure. Yeah, I've done a burnout on a snowmobile in the snow, but never on a drag strip.
Wasting no time here. Turbocharged machine in the right lane. Trying to get back around. I got to tell you, I thought he was in a little bit of trouble right there for a moment, but does get around him. 484, 149 miles per hour. Anthony Minnie not able to hang on right there, but had a great reaction time in comparison.
He needed all that 484, at 057 to 145 reaction time, so he needed all that turbocharger horsepower to come around him on the other end. That thing definitely runs more speed than the others with that turbo on.
Yeah, 484 to a 496 and only won it by 24,000. So, yeah, he needed some help. He needed some steam.
A little tighter than it should have been. Oh, you can see it visually on the left-hand lane getting out ahead, but here comes that turbo horsepower and drives right around him for the finish line.
Not sure something didn't go wrong there with the sled on the left-hand side, to be honest with you, but nonetheless, it is what it is, so we will continue on here. And looks like a competition single. Or a bye run. Greg Thomas, New Springfield, Ohio. Picking that front end up just a bit.
Leaning, keeping that thing going. He's steering and leaning.
560, 118 miles per hour. A little bit tardy there at the reaction time department. You tighten that one up. It's going to get around that turbo.
He wasn't pushing against the guy in the other lane, so.
Right.
Yeah, he's good.
And that'll wrap up the sled category. We'll again show you this one more time. Looks and sounds like a 2-stroke inside of that one.
Yes, it does. I've noticed that all week.
Because there is that turbo bike was an inline, I think it was 1250 cc's with a turbocharger, so it's and on methanol if I'm not mistaken, so about 700 horsepower. One more time, Kristen Banks is up on the top end doing what she does. Kristen?
Run. Was it a little too close for your comfort zone?
A little bit too close, yeah. We both kind of got out of shape there in the middle, and then I guess just a pedal fest from there. So, but we made it. We got the win.
All right, what do you mean by you both got out of shape out there?
Well, I think when the power started coming in on both sleds, they just kind of broke traction, and then we had to pedal it from there. So.
All right, no more pedaling next round. We're going to stay in shape the whole race.
That sounds like a plan.
Back to you guys.
Thanks.
So that'll bring the Top Alcohol Funny Cars back around here. Great first round of elimination here for these for this category, and they've been stellar all weekend long, as we keep talking about. A lot of fun to watch them.
Yeah, these guys have come out of the box Q1. All but maybe one car going down the racetrack, making some really good runs and some really close races there that first round. Phil Ez in the left-hand lane.
DJ Cox in the right lane.
A little different to ET's first round, but not a whole lot. These two guys will nothing a good reaction time can't fix.
Here's who we will see squared off in the semifinals. Phil Ez, as we just mentioned, and DJ Cox. That pair up there at the starting line now will be followed up by Stan Sipos and Sean Bellemure. Yeah, 560 with an 8 for Phil Ez last time around, and 570 with a 6 for DJ Cox. 573, my apologies. That was his qualifying time. And look at the some of the rules here for Top Alcohol Funny Car. With the Roots supercharger and methanol, of course, screw supercharger as well. Displacement will change just a little bit there, smaller engine, and then of course the no supercharged version where you're allowed to run nitromethane, the fuel injected car. And yes, we do have one.
Yeah, I think we got 2 out of the 3 here this weekend. I don't think there's any Roots cars here.
And you said a couple of different combinations as well when it comes to the transmission with a converter.
Yes. Some of these cars are running a converter. Some of them are running the clutch pedal. And Bellemure's car with the injected nitro is running high gear only. Phil Ez, he struggled the first session in qualifying, come out, made a nice run last night, and then backed that right up with a consistent run, just like last night's first round.
Wait for him to pull him in.
Yeah, a little staging. Yeah, there we go.
How about that? Advantage going to the last guy in, sitting in the right lane. Can he pull off the win? He cannot. 0.75 light for DJ Cox, but it won't be enough. 5.53 with a 1 for Phil Ez. It's going to get the job done to a 5.74. For
DJ Cox, I mean, he knew he was a little behind in the horsepower in the ET wise. They played a few little games on the starting line, not bad, but did get the better of him on the reaction time, 0.75 to 112. But Phil has 5.53, great run for them, and going on to the final round of Alcohol Funny Car.
Yeah, really put one together there. Second round of qualifying one night ago, and since then, man, they have gone right down the track, been very competitive. And one more time, Kristen Banks is at the top end, staying busy.
Greg Thomas, also known as Buckeyed Bullets. Now, you weren't happy with that ET, but what's the positive you can take away from it?
Just to make a final, coming back to the first year for this IHRA event, it's a great thing for the sport. Just happy to, you got to go rounds. You got to go rounds to make the finals, and it wasn't the prettiest pass, but we're going to the finals.
Hey, you're going to the finals. What's your game plan?
That's a tough sled to get around, and just try to do my job driving and obviously change the tune up and need a little luck on my side.
Well, congratulations. You're going to those finals. You got to be proud of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Stan Sipos with the burnout complete. Johnny Lindbergh built chassis here. Johnny, a great tuner, great builder as well. Currently living in the Brownsburg area, just outside of Indianapolis. One of those guys that has really come along here. Just a hard worker. Working closely with Stan Sipos there. Crew chief Les Davenport. We'll see what he's got here. He's got a tough draw in Sean Bellemure and that A fuel car.
Yeah, Stan Sipos' shop's right behind mine, and I saw him leaving to come over here, and couldn't wait to see what he could do. And he does have a big mountain to climb right now. Bellemure, though, one of the only cars not to go down the racetrack first round, and Stan Sipos, he needed that great ET because he was dead late on the start line. So this will be interesting. He's going to need to be on time because I don't think Bellemure's going to smoke the tires down the track twice. Yeah, and I would say that they didn't hurt it there. Bellemure said he thought he might get in trouble from Boggs. He pedaled that thing a couple times to get it down through there. We'll see if they've got it set up for him to stab it and steer all the way to the other end. Reaction time's pretty close. Looked like the A fuel car knocked a hole out pretty early on. Is not going to get it done here. It's going to go to the other side. Stan Sipos gets it done. 5:58 with the 6, 2:61. 0.96 light to a 1:14 for Bellemure, but lost that cylinder there fairly early on. Yeah, he got in trouble quickly. He started putting holes out, and you could hear the engine pulling down. So just missed the tune up a little bit, or something maybe went south on the engine. But Sipos, 5:58, nice solid run. Both the cars in the final round in the 550s. So some great runs from the Alcohol Funny cars. They have been doing that all weekend.
One more time, we'll get it up to the top end and talk to our previous round winner and Phil Eds.
And you were just cheering right there. Davenport, both cars being tuned by Davenport. How cool is that for both you guys to go into the finals? You're pumped.
That's pretty cool. You know, Les has really changed our car in the last couple of years, and he's been helping, Stan, go at it too. And he's going to have both cars in the final. I mean, it's going to be a lot of fun for us. IHRA, we love IHRA, man. Daryl, you're doing a great job with this thing. We love you, man. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, and we can't wait to see you later in those finals.
All right, thank you.
I'm just thinking Davenport's going to be busy.
Well, I'm just thinking who's going to pat his pocket a little better and get the better car for the final round.
There you go. Not sure how excited he is about that. Yeah, pretty cool. One thing's for sure, guaranteed to win.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So this pair coming up here is a monster pair. And matter of fact, both pairs here in Top Alcohol Dragster are going to be super exciting to watch. McPhillips against Meyer. That alone screams excitement. Top Alcohol Dragster coming at us. Because I don't hear anything. And here's a look at the ladder as we were just talking about. Megan Meyer and Mike Coughlin will square off. Jackie Frick and Rachel Curl will also square off. Rachel Meyer. Curl, obviously her married name there, so we'll see the two ladies square off there.
Basically the same rules as the funny cars. You got the injected nitromethane, the screw type supercharger, and the roots type supercharger. But these are both A fuel cars here, and I believe the next pair is A fuel cars. All I think we got left is A fuel cars.
Talked about McPhillips, Rich McPhillips, and of course that team. He and his son doing such a great job. Drivers like Tony Stewart just a couple of years ago, Troy Coughlin. We have Mike Coughlin in it now, Anthony Troyer. So yeah, some big time players along the way. And they've had great success, as we talked about before. National championships, about 100 wins or so for that team. And then, of course, on the other side, you can't say enough about Randy Myers and all the accomplishments he, his daughters, and his drivers. Phenomenal drivers across over the course of time as well. Randy himself, also a great driver. Rich McPhillips himself, a great driver. I mean, these are two powerhouse teams going at it right here.
Yeah, and I can't imagine how much Mike Coughlin wants to win this race. He's from the Columbus area. The Jeggs family, synonymous with Columbus, Ohio. So I'm sure there's a lot of family members out here watching him race this weekend.
And the same way for Randy Meyer. Would love to get both of his cars in the final round. Unfortunately for Megan, that one loses fire early on. Mike Coughlin on it with an 0.26 light, puts a 5.32 on the board.
I told you he wanted it bad. 0.26. I mean, when he left starting line, whoa, that's a good light. But 5.32, 260. The dragsters will all run the 5.30s as went down through here today in the eliminations. So making some outstanding runs in the alcohol dragster category. Boy, you could watch that replay, and Mike Coughlin's car, it looked like it almost come loose at the end of the throttle. It looked like a puff off the tire. So that looks to me like the primary weight on the clutch was exactly perfect.
And one more time, we'll get it to the top end with Stan Sipos this time.
Ready?
Stan Sipos, now we were just talking about both you guys in the final have your tuners built by Davenport. Which one of you guys is going to get an advantage? Who's your crew chief is Les Davenport?
I think it's going to be a toss-up. It depends on, you know, the two different cars. They're different types of cars. One's an automatic. This one is a two-step. So it's going to be a really close race, I think. It depends on, you know, Phil's been driving really well. I think they've won 3 or 4 races in the last while. We're just back after a 10-month absence. We were at U.S. Nationals, lost in the finals, and then we had to sort of think about what we had and how to make things better. And that's what we've been doing.
Well, congratulations, and we are excited to see this Davenport showdown. Kristen Beat, down to you.
After this next pass, we're going to see the Top Fuel Harleys in full effect. I checked in with the 12-time champ Jay Turner. He said that because of the dropping temperatures, they went to a heavier clutch, and that's consistent with most of the riders in contention. One rider, though, who will be lining up who is not in contention, Tim Kerrigan. The reason for them still lining up, they spoke with Daryl, and Daryl, the director of the IHRA, also the owner, allowed them this pass. They're going to use a pass as a test because they're wanting to move on to Michigan, and unfortunately, earlier in the day, they continued to blow out holes. So for them, their goal is to go out there and test. You'll see them make a pass, but it is not going to count. They are no longer in contention.
That's coming up here in just a little bit. In the meantime, let's talk about this great pair here. Jackie Frick and Rachel Curl squaring up here. The two ladies, they went 5.33.6 and 5.33.8 in the previous round. Two powerhouse teams once again. Top bulbs coming on. Let's go. And Rachel Curl strikes the tires right at the hit. So neither one of the Randy Meyer cars will go to the final round here. Jackie Frick will make her way to the final round, and she will line up alongside Mike Coughlin.
Jackie Frick with a nice 5:30 run, her best run of the whole race. It looked to me like Randy Meyer's dragsters both had the exact same tune-up. Both of them had issues right off the starting line coming loose. Jackie's car, nice and straight, 5:30, 279. Their problems from yesterday, they've got them all fixed, and two great runs today.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And you've got to wonder if he was cringing just a little bit when he saw the first one hit the tire, thinking, oh boy, but at least it's in the other lane. Maybe it'll work, you know?
Yeah, and there's only so many last-minute changes you can make. They probably made some adjustments to try to get her car to go down the racetrack, but obviously that was a tuning decision they've made in the pits that made the car come out here and come loose.
So we will shift gears here, and we will go to Top Fuel Harley. And we will also go back upstairs one more time with Kristen Banks.
Mike Coughlin, ET of 5:32. You put it in the finals. How are you feeling after that run?
Real good. The car's getting faster every run, so hopefully we got one more left and something for the competition, hopefully. It's been a good day so far.
Now, when your team goes back to the pits, will they make any changes on the car?
Probably routine maintenance and maybe try and step it up, you know, a little bit. So see if we can get just a little more out of it.
That's Mike Coughlin. Congratulations on going to the finals.
Thank you.
You get such a laid-back guy like that, and he went 0.26. Yeah, you think he was all amped up, and he'd get out and go, yeah, that's pretty good.
Those are the ones that always scare me, when they're that calm.
Yep.
And appears to be checking out the right lane here just a little bit. Also, a quick little cleanup in the right lane here, just past the water box as well. And drying that up real quickly with the blower. Peary standing here. This is a big run here between Peary and Jay Turner. In the meantime, while they're doing this, let's go back upstairs with Kristen.
Jackie Frick, you started the weekend kind of slow, but girl, did you just finish it with a bang? How does it feel going to the finals?
I told Rachel the last time we raced each other, it was for the final round world championship, and she kicked my ass. So I love Rachel. She's a great competitor. I'm glad to see her back out here, but I'm super proud of my team. NGK, Lucas Oil, Maple Grove Raceway, John Finks tuning this car awesome, and my guys have been flawless. Hi to Riley and Sean at home.
Now, when you lined up on that line, knowing that, you know, you had a little grudge against Rachel, do you think about that, or you just think about you and the scoreboard?
I try to just say, you and the tree, you and the tree. That's all. You know, hit the tree, the car will do the rest. Like, they give me a good car, so it's a little easier. It takes your mind off of it.
Well, congratulations to Jackie to making it to those finals.
All right, again, as we were just talking about before, a powerhouse pairing here in Top Fuel Harley. Two multi-time champions here. Ryan Perry lined up on the left lane, in the left lane out of Milford, Ohio. Jay Turner lined up in the right lane. Burnout's complete here. A lot of seat time for both of these guys, and they have been fast here this weekend. Here we go. A lot of body English there early on for Jay Turner. Jay Turner turns on the light first. 5:41.9 to a 5:44.5. Reaction time advantage to Jay Turner as well. A little bit better at both ends of the track. An 0:43 to an 0:84, and the Bulldog gets it done.
That was a great side-by-side drag race. A lot of times in the Nitro Top Fuel Harleys, you don't get those side-by-side. They drop a cylinder or something, but those two side-by-side all the way. I was watching Jay Turner's bike carry the front wheel at least till half track.
Yeah, he was definitely riding that thing. We'll watch it here one more time. There's that front wheel. Take a look at that thing. Sets it down, picks it back up again.
Yeah, that was cool. Picked it back up in the air after it sat it down, and nice tight drag race. That was great.
I think his fastest pass for the weekend as well at 200 miles per hour. So those guys are starting to get things sorted out here, and it's taken them a minute to get these bikes happy, right? So they're starting to find it as well.
Yeah, and this racetrack hasn't seen these kind of vehicles on them for a long time. And they've had some alcohol cars on them in the past few years, but not any of these fuel cars, not these Top Fuel Harleys. I mean, you're seeing some serious horsepower put down by these bikes and even snowmobiles and everything. The more passes they make, the better it gets all weekend. It's just continued to get better.
So this is a bye run here for Bob Malloy. Got that first win against JT. Then as the ladder shook out, he gets a bye run here, goes right into the final where he knows now he will take on Jay Turner. He's going to bump the light, turn on the wind light just like that. So that'll be it. He's going to save parts and pieces and some money as well. It looks like Kerrigan might fire up here for a test run. He is out here with his Top Fuel Harley.
We still got to entertain the fans. Bob electing to just roll the beams and take the win, but they're still going to get to see a bike go down the track.
Yeah, it came up short against Jay Turner there in round number 1, but a spectacular motorcycle. We've talked about it here a couple times over the weekend. Painting contractor here out of Novato, California. AHDRA Pro Fuel National Champ set the AMRA National 8th Mile ET record at 4:07.
This kind of shows you a little bit of difference, the IHRA attitude this weekend. We want to make a test run. Bring her on out. Let's do it. You don't see it a lot, but We're going to put on a good show for the fans. You know, Bob and Lori electing not to go down the racetrack. Why not? We got some fans in the stands. Let's send one down there. Let's love these guys to get a little track time and come to Milan.
And lost a hole there pretty early on, it sounded like. So unfortunately, that one's still not happy. They'll have to go back to the drawing board. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a moment for some more great racing action. Once again, we welcome you back here to Darana Raceway for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We're in Hebron, Ohio, 30 minutes east of Columbus, Ohio. Formerly known as National Trail Raceway, but Daryl Cuttle has bought this one in a combination of his name and his sister's name. and they've come up with Darana Raceway. So I saw Daryl over there. I've yet to meet him or shake his hand, but I got pretty close to him. I saw him on a tractor. He was working right alongside with everybody else out here when we were trying to get this track turned back around. So hats off to him, and congratulations to him and his sister on this track as well. It's beautiful, and they're definitely working on it.
Yeah, they've made a lot of improvements already, and I think there's a lot more improvements to be made yet. But in a short period of time, they've made this place look beautiful.
All right, let's go to Kristen Beat with an update on our next category.
Next category is the Holtz Hemi class. I'm so excited about this, guys. These cars are so cool, as you can see. That right there is the 3-time Pro Stock World Champion car of Jason Line. Now, he is driving this weekend, and he told me that, you know, I choose this class because I don't have a lot of smarts. That was quote unquote what he said. And I said, well, why would you say that? And he said, because it does cost a lot of money and it's a big project. I also talked to Charlie Westcott. He said the challenge is fun for them. They can't buy the parts because all the parts on these cars are sourced from their vintage year. So they are sourcing used parts to replace them on these cars. And it's a fun builder's class. That's the best way I can describe it. And all the drivers in this class not only have an appreciation for the car and the make and the model, but also for sourcing those parts and building out these cars.
Both cars absolutely spectacular looking as well. Two of the coolest cars on the property, on the planet.
Absolutely. Two beautiful race cars. I talked to Jason Line this morning for a little bit, and he said, you know, I still expect, I've raced professionally for so many years, and you had to be perfect, and I still expect that. But he says, I only race a few times a year now, and I expect it, but I don't do it. So he says, it's a little frustrating for me.
Super, super cool car. So Anthony Rhodes lined up here alongside. He's in the right lane, lost to Bucky Hess in the 2024 shootout. And Jason Line made his Hemi shootout debut in 2024, lost in round 2. But as Kristen mentioned, that 3-time Pro Stock champ, he's a tough player, no doubt about that. Little side note, if you weren't with us yesterday, we saw Jason Line come out here in qualifying and had a little bit of a moment, and they said, sorry, pal, you're done, and sent him to the end of the track.
Yeah, he timed out on the starting line, and he wanted to back up and restage. They said, nah, we don't care if your name's Jason Line. Go the other end.
All right, Rhodes pre-staged here. Right lane ready to go. There's Line. The winner to go to the final round.
Oh, red light.
Huge wheel stand out of Anthony Rhodes. Jason Line too quick by 0.005 of a second. By the way, Rhodes right there with him, 0.02 of a second too quick. First to worst.
Wow, both of them red. 005 red, 002 red.
Think they weren't ready to go? Wow.
And then 846.9 to an 847.0.
I mean, those cars and drivers all but identical. I mean, the difference, the overall package is like 0.004 of a second. So we come up here next, and we'll get our next pair. Camella and Westcott, two more great cars. Final in the last 5 Hemi shootouts. Camella has been incredible at the U.S. Nationals with 4 wins. Big time wheel stand out of Westcott. Car goes dead straight. 044 light for Westcott, 020 for Camella. And the win's going to go to Camella. 840 with a 2. And 848 with a 6 to Westcott. So a little better performance at both ends of the track for Camella.
These cars not only look outstanding, they put on an unbelievable show. I mean, you see them launch off the start line, wheels in the air, both of them carrying them out there, and listening to them shift them going down the racetrack. That's old school days, and I love the sound of it.
Yeah, so cool. And I want to give a little bit of love there to Westcott as well. 6-time Hemi shootout winner, incredible driver. So 2 powerhouse drivers right there and great cars. Look at West.
Look at that thing. Carry the front end
I mean,
way out there.
Untie
and then comes back up in the air.
Untie that thing and let it fly. Super, super cool. Love those cars. Excellent stuff. So that'll tease you just enough. We've got more of that coming up. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to pay some bills, and we'll come back with more great racing action here on the other side. Stay with us. And once again, beautiful shot here as the Pro Mod cars are backing up to the starting line. Time to go racing here with Pro Mod. And a quick look at the ladder here. First pair at the line, ready to go. Welcome back to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Round 2 action here for Pro Modified. It will feature James Beadling and the Madman Frankie Taylor in the right lane. These guys getting ready to go. Taylor 394 with a 6 last time around. Beadling a 591 with an 8. We'll look for a much better run here if he's going to hang with the Madman on our #1 qualifier.
Yeah, both these drivers having a little issues getting down the track first round. But Frankie, he pedaled it a little bit. He knew that was good enough for lane choice, so that's why you see him on the right side. He wanted that right-hand lane.
That happened so long ago. I was thinking that interview was something else.
That was pre-rainstorm.
Pre-rainstorm. Here we go. The Madman moving around a little bit, had to bring it back. This is 8th Mile Racing. Here he does so, and a great light to go with it. An 026 light goes 371 to a 374. A little bit better again at both ends of the track. Beadling, however, an 044 light, and I mean picked up the pace. He was right there.
That tells you right there how big a conditions change in a swing that we've seen. These cars couldn't get down the racetrack the first round of competition. The track was close to 140 degrees. Now we're seeing a racetrack that's about 90 degrees, 95 degrees. The outside temperature's down to 75. Now look at this. Both of these cars going straight down the racetrack. Solid runs. Outstanding performance from both of them.
Well, I will tell you that it looked to me like Frankie was driving that a little bit. It wandered off to the right just a little bit, brought it back. For you, it was probably like, that's as good as it gets, dude.
I'm thinking, have you seen Pro Mod before? That was straight as an arrow.
You're not really wrong. I'll give you that one. I think these things just naturally wake up angry. Mike DiDomenico coming up here as well, #2 qualifier. Oh. He can't even get that one to go straight into burnout.
Picture perfect straight burnout. What are you talking about?
Straight as a string, right?
Yeah, perfect. Love it.
That's a string you've tied your shoe with. It's got a bow at each end. So that thing went left and then right just in the burnout. So pretty fun to watch that. Jason Lee, I almost said Jason Line. Jason Lee coming up here will be on the right-hand side. Again, DiDomenico with the performance advantage in the previous round with 377.9, the Lee's 391.6. But as we've seen here, man, I mean, you keep giving these guys, they go around, and they keep learning. The tracks come back to us. Massive difference here. I mean, 90 degrees before, now down to 75 degrees here.
Yeah, D. Domenico, he only made the one qualifying run, but it was a really good run, and then come out first round and made another solid run at 77. So this car's been very consistent, been good in all conditions. So Lee's got his work cut out for him here.
Both of them out of Ohio. By the way, this is very important. Whoever wins this one gets a bye run into the final round. They're all important, but this is a 2-for-1.
Makes it really important. Taking their time, staging these things?
Yes, they are. Top bulb on for both.
Really taking their time, staging these things?
Nobody wanted to go in first. There it is. Red light. And pretty early, too. Do you think it tugged him through?
I don't know. There was something really strange about that. It almost didn't even see the car moving. I have to see the replay, but I saw the red light come on, and I hadn't even seen the car move yet. So be interesting to see what the replay is. But a 372, he was going to be tough to beat.
041 light. He's been a 72. He qualified with a 73. First round of 77. Yep. So
you saw it right there on the replay. As soon as he put the RPMs up, it started pulling him through the beams, and it pulled him right out. Yeah, you were right. The clutch pulled him right through as soon as he put it on the floor.
Let's go to the top end and hear from the Madman.
Yeah. They got tamped in there, and
Frankie Madman Taylor, 371, taking it to the semis. What are you liking about your car on this track?
Well, earlier we tried to get after it too much. That time we backed it down too much. So now we got to try to hit it in the middle and try to get this thing go to the final. We got, I think we got the winner of Monday and Blanco, and hopefully we can get them and go to the final, and it'll be a great day. Thank IHRA for putting this on for us to come out here. You know, I'm just an old outlaw racer, and I'm doing something different than everybody else out here. I got the most gear, I got the littlest tire, and I got the least amount of horsepower, and we're trying to make it win.
Hey, I would say just an outlaw is perfect for the Nitro Outlaw Series. Yes. Congratulations, Frankie Madman Taylor.
Thank y'all, guys.
Love it.
I think he just gave away his tune-up. He just put it out there for everybody.
Everybody's going to sell all their stuff. We got to go smaller. All right, Tom Blanco lined up in the left lane, and David Monday lined up in the right lane out of Tennessee. Kentucky and Tennessee going at each other here. Blanco a 669 last time around, so struggling there for sure. Monday put a 376 up on the board. Monday, your number 4 qualifier. Blanco, your number 3 qualifier with a 77.
Looking out here, it looks like we're seeing identical twins. Both these cars look very, very similar.
Couple of Corvettes. So swoopy. So they look so aero.
I think a red Corvette's going to the next round.
There you go. That's playing it safe. Look at you hanging out there on the limb. Monday creeping forward here. Looks like we're ready to turn on the top bulbs and get after this. Whoever wins this one will face off against Frankie Taylor.
Doesn't appear that either one of these are in any big hurry to stage as well.
They don't even want to turn on the top bulb.
Yeah.
After all this waiting.
Hey, there we go.
Love this, man. I love the games. They both get after it. Whoa, way out of the groove goes Monday, but hangs on to it, drives it down through there. The chassis builder making it work. Reaction times for both absolutely incredible. 006 for Blanco, 018 for Monday, and puts a 72 up on the board. Really nice job there for both drivers at the starting line.
They may have been playing games, but both of them played them very well. Yeah, 006 and an 18 light. Monday's car, it leaves the start line, gets over by the guardrail, and he just kind of slowly brings it back, very slowly. He made most of the entire run a car width out of the groove to the right, up against the wall.
Yeah, really, really nice job of just, as you mentioned before, finessing that thing back over without making a big move. One more time, let's go to the top end and hear from our next driver, Mr. DiDomenico, doing a good job. He won that 2-for-1 round.
Mike DiDomenico, 372. We're thinking you might have a bye to the finals. How great would that be if it's true?
Let me tell you what, it's unbelievable. The crew, I mean, these guys work their tails off. You know how hot it's been, right, this weekend? I mean, it's been brutal, right? And these guys, they don't complain. They just keep at it. And my son, who's the tuner, I mean, what can I say? He gets this thing, you know, this X1 connecting rods from A to B. Never fails, man. You know, it's I'm a little emotional right now. I mean, this is pretty huge, yeah.
That's awesome. Having a father-son team, congratulations. Yeah. Hopefully you go straight to those finals. We're going to go down to staging and see what Kristen Beat has down there.
So I checked in with both Chris Powers and Johnny Placino as they're moving forward in staging. When I checked in with Chris Powers, you can see his car there. He said, we have it set up to run a 411. Johnny Placino said the same thing, but guys, both of these drivers are dealing with a track they haven't seen all day long. They both described to me the challenges presented in that, because sometimes during these qualifying rounds or some of the earlier sessions, you're able to develop a notebook. You know in which direction you need to make adjustments. You can also maybe refer to a notebook on a comparable track, but tonight, this is not a track where they have a comparable notebook for these temperatures. So they're hoping the adjustments they make are in the right direction. But Chris Powers said it perfectly. They're just kind of throwing darts and hoping that it works. The goal is to go from A to B.
Good stuff. So we'll see them here in just a little bit when we get back around to Mountain Motor Pro Stock. It looks like Dale Brensfield's just going to roll this one down through there and save some parts and pieces here. He had a bye run into the final round.
I'm not sure he got after it enough. I don't know if he's going to make it off the top end. So
he's
purging the nitrous just to make sure that's cleaned out. But
I don't think he's going to make it either.
Yeah, run out and grab him and get him off there. But taking that bye run and taking the win, going to the next round, and a lot less between rounds maintenance, and be ready to go for the.
Here they come to get him. So we'll get him cleared out of the way here in just a moment. Love Widener's Corvette, man. That thing is just gorgeous.
You got to love a bye run to the final. I mean, yep, we're all ready to go. We're going to the final round.
Take it easy on the car. Yep, go back, double check everything, and that one's ready to go. Widener's Corvette, I was just talking about, the flame job on there is incredible. Beautifully done.
And they're getting him off top end and ready to go with the next pair.
Our Pro Nitrous category, of course. Well, Brensfield, as we talking about, going to the final. Who will he race, Wilson or Widener? Wilson qualified in the number 2 spot with a 375 and an 8.202. Came out here and went 381 in the previous round.
Both cars, 381.0, 381.6, so it's kind of a toss-up. Oh, they're going to a lane swap here. This last-minute decision. Right before we fire the cars, oh, wait a minute, I want the other lane.
And by the way, Wilson had lane choice by 0.006 of a second. Doesn't matter how much.
And he's executing that right now.
Yeah, I think I want to be over there. I'm just kind of curious. I'd really be curious what he saw or what he looked at that made him decide I want to be in the right lane.
It's a good question, because that was a pretty late decision after they'd sat there quite a while we got the car off the top end. And obviously, one of his crew members was out there looking at the starting line and decided that they needed to be on the other side.
So look at the ladder. That is up to date, even after Dale Brensfield's soft run down through there.
If I had to guess, I'd say the crew member probably saw some bald spots or something on the starting line that he didn't like and wanted to move over to the other side.
last info there. Take a look at the weight. Look at all the different combinations that are available here. I think the one thing of note, take a look at the size of the engines. I mean, there's one out here that is 2 cubic inches short of
1,000.
1,000. And you said he could have it. We just
I rounded it up.
Just give him
went ahead and rounded it up this weekend. Instead of 998, it's 1,000. We're not going to tell Tech, but it's 1,000.
Massive, massive engines.
Tony Wilson's car stumbled a little bit when he started to burn out, but it quickly cleaned up and went on out there. And I actually think he stretched the burnout a little bit longer than normal because he did have a problem getting it started. So it seemed to be a little further out than normal.
Did read as well up to 6 stages of nitrous in some of these combinations. It's incredible how far that technology has come over the course of time.
That's a very technical procedure they're doing right there, but it's also cool to watch. Purging the nitrous.
Always cool to watch, and if you're really close to the track, I mean, it sounds violent as well when you hear how much pressure that stuff's under. So Widener down in the left lane, Wilson in the right lane, top bulbs on, no games here. We're ready to wrap. Both of them running 374, one with a 5, one with a 0. An 043 light for Widener was a little bit quicker. The 036 light for Wilson was a little bit quicker at the starting line. The win will go to Wilson by a mere 2 thousandths of a second.
A
hole shot.
A little bitty hole shot, but what a solid drag race. Both cars side by side. Less than 100th in the reaction time. And just a few 5,000ths in the ET. Man, that's a close drag race right there. I guarantee you neither one of them know who won when they went through the finish line. They were like that the round before. 381 with a 0 to 381 with a 6 coming in here.
Yeah, 7 thousandths at the starting line there and 5 thousandths at the finish line. Quick math right there. I'll tell you 2 thousandths. 28 10,000ths if you want to go to the 4th digit. But at the end of the day, a really close battle. And let's get it back over to Kristen Beat and the staging lanes.
With Jerry Tucker in the Mountain Motor Pro Stock class. Jerry, how have you guys been battling these conditions? I know a lot of drivers in this class specifically have had to make big adjustments in a direction they don't know will prove victorious.
Well, you just got to stay on top of the weather and stay on top of the track. The track has changed a lot. I think it's pretty good right now, so we got to set up for a good track.
Looking at this class, it's stacked. How do you come out on top?
Well, it's very difficult, and everybody's good drivers. You just got to go out there and race the track and don't outsmart yourself.
So here we go. First pair here in this round. We will get them down to the semifinals. Johnny Placino lined up in the right lane. Put it all together there just 1 lap ago. We knew it was inside of the car. He finally found it and made him pay. Corey Voss will line up alongside in the left lane.
Yeah, it's big struggles in qualifying. First round, come out here, 418, right with everybody else. A lot of teams first round. Now it's cooler. We can see that they've been talking about all weekend.
Voss qualifying with a 420, 171 miles an hour.
A little deceiving, Placino 506, but that 418 first round tells a different story.
Last round, yeah, he found it. Reaction times within 13 thousandths of a second. 416 with a 3 to a 416 with a 5. So it really comes back just 2 thousandths there at the finish line. It comes back to the starting line. The better of the two over there was Corey Voss. The 033 light to an 020. My bad. Johnny Placino with the better of the two lights here, and will get the win by 11 thousandths. So Placino on a roll now. He's fired up and ready to go. Another 416 pass.
We're seeing some great drag racing. A 20 to a 33 light,
4:16.3 to 4:16.5 side by side. I mean, this is really tight, close drag racing.
Awesome stuff. Exactly what we expect to see out of Mountain Motor Pro Stock. So once again, Johnny Placino, your winner there. Apologize about that. And we'll go to the top end with Kristen.
Tony Wilson making it to the finals by 0.02 of a second. How were you able to get that whole shot?
Just, go up there and try to stay calm, do our thing, and a lot of runs down the racetrack, that helps. We made a lot of runs this week testing a couple different cars, and that seems to be paying off with track conditions changing, and Widener done a good job. I mean, they're a hard team, and then the weather changed drastically since the rainstorm. So I'm glad that the Greenbrier team was able to pull this out. Redline oil, we had a little malfunction earlier in the week, kind of a little Exxon Valdez, and we put some more Redline in it, and here we go again. So headed to the finals against a hero of mine that I watched racing growing up, Dale Brinsfield. I have nothing but respect for this guy to come back out and do it, and I'm looking forward to racing against Dale in the finals. It's a dream come true kind of deal. So.
Well, congratulations. That's really cool, racing your hero in the finals. We look forward to seeing that.
Up next, Chris Powers and John DeFlorian. DeFlorian lined up in a left-hand lane. Of course, crew chief with him. Brian, they call him Lump Self, and he'll line up alongside Chris Powers.
As a drag racing fan, you love great drag racing, close racing. You want to see them big numbers. How about first round, 4:18 with a 0 and a 4:18 with a 1? You don't think these two guys are matched up evenly?
And both of them know, man, they've got to be on their game here at the starting line. The pressure is absolutely on number 3 and number 6.
We've seen the last two pair, one on a hole shot by just a few thousandths.
Mountain Motor Pro Stock putting on a show. Powers ready to go, but it looks like DeFlorian trying to track him down. Can't get it done. Powers with a 005 light. DeFlorian, I mean, no slouch at 032, but when somebody puts a 00 on you, you're in trouble. And then DeFlorian does go quicker with a 413 and a 5 to a 415.0. The win margin here, 12 thousandths of a second. Mountain Motor Pro Stock in a house.
I'm telling you, it's like they heard us. Whole shot wins galore that round, 3 in a row. 005, and when you leave with the 032 and you're dead late, man, this is some great racing.
Excellent stuff. 60-foot time actually went to Powers, believe it or not, but the better of the two ETs going to the other side, just not enough. Awesome stuff as Jeremy Huffman comes up here. Of course, our number 1 qualifier did go a 412 with a 9. Just last night, 174.57 mile per hour.
Come out, ran a 4:16 first round. All these guys out here winning races on hole shots. Great numbers this round. All the cars are going down the racetrack. And oh yeah, by the way, we've got the number 1 qualifier out here yet to make his run. He gets a single into the semifinals. This car's been solid all weekend long. We saw earlier in the Pro Nitrous elected to just take the tree and idle down there to go to the next round. I
wouldn't expect that out of
Huffman,
this category. I bet you Huffman.
He did a big old burnout. He's not going to idle her off there.
These guys come to play, man. They play hardball.
I think he saw all them numbers going up there, and he needs the data for the next round.
You've been talking about lane choice as well. 9:79, 60-foot time. Right there on the clock. Left 2 thousandths too early. Look at that. That is the quickest pass we have seen all weekend long in the category. 4.103, 174.75. A great pass there out of Jeremy Huffman.
Exactly what we expected. Now he's got some great data going in for the next in the semifinal round. But you know, we saw the conditions change so much after that weather rolled through there. No wonder he went out there and made a run. You need to see how much better it is, and I think he hit it 410.
You got to kind of keep chasing the track too. You can't keep giving it up and then come out here and hope that you can hit it, you know, in the next round. So let's get it up to Kristen Banks.
Johnny Patino, 416, taking it to the finals. The track conditions have changed a lot. Do these favor your driving style?
We'll go in the heat, we'll go in the cold, doesn't really matter. It definitely is tricky when a track goes from 140 to 95. You got to make big swings, and that's a little uncomfortable as a crew chief. It's difficult to make those swings, but look, we're all dealing with the same conditions. They let us back in this thing. We really struggled in qualifying, but we're still kind of struggling right now. If we can figure this thing out, we're going to put a number up on the board for sure.
Well, we hope to see you later doing that. Now, we're going to go to staging and check out what Kristen Beat has down there.
I just checked in with Mike Ruzicka in the hot rod class that's coming up. As you can see behind me, all these beautiful cars rolling in. He is driving a 1970 Plymouth Duster, a car that has been in his family for 40 years. He told me so excitedly, this is my first ever national race. I'm so excited to be here, but more so racing a car that's been in my family for that long.
We're going to miss this pair. All right, here we go. Couple of players here. Jerry Tucker lined up on the right side. Jerry Bickle chassis. Frank Gugliotta power underneath that one. Kurt Neighbor on the left side. Jerry Haas, John Causey combination with that one.
Tucker with lane choice coming in here. A great 415 the first round, but conditions are so much better now. We could see something maybe even a little better than that 10. They talked last night about an O. Well, we're getting really close to the 4.0s.
Top bulb on here for Neighbor. 4:23.7 last time out. Tucker with a 4:15 and a 9. Reaction times again very close here. Separated by just 200ths of a second with the powerhouse over there. Tucker putting it to work. 4:14 with a 9. One more time, just a little bit better. 4:15 with a 9 last time, 4:14 with a 9 this time, 4:18 with a 6 there for Neighbor. Just didn't have enough, got beat at both ends of the track.
I'm standing up, giving the Mountain Motor Pro Stocks a standing ovation. 017 light, 414, and 036. Well, you're dead late again. Yeah. What great drag racing. I mean, a 418 right there with them all the way down. Every pair in that session was outstanding. Great job, guys.
Super, super cool stuff, man. Love the category. Massive respect for everybody in there. And as I talked about before, I mean, these guys show up, they play ball, and they're ready to go. And they're already barking to the IHRA. They want a 16-car field out here.
Yeah, this wasn't originally an 8-car field. They put on a great show, wanted to show IHRA what they could do. They allowed them all to compete today, and I think they're proving their point.
So we will switch gears. We just had Mountain Motor Pro Stock. We will come back to Pro Stock. These are 500-inch cars. Once again, naturally aspirated. And while they're doing burnouts here and get ready to go, we'll go back up to Kristen Banks.
Chris Powers, 415, taking it to the semis. How is your car running right now, and are you going to make any changes before that next round?
Well, we got to figure it out. The car's not running as good as it normally does, but as long as I keep driving and pinning these double wheel lights on these guys, we'll have enough to get around them all. Next run's Johnny Pacino. We both got ones on the car. We're both multi-time world champs, so we're about to throw down.
Well, we are looking forward to that throwdown later on, so y'all don't go anywhere.
That one worth the price of admission alone. It'll be good to watch.
He seems serious about it.
Yeah, he's already up for it, isn't he?
He meant it.
There is no doubt about it. Great, great stuff. Love this stuff, man. It's been a long time since I've been at a drag racing track in a booth calling a race here, and certainly happy to be back. And this is why. I mean, when you see competition like this, and things are going the way they're going. I mean, one day ago, it was brutal. It was just brutal. But this is a lot of fun right here.
500 cubic inch Pro Stock on the starting line. The veteran, Larry Morgan. We talked to Larry in the tower when it was pouring down rain earlier today, and he couldn't be happier to be out here. You got Dave River from Iowa. I've known Dave for a long time, being from Iowa myself, and he's up here. He's got a big hill to climb here against Larry Morgan.
He does, yeah. 42 NHRA national events and one semifinal appearance there. It happened in Brainerd 2014. Beat Erica Enders. That's something to talk about. And Dave Connolly. So that was a really good day there for River. We'll find out if he can beat another one. Another great one here, and Larry Morgan.
Larry's heavily involved with the IHRA. Been heavily involved with this racetrack as well.
Super happy to be out here. Loves where he's at.
Ooh, Dave went right in there and staged on Larry.
Yeah. Get him out of his game a little bit. And maybe he did. But
might have. Nope. Look at that. Larry powering ahead.
Yeah, he drives away from him here.
4:29 for Larry, 4:61 for Dave. Larry was, it might have worked because Dave had 0:62 to Larry's 1:31, but a little too much power over there with Larry.
Yeah, if he could have drove it down to the other end without any issues. Let's take another look at it here.
You could see that front end snap up clearly before Larry's did.
Jeremy Huffman, fastest ET in your class for the weekend. How does that feel?
It feels awesome. Like I told you a little bit ago, we're going to throw a little bit more at it this time and see what we can get away with since we were lucky and had the bye run there. And we had that rainstorm come through and the air's got a little bit better. So everybody picked up a little bit there. But we threw a little bit more at it and the track's great. These guys have done a fantastic job battling through this weather all weekend, the heat, now the rain and stuff. And yeah, we're super excited about that run.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you later on.
Again, man, he climbs out of that car and just he doesn't look like he's.
I want to know his technique. You know, I mean,
sitting in the hauler,
yeah,
in the AC, just looking cool and collect.
I want to know if he was wearing a cool suit underneath that or something, man. I mean, that guy had to sweat all weekend, and it's been miserable out here.
Give up the 5 pounds and put a cooler in there and keep myself cool. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, chilling. He's chilling.
That's the way it was yesterday. Derek Reese coming up here next in KD Racing. Beautiful looking 500-inch car. Jerry Haas built machine.
Derek was #1 qualifier in Pro Stock, 4:29. We saw Larry and him make some runs yesterday side by side, nice and close race. Going to take the single here, and he'll face off with Larry Morgan in the final round.
See if he chases it here to get lane choice.
Yep.
Boy, beautiful looking pass right there.
4:29 with a 2, 163.55. He's going the final round against Larry Morgan, and I think that gets him lane choice.
Get the shoe polish out.
Yeah.
4:29 with a 9, 4:29 with a 2.
Yeah, it's a bracket car. Got a bracket car Pro Stock.
Who was it that ran with the Pro-Ams that came out here? Was it a Pro Mod car?
Yeah, one of the Pro Mod cars ran in the top sportsman category, and he won.
What are we looking at here, do you know? Speaking of Pro-Am. Looks like one of pairing from our hot rod category. And before we send down a pair of 1090 cars, we will go upstairs to Kristen.
Larry Morgan just ran a 4:29 and put that car in the finals. How good does it feel?
It feels good to be coming to the first IHRA race. Being in the finals, great. I'm just happy for all the guys that work here, all the Darana and the IHRA people that's rooting us on. It's a good day for all of us.
Do you like how your car's running, or are you going to make any changes before the final?
We'll probably make more changes, but that was a good, shakedown run. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in that finals.
Thank you.
Larry Morgan going to another final round here as we go to the 1090 class known as Hot Rod. Tim Shuck lined up on the right side. Mike Ruzicka lined up on the left side. Boy, you've got to be spot on. You've played this game before. You know how difficult it is. I know it was a number of years ago, and technology again has advanced here. These guys will leave. They'll be deadly. Throttle stops will come on. They'll get as close to that 1090 mark as possible without going under.
These 1090, 990, and 890 classes are so critical in their reaction times. Try to beat the other driver there without going quicker than 1090, so it means you have to get the starting line advantage.
Semifinals here.
Oh, playing games.
No reaction times here till the race is done. Throttle stops on immediately for both cars. Throttle stops off. Here they go, charging to the other end. And it's going to go to the right lane with the better of the two reaction times, 0:32 and 2 and 0:56 for Tim Schuck. 10:91 plus 0:19, 10:89.2, no doubt. Mike trying to push him out at the other end, just had to leave his foot in it, goes under by 8th thou.
You're seeing the importance of the reaction time right there. He had to go under 10:90 to try to get ahead of him, and that's too fast. Break out, you're out.
It'll bring up our next pair and find out who's going to meet him in the final. Scotty Reinshield lined up on the left side, and Pete Maduri lined up on the right side out of North Tonawanda, New York. 1990 Chevrolet Cavalier against the old school Corvette. Same game right away. Side by side looking at each other all the way down there. Who's going to flinch? And once again, the better of the two reaction times will get the nod here. Another great race. 0:13 light for Reinshield to an 0:37, then goes plus 0:53 to a plus 0:41.
Good solid drag race, close down there, but shows you the importance of the reaction time. 0:13 to an 0:37, and he had a little room to play with when they got towards the finish line.
I wonder if Maduri would have stayed in it a little bit more, if he could have snuck by him right there. Great battle. Sounded like they both pedaled it a little bit at the top end.
A little cat and mouse going on down there. The advantage in reaction times gives you such an advantage to be able to play on the finish line, and these guys have these cars dialed in so close. They know exactly what they're going to run.
Great drone shot. Drone has given us some wonderful views here.
Yeah, it's one of the best shots I've seen in a drag strip. This drone has some really, really cool shots this weekend.
Couple of stockers coming up here. One a pickup truck, one a Corvette. C-stock automatic for the Corvette. Looking at it right there. Dial in 1068, as you can see. See that 1008 as well up there on the windshield.
Nope, 1068 on the side window.
But one at the index for C-stock, and then K-stock automatic over there on the left lane. Stephen Zioni and Josh Decker. Probably killed Stephen's last name. Corvette rolling in here. So Stephen will leave earlier with a little bit slower dial in. 1196 to the 1068 for Josh Decker.
We'll see if the Corvette can chase down the truck.
Big wheel stand there for Decker. Leaves too early by 18 thou. Steve will be able to run it out, see where he's at. 12:18. Out of the throttle, 91 miles an hour. Mike Taylor lined up on the left side out of Somerset, Kentucky with 79 Malibu, K-stock and D-stock. Steve Tucolsi out of Richfield, Ohio, the shoebox, the 1966 Chevy 2.
Raced one of them a few years ago.
Owned one of those, never got it running. Love the stockers.
Mine wasn't a 4-speed like that one. Can he catch him or can he run him down? It's getting close.
Yeah, I think both of those stick cars in and of itself.
1076 in that right lane, Steve. The Chevy 2 takes the win.
Theft deterrent device now. Stick car.
Yeah, that's for sure.
And Bob Marshall, you were talking about this car a little bit earlier.
I have no idea how many years Bob's been running that car, but I can remember as a kid going to the racetrack and running that exact same car.
Earl Rowe lined up on the other side. Superstock K automatic. Oh, he rolled through, broke the beam. That one's over. Bob Marshall will get the win here. Oh, so frustrating.
Get down to the semifinals like that and have a mistake. Oh. Bob Marshall going to another final round. I'd like to see the numbers on how many he's been in.
Superstock A automatic car. Yeah, that is a Hemi. It is a super cool car. And you think it's all original Hemi car?
I don't know, but all I know, I've seen that car for a long time.
Definitely a piece of history. Andy Cronenbitter coming up here next, the GTG automatic. Miller Sport Ohio with the 08 Cobalt. And Matt Dattis alongside out of Ohio as well with the 05 Pontiac Sunfire. You'll see too many Sunfires out here getting it done.
No, you don't.
GTH automatic, or GTG and a GTH. Dial-in's fairly close here. Right lane will leave a little bit early. Both of them put it on the wheelie bar. Good battle. Somebody pedaling up there at the top end. And the wind's going to go to the right lane. 031 light to an 014. But a breakout in the left lane by 0.010 of a second for Cronenbitter will put him in the box.
Needed one more whop down there, I think, and he'd been all right.
How about dead on with a 3 for Matt Dattis?
Those guys are they know their game there.
38,000 package there.
He won the finish line. A little slower reaction time, but he won the finish line.
Shades at the professor right there.
Top Sportsman semifinals.
Never know, that might be an old Pro Stock car.
They gotta go somewhere when they're done using them.
Yeah, and I would say a Warren Johnson piece would be a pretty good start.
That's true.
Alex Miller out of Mansfield, Ohio, and Jimmy Fallon back here from his late night show duties, apparently. He's out of Trenton, Ohio, 68 Camaro.
Well, I'm not sure Jimmy can see his crew because they're being very adamant that he's about a car width out of the groove backing up from the burnout. So
trying to.
Yeah, they finally got him there.
She was telling him to go over there. He just wasn't really reacting right away. Finally did get it back over.
I hope that isn't his wife because he was not paying attention to her at all.
Was still way over out of the groove, at least from the rubber that he just laid down.
Quite a bit of a head start in the left-hand lane. A 633 dial in the right lane, 777 in the left.
Blower car in the right lane. Red light. Red light. This one's over. Missed it by 0.003 of a second. 065 light on the other side. Big speed, 213. As we continue on here with our Pro-Ams, great to have them out here. It's been a solid double-header event for the Pro-Ams. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to hand it over to the gentlemen on the track PA and let them call what they've been calling all week long.
Osborne out of Oakland, Michigan, 69 Camaro, and I'm glad he dialed 665. So Osborne using it for a time run to get everything dialed just right as he will meet up with Jimmy Fallon in the finals of Top Sportsman. going to take it on a single down the racetrack. That nitrous assist, 69 Camaro, beautiful machine out of Michigan. Went 666 at 2:04 in qualifying, dialed it down one number. So shooting for 665, and I'm going to say you're going to see 2:05 on the scoreboard. So Osborne puts the car in the beams. 996 short time. 555 to the 1,000. Looky there. Boy, I might need to play the lottery right now. He goes dead on with a 1. 15 up front. 205. I think I said that. Shooting for 665. Shooting for 205. And with nearly perfect precision, Chris Osborne takes that Camaro to the finals. We'll face off against Jimmy Fallon in two of the quickest door cars in the top sportsman category. Moving right straight into Quick Rod. Super Rod. This is Super Rod. Super Rod on a 990 index. So these guys will leave heads up together. They're both dialed 990. You see it on the boards. That's the quarter mile time. First to get there that does not go under that number. Steve, Alvin, Simon, and Theodore on the right side. Out of Lancaster, Ohio, 990. 63 Corvette Roadster. Left side. Sunman, Indiana's own Mark Harmon. The 69 Camaro, 421 cubic inch small block to the 632 of Theodore. Harmon, 003 on the tree for the W. Theodore was 59 up front. Harmon was 003 up front. Went 10 flat with a 1 at $130. Tightened the finish line up to take 14 thousandths at the finish line. Steve Theodore out here in the semis in Super Rod. Next, cars in the beams already. Tom Diamond, the 27 Ford Roadster, 555 cubic inches of big block Chevrolet. And Paul Richardson out of Woodburn, Indiana, 68 Camaro on the right side of the racetrack, 615 cubic inches for the Roadster. Richardson, 32 up front. Diamond, a little behind, goes 40 up front. But Diamond gets the W. Richardson drops off the number, goes 1082. And Diamond goes 998.1 to take a bunch at the finish line. And Time Diamond moving on to the semis. Moving right in. Check it out. I mean, wasting no time. Quick Rod already in the beams. And speaking of Rod, it's Jamie Elrod on the left side of the racetrack out of Lima, Ohio, I believe, not Ontario. Lima, Pontiac, 632 for the Elrod dragster on the left side. Jason Harding, right side of the racetrack, 2017 American dragster, Chevrolet 632. You see, we've stepped it up. 890 the index. So now, these are going to mostly be dragsters. When they drop, you see them leave, fall on their face, and then take back off. That's a throttle stop. They leave under full power for the full reaction time. They drop off. Then the wood comes back down, and they run down to the big end, trying to get closest to that 890 number. Elrod has a bunch of room to work with, and that's how you do it. Elrod was 16 on the bulb, goes 928. Harding way off the number, 69 up front. Elrod goes down, clicks it off a little early, goes only 139 mile an hour. Harding was not in the picture, and Jamie Elrod moving on to the next round. And we're shutting them down on the starting line as the track crew goes down to check something out. I don't know if there's something on the track, something clicked off, perhaps on the right side. There's a reason that the Harding machine was way off the number, so perhaps it kicked something off on the way down. Track crew, the spotters down there checking it out, making sure we're all safe. So we'll be down just a second. As soon as I get word back from the racetrack, we'll fire them right back up. But Adam Gerber out of Mesalon, Ohio, on the right side of the racetrack. The baby food maker on the right side. Ha ha. I don't care what y'all say. It's Mesalon. I'm reading it on the screen. Donnie Hardman, Wallace, West Virginia. One of the beauties, when I go back to Kentucky, nobody's going to make fun of me because I misspelled Mesalon, Massillon, Massilian, all those kind of things. I get to go back.
If they're bringing that.
All right, so once again, we welcome you back here to the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Running some of the Pro-Am cars. Quick Rod was up here and looked like we might have a little bit of moisture, something from one of the cars. I don't know what it is just yet. Certainly not significant. They're going to send the rotator out there and get the track cleaned up. So a small break here with the Pro-Ams. We'll get this track cleaned up, turn around. Shouldn't take too long at all. Doesn't look significant. And we'll take a quick break here one more time. Funny cars are back there in the staging lanes, so Pro-Ram not too far away here. The semifinals of that as well. So a lot of great racing action coming our way. Stay with us here at Darana Raceway.
Outlaw Nitro Series, race number 1. 2 weeks from now, we will be in Milan, Michigan for race number 2. Race number 3, I'm pretty certain is back here, and I'm pretty certain it's real early in September. So if you've had a great time, the next time you come in September here to the IHRA Nitro Outlaw Series, I want you to tell a neighbor, a friend, and bring 2 people with you. If you're here by yourself, there should be 3 of you. If there's 2 of you here, there should be 6 of you. Let's absolutely show the IHRA just how much we appreciate them and what they've done for this facility and what they're doing for this area and what they're doing for the racers by filling the stands and filling the pits. Next time we come here, I expect a 100% packed house, and you need to make your arrangements to be part of it here at Darana Raceway in Ohio. A couple more laps with the tractor just to make sure, again, no matter where you get, you still want to give everybody the exact same shot and the exact same experience of going down the racetrack. So that track prep crew has done an absolutely phenomenal job all weekend. And we've seen so many great side-by-side races and a beautiful night here in Hebron, Ohio. We are in Quick Rod.
Once again, we're back here. Thanks for watching us on Speed Sport 1. We're having a great time here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Unfortunately, a little bit of track cleanup here while we're running the Pro-Ams. I think down to the semifinals there with the Pro-Ams, getting them down to the finals. And then, of course, we have round 2 action. Round 2 action of the pros will be coming up here. Yeah, we had that big split. We ran all of them. I felt like we were done with round 1, but we weren't quite done. So had that rain shower and then finished up round 1. Now ready for round 2. Not too far away. You see Short all out there checking out the starting line. So yeah, the fuel cars are back up in there, and just some final prep here. The right lane, I think, had needed a little bit of attention, but they're going ahead and taking care of both lanes to make sure they're as even as possible. So we'll send things back over to the PA guys and let them call the Pro-Ams. I believe Quick Rod is what's up next. Donnie Hardman and Adam Gerber as they compete there in a very tough 890 category. So yeah, the PA guys are not up yet. So we'll cover here for just a minute. Watch the rotator. Here, we were talking about that before. It does look like he has the 4 tires aired up here, but there was a time whenever he takes the air out of them, or at least airs them down, and scrubs in some rubber that way.
Yeah, I think they start off at the same level every time, and once the heat builds up into the tires as he's dragging them, it creates the same amount of pressure every time. But,
oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's just an even. You know, the first couple laps are probably not as hard as the others, but once he gets the temp in those tires, it's about the same pressure every time he uses it.
And Kristen Beat is still hard at it here, and the staging lanes. Kristen.
Here with Chad Axford. Chad, tonight, big stakes in this round for you to be able to advance, but you are in a single lane. How are you kind of preparing?
I've got the easy job tonight. I just get to make a time run and watch these boys in front of me battle it out and see who we're going to run later on tonight for the final.
What is your goal in this next session?
Really, I'm using this as basically it's a time run, so I'd like to be better than 10 up front on the reaction time, and we're going to shut down about 1,000 foot and hopefully go somewhere around 707.
Now, this isn't your standard drive. This is a different car. What are you learning about this car, and how did this come out to play?
So this is actually a buddy of mine from Las Vegas's car. We put one of my motors in it, and so we're still learning. We're getting everything worked out, and obviously things are going well for us this weekend, so we're pretty happy with it.
Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff. These Pro-Ams are so good at what they do. They'll make you pay, man.
Nothing better than a semifinal round bye run to the final.
Yeah.
You seem pretty chill. You know, now I know why, right?
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. And obviously working on those numbers, as he talked about there, and knows exactly where he wants to be on both ends of the track to get inside of that window where he's comfortable.
Just throwing out a little bracket racing lingo to her there, and we'll explain it to her later.
Yeah, I was chatting, you know, as I said, it's been a long time since I've been in a booth here calling a drag race, but it was probably early 2000s or so. I was at the Moroso 5-day, did that for a couple of years, and just 5 days of absolute brutal drag racing from morning till night, and the absolute best in the business. Double O's at the starting line, double O's at the finish line, people going home with a 10,000th package. So, sorry, man, not good enough here today. It's just incredible to watch them and how good they are at what they do.
Well, hopefully we're pretty close with the rotator there, and he's made 2 or 3 laps in each lane, so got to be getting close. These guys have been sitting underneath the tower being patiently waiting. Thank goodness it's cooled down a little bit. These guys would not be sitting in their cars if we were here yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, from 90 to 75, 90, 91 degrees to 75. IHRA is asking the drivers, thumbs up there. You guys ready to go? And so, yeah, I'd say we're getting pretty close here. Hats off to the entire crew. Everybody digging really since Tuesday, but first cars on track Wednesday and Thursday, Friday, all 3 days. Just incredibly hot here, as you might imagine, middle of the summer in the Midwest. Can get pretty tough. You spin it around here and put it in reverse.
Yep, here we go.
So once again, as we get things started back up with the quick rod category, the 890 category, we'll get it back over to our gentleman on the PA. Brent?
Adam Gerber and Donnie Hardman. This pair will wrap up quick rod. So the big engines come back to life. Overcome any obstacles. That's what's happened today. That's what's happened all weekend. We get an obstacle, and the entire crew pitches in to overcome it. And that's what it says there on the side of Donnie Hardman's car. It's a pretty good slogan. Let's see if Hardman can overcome the dragster of Adam Gerber. All right, top dragster coming out from under the tunnel as we wrap up Quick Rod. Quick Rod 890 index. Throttle stops will be on instantly. Cars will leave under full power and then immediately start rolling, and you go, what's wrong with those cars? That is planned. Onboard computer on the car helps to control that as far as how long it's on. Boy, oh boy. Adam Gerber was 007 and gives it back at the finish line. Donnie Hardiman goes 893. Gerber was 007 up front, but does not get to the number, goes 901. 154 miles an hour for the L. Waste that 007. Donnie Hardman moving on to the finals. Moving straight into our top dragster category. And we have Troy Williams Jr. The Road Warrior, Troy Williams Jr. Bradenton, Florida, was our Wednesday night Pro-Am winner here in Top Dragster and finds himself in the semifinals again against Dennis Brown out of New Palestine, Indiana. One of the quicker top sportsman cars on the property. Number 2 on the qualifying sheet, dialing it 6:19. 1.1 seconds quicker than the Williams machine. All about perfection and consistency here in Top Dragster. Williams will leave 1.1 seconds ahead of Brown, and Brown will try to chase him down. Again, margin of, or the difference in mile per hour, going to be over 40 miles an hour difference at the finish line. Starting line advantage for Troy Williams Jr. and the win light comes on for Williams. And the Braden Floridian going back to the finals. Brown dialed it way down from qualifying and goes another 10th below that. Goes 6:09 on the 6:19. And Williams moving on to the finals where he will meet up against the Axeman out of Portland, Tennessee, the 2009 M&M Dragster of Chad Axford. 7:07 the dial. I know Axford. He's gonna run to the 1,000 foot and click it off. He's not gonna show a 7:07. I would almost wager it. I have familiar with the game and familiar with this machine. If he goes 7-0 anything, I'm going to be shocked. He's 18 up front. Oh, boy, that's a shock, wasn't it? It's almost as if I've done this before. Axford knows everything he needs to know about the tune-up, goes 447. 155 mile an hour to the 8th, 597 to the 1,000 foot, clicks it off, and goes 754 at 132 mile an hour.
And we welcome you back to Darana Raceway. Hebron, Ohio is where it's located, just outside of Columbus, about 30 minutes east of Columbus, about 3 hours from Indianapolis. And a beautiful shot there up the tower. Finish up with the Pro-Ams there just a little bit as they are working their way down to the final round for all of their categories. And we're going to finish up round number 2 here of the pros. Should have funny car coming around here, and then, of course, Top Fuel. How much different will this track be from the last time they were here?
It should be pretty similar. The conditions I don't think have changed a whole lot. It was pretty cloudy when they ran after the rainstorm. We ended up running funny car and Top Fuel. And the track conditions haven't changed a whole lot. You know, the temperature of the track's about the same. It's a little cooler out than it was, but very similar conditions and very similar conditions. I think it's a little better than last night. Last night we didn't get the rainstorm and didn't take the heat away. Today, a lot lower temperatures. All the crew chiefs have been out there walking around, taking a look, and waiting for the guys to come around the corner, and they'll probably make some last-minute changes and go at it.
All the action going down here. We were on the live stream version of Speed Sport, which was Speed Sport 2, to kick off all the Pro-Am action there throughout Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and the beginning of today up till 6:30 tonight, and now on Speed Sport 1, what they refer to as their fast channel, and typically part of all the TV devices now. A lot of platforms that you will find Speed Sport 1 on. If you don't have it, just go to the website, look it up. It is free. And then, of course, also on IHRA.tv as well. So a couple of different options here to watch us. Whatever you need to do to make that happen. We certainly are glad you've joined us. Excited to cover the entire season. You'll be able to watch all the action right here as we'll bring you everything between Speed Sport 2 and Speed Sport 1, of course.
Got to hand it to all these camera guys out here, everybody that's been working this weekend. It was tremendous heat. They all day out there yesterday in that heat, and there's a few of them going home with some serious sunburn.
Yeah, lessons learned. Yeah, I mean, the staff out here really enduring a tough day, tough and long day yesterday, and they adjusted their Pro-Am schedule a little bit this morning to give everybody a chance to get some rest and come back out here and take another stab at it. One thing's for sure, they all persevered, man. They did not let what was a really tough and long day one day ago get to them. Everybody made it happen, man, whatever it took.
Yeah, I think we've seen some really great shots all weekend.
Massive effort to clean this track up, get it dried up as quickly as they did. I mean, when you bring the helicopter out, you know things are serious. We're going to dry this thing. Look at some of the crew chiefs that you were talking before. Trying to figure out the little sidebar bets to find out who's going to buy the beer.
I have to say that might be the best rainstorm I've ever seen for a drag race because the conditions are so much better. It was miserable in that heat and the humidity, and I stepped outside during that little break. It's nice and cool and great track conditions. We've seen great numbers since, and it's really turned the racing around.
All right, our Kristen Beat is standing down with one of our funny car competitors, Mr. Terry Haddock.
Terry, what have you guys been working through today?
Well, we've just been trying to be careful to not out race the racetrack. So like for first round today, I was trying to run like 4:12, 4:13. It went 4:14, but it ended up being slow because it put holes out. So the other cars are a bit faster. Like I saw Mike McIntyre ran 06 and Dell ran 4:11. I think he shut his off early. So we're going to have to run an O this session to win the round. We got to race Dell, so probably a 05, 04 to win.
When you know another car might
be faster. How do you mentally kind of strategize or prepare yourself for overcoming that obstacle?
You pray to God a whole lot, and you just race your own race, because if you put too much into it, you'll screw up and make mistakes. So what I try to do is make sure that I did anything I could on the car to make it as perfect as possible. I make sure I pray before I get in that car and just go and do my best. And no matter what, you know, if both drivers come out at the other end and everybody's safe and happy and we get to do it again, someone wins, someone loses, we're just blessed to be here.
Terry, I had the opportunity of speaking with your son and crew chief earlier today, and he knows that he has to earn the seat at some point. What is it like working with your son so closely in this racing climate?
You know, it's my favorite part of all this. There's a whole backstory that goes with that, but my son lives with me now, and he didn't most of his life. He spent with his mom, and once he got living with us, he's gotten a lot more involved in the racing, and he works really, really hard. He's also he's only 18 years old, and he's got 1 year left of college. We were able to get him through high school early, and I'm going to make sure he gets a degree before he can, and eventually he'll get to drive, but he has to earn it. So like earlier this year, we took him out and we got him his license, so he's a licensed funny car driver. And then I told him, okay, if you find the money, because he's got to find sponsorship.
He called it coins earlier. He said we gotta get a lot of coins.
I always tell him, the thing don't run unless you put tokens in it, like the horse at the shop, right? You know. So I told him, you go out and find the tokens, you can drive at that race. So he went and went to all the people that he works for in the social media business, and they all pitched in and sponsored him at that last Funny Car Chaos race, and he went to the semifinals. So we're real proud of him. He's going to be a talented driver. I think he's got some real good potential, but we got to find money because this stuff is extremely expensive.
And fun to watch. And coming back after the break, we'll see more from the funny car class in the IHRA Series Round 1 live from Hebron, Ohio, guys.
And we're back here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. Funny car semifinals getting ready to roll out here. Looks like they're making a couple of passes to make sure this track is absolutely spot on before we will send out the pros. Yeah, crazy weather a little bit earlier on. Curious to see what things are like when we get to Milan. I know they're working on that track as well. From what I hear, beautiful and coming along nicely. So looking forward to get back up there. I've been there in a number of years.
Yeah, I've heard there's tremendous improvements going on to that track as well as they did here, and I know it's been a short period of time for both of them to get the improvements done, but I think they're working at a feverish pace. We'll be there in just a couple weeks. All the team crew chiefs and Nitro crew chiefs and team members up there on the start line overseeing and watching the prep they're doing on this racetrack to make some decisions on what they're going to do before we see the semifinals of Funny Car.
Is that Derek on the tractor?
Not this time. Well, it might be. It might be. Mr. Double Duty.
Man of many talents. I think that is Derek. Derek Beach. You see him over there, PA announcing a little bit, and then he'll be on the tractor out here cleaning the track, and might be on the four-wheeler spraying the track.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. I think you chatted with him, too. Did you say he's a police officer?
No, I didn't chat with him that way.
No?
No, no.
Don't ask those questions?
Even if he's a police officer, I don't know that. Yeah, no.
Well, if he is, we thank him for his service.
If he is, he's a good buddy of mine, and I might need his favor someday. Yeah. You know, it's funny. Jack White went before the other three pairs did, and Jack White has a 436, and then you look at the other three, a 406 for Mike McIntyre, Terry Haddock 414, and Dale Worsham a 411. And you can see right from the numbers after a rainstorm and before a rainstorm. So
massive difference.
Yeah. So Jack White, I'm sure that car's been serviced and ready to go for I don't know, 3-4 hours maybe now. So Jack should be plenty prepared for this next round in the semifinals up against Mike McIntyre, the #1 qualifier.
But with that said, plenty prepared, but on a track that he has not seen in comparison to the other three.
That is true. And you know, you can't just throw the car back together and say, okay, well, let's just put the thing back, service it, and put it back together, because they make so many tuning decisions with the head gasket call and the compression ratio on these cars. And with that big a swing in weather, he's going to want to wait till, you know, roughly 30 to 40, maybe 50 minutes before they run that next round. So they serviced everything to a degree, stopped, waited till they found out what time they're going to run, and then they went ahead and made a head gasket call and put the motor together and warmed it up. So yeah, it wasn't like it was bolted together sitting there waiting for 4 hours. I sure hope not anyway.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm sure.
Because there was a drastic weather change.
Yeah, big weather change and a lot of time. So it could have gone, you know, anywhere. So 100%. You just guess like that and then hope it comes to you. And Kristen Beat is over there with the Mac Attack, having a great day here so far.
I am Mike McIntyre. Mike, in moments like this where you have these delays, you had mentioned to me a moment ago, the adrenaline is up here, then it's down here. How do you kind of keep calm?
Well, it's, you know, when it gets late and this long of a wait, you're kind of forced to stay calm, but that engine fires up and the adrenaline gets kicking again.
What is that adrenaline like in the car? How do you manage it?
The adrenaline's kind of indescribable. The car does things that you can't describe, and it's just, it's crazy. You're on top of the world when you're driving one of these things.
So I always loved learning the stories behind the nicknames Mac Attack. How did that come about?
It's actually my dad. He started racing way back before me, and he was always Mike McIntyre, and he drove funny cars forever, and then I kind of took over the reins from him, and the name stuck, and that's where we're at.
How would you describe your runs earlier in the day, talking a little bit more competitively? Are you satisfied with what you've been putting down so far today?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we had a great run first E1 today, and yeah, hopefully we could just repeat again and see where it gets us.
Being in this semifinal position, obviously you're wanting to advance. What are you telling yourself as the Christmas tree is counting down?
Don't do anything stupid.
Is that really?
Yes. yeah, because I'll never hear the end of it. So just do my job, because my guys did their job great, and hopefully we come out victorious on the other side.
And hopefully we'll see you in the finals. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Pretty calm, cool, collect, but exactly what he said. I mean, I think that's what you guys do. You're out there. I mean, yeah, you don't get too wound up until you get inside of the car. When they fire it up, then it's for real, and everything takes place.
Yeah, you're not going to change the outcome by getting too worried about it beforehand. So, yeah, no, he's doing a great job. This car's really performed well this weekend, and it's gotten better every run this weekend. So, the track conditions are getting better, and their team's making really good tuning decisions along with that, and improved every run.
By the way, the rotator tractor with the rotator tires on the back of it, and the broom on the front has backed off to the side. We're guessing that's a good indication that he has completed the job. See if they push the cars out here, get things going. Doug Foley Jr. out there keeping a watchful eye on as well. Sprayer coming out. And yes, that's Derek Beach. So he got out of the tractor and he got onto the four-wheeler. And I notice he definitely has a certain pattern of which he follows every single time. Seems like he starts up at the top and comes back, sprays coming backwards, and he will do the same exact process on the other side. So everything he can possibly do to make sure that these lanes are as equal as they can be on both sides. So while he's doing that and some of that traction compound down, we will take a quick break. Once again, we are back here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. You're watching all the action here on Speed Sport 1. Track with a lot of history over the course of time. Great to see Daryl Cuttle and the rest of the crew come out here and revive this thing. The IHRA and the tracks that they have purchased. Throwing a lot of money at it, a lot of heart, a lot of effort. And as they continue on here with this track, we'll get it over there to Kristen Beat. Kristen Beat is with Krista Baldwin.
And Krista Baldwin earned her best qualification, her career best qualification in your class. Krista, something we talked about earlier this week and even this weekend, just kind of how you manage the weekend, whether it be the temperatures, your body, the climate, your energy. What has today been like for you?
Definitely has been a long day. It's tough to, bottle in all that energy to drive one of these cars. I mean, it's definitely an emotional roller coaster, but I absolutely love it. That's the thrill of getting into one of these cars, just the complete unknown, and you just got to be amped up at any moment to do whatever you can to get that car down the track. But my crew's been doing great. We've been chasing the weather a little bit, and so conditions seem a little bit better right now, and the track prep, they just prepped the track for us, and so I think it's going to be a really good session.
You've never had the opportunity to race on this drag strip. Some of your older counterparts have back in the day. So being able to, as a rookie, come in here for this track and kind of take away what you can, what has been the big learning curve for you here?
Well, I mean, every racetrack has its own quirks and personality traits, so it's just learning what this track loves to do. And so I think we're getting a good handle on it. I mean, I've only made a couple passes down the track, but I can see that it's a great facility, and the IHRA safety crew has been doing their job, so I'm excited to get back in the car.
There is a potential in this semifinal that you could advance to the final, and something you mentioned very openly earlier this week was your pursuit of an Ironman. Knowing that you're starting the season off so strong, what is that doing for your confidence?
Right now, you try to not think about it. It's one round at a time, and I gotta try and stay calm, cool, and collected, because the fangirl in me is just a little excited, but I have to just keep that down on my side. But no, I mean, this is why we do what we're doing, and it's cool to be part of this and be part of about this movement. But I'm excited, but believe me, I'm trying to push that down and just trying to focus that time. Focus. I gotta focus.
Krista, thank you so much, and guys, a third-generation racer here.
Yeah, she's a bundle of energy. We were talking about the story there a little bit before. Of course, her grandfather, just legendary Hall of Famer, Chris the Greek Karamesinas, and she was one, some help from Grandpa. Of course, her father also a racer as well, but want some help from Grandpa, and he just wasn't so into the whole girl driving the race car thing. He's an older cat, man, and she had to prove she really wanted it. I mean, she really had to work for it, and once she started to prove to him that she was going to persevere and get inside of a race car no matter what, with or without him, he finally came around and started helping her out. So it's super cool that racing can help develop a relationship like that as well.
Yeah, he's very proud of her. He wasn't just going to hand it over to her, and he made her work for it, made her earn it and respect it. And you see the Greek at several races now when she's attending, and very proud of his granddaughter, I'm sure.
Yeah, she's always I mean, anytime I've ever seen her, that is exactly the way she is. She's a bundle of energy, always smiling, always happy, never happier than when she's in a race car. So. And that is the sprayer that we were talking about before. And once again, still working on this track diligently. Trying to make sure they have a good one here and plenty of grip all the way to the finish line. So one more time, stay with us and we'll be right back. Another overhead shot there, courtesy of the drone for the IHRA Outlaw Nitro series. Darana Raceway is where it's all going down. Not sure what the situation was that called for all of this track cleanup and prep, but safety first, right? They want to make sure to give them a good one, and they certainly are doing that.
Yeah, I think we saw a sports, the Pro-Am cars, one of the quick rod dragsters, or one. I wasn't quite sure which one it was, but we saw some. They thought maybe some fluid on the racetrack. They went out and cleaned it up, and I don't know if they were confident enough that maybe something else out there, or maybe had some other car put something down. But I think on the safer side, they want to go out there and prep the track as best they can. We're down to the semifinals and funny car and top fuel, Mountain Motor Pro Stock, Pro Mod. And we're down to the finals and the rest of them. So we want to make sure the best racetrack and give everybody an equal opportunity to go out here and try to get that Ironman trophy.
Yeah, those quick rod cars can find something pretty easily, especially down track. Whenever the throttle stop kicks on right away, and then when it kicks off down there around the 330 or somewhere in that general area, depending on where it is, I mean, it hits the tire really, really hard, not on the starting line any longer. So if there's something there, it'll find it.
Yeah, and it's almost like leaving the starting line again out there in the middle of the racetrack. So just not over prepping, but being over cautious, and I want to make sure it's a great racetrack for this semifinal round of funny car. So looks like they're all done with the spray. They used the rotator and drug the track a few times, then we sprayed, and now we'll work in that spray a little bit. You don't want to run on fresh spray. You want to be able to use the rotator and grind it in there a little bit, and now we will a couple more passes of this tractor, and we should be good to go. I certainly hope we're ready to go. Getting a lot of text messages from friends and people in the racing industry watching the show tonight, and yes, it's been a good weekend. It's been a good weekend. Great show. Everybody doing a great job, and some really, really good camera angles and camera views.
Yeah, production has been outstanding. Congratulations to Windy City Production for doing what they do. We hear our Kristen Beat once again has a special guest. Kristen, who are you with?
Yeah, I actually have Harlan Muldowney. So Shirley went home. Harlan Muldowney, sorry. My hearing's bad down here, guys. Earlier in the day, Shirley went home, back to the hotel when it started raining. And this is a very special track for Shirley's history. Not only did she win for the first time ever for a woman in a top fuel car, she won right here at this track. But this was a place where I feel like women were able to pioneer the sport. Once you finally win in the sport and you break down that glass ceiling, that's huge. That was a huge moment for her.
In 76, she won her first race here, and then she ended up winning 3 more NHRA Top Field Champions and won 18 races. I actually the first time I was here in I worked for Snake. We won the Spring Nationals with Ray Speedo in the final when they blew the body off on the start, and it was but she's like Garlett's a rock star. They're amazing.
I was able to see her briefly earlier in the day when she had her setup out in the fan zone, and she was signing autographs, talking to fans, meeting people. What is it like to see her out and about and still promoting the sport?
She loves drag racing, nitromethane. The fans is what keep her coming. She's got fans all over the world that we get emails and send all our swag everywhere, all over the world. And what can I say? She's an amazing lady. After, everything she's been through in the sport, everything she's dealt with, and came out, and she's a woman who drives a race car. She's actually a race car driver who's a woman.
I love that. Thank you so much. And it was great to catch up with you and kind of hear a little more about Shirley. Again, she was here earlier in the day. We were wishing she would be able to stay for the whole night program, but as it got shifted back, she had to head back. But a really special place for Shirley, and a major moment in history, not only for racing, but for women as well.
Nicely done. Great to have them out here. Yeah, they flew in, both of them. Daryl brought them in on the helicopter, and they brought in Big Daddy Don Garlitz and, of course, Shirley Muldowney as well. And they were scheduled to be here and signing autographs. Obviously, Big Daddy decided to stay here through the rainstorm. Shirley decided to go back with prior commitments that she was going to have to get to. So great to see Big Daddy out here. He said he was 93 years old and just as passionate about it today as he's ever been.
Yeah, he's pretty sharp for a 93-year-old man.
Him and Mario Andretti, you know, side by side, when it comes to passion for racing, unsurpassed. Very, very cool individuals for sure. Okay, so one more time, we'll take a quick break here and keep working hard till we get this thing ready to go. A little bit closer. Most of the equipment is off of the track. It looks like one last pass here with the rotator, and hopefully they bring these cars around and we get this thing fired up. Trust me, we want to watch them go down there just as badly as you. The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series, event number 1 of 5 for the 2025 season. National events, I should say. A number more if you go there to the website. Of course, you'll be able to see the entire schedule. Some no-time events, I believe, on that schedule as well. So they have some stuff coming up here. The drivers are getting strapped in.
I like what I see there. Strapping the drivers in. They've been told to get in the cars. We're ready to go.
Talk to us about the process, man.
You don't just jump in these cars. There's so much safety equipment you wear nowadays, and you have to take a little time getting in these cars. There's so many, the 7-point harnesses, the head and neck restraints, and the funny cars, we have an air system to our helmets to pump fresh air into the driver, and in case of fire and need a little extra time to breathe in there if there's some smoke in the car. So they've got to hook up the fresh air system. There's a chin strap to the helmet that goes to the belts. It helps hold your head down. The G-forces are pretty intense in the middle of the racetrack, and it's not impossible, but it's pretty hard to hold your chin down. And if your head starts touching the roll cage at any point, the vibrations are so intense from these cars, you're going to lose pretty good vision. So you strap your chin down to keep your head down, and helps the neck muscles at the end of a weekend. But there's a lot of things to hook up to the driver, and then they put a shield around the driver in case of an explosion in front of them. There's a titanium shield that goes in front of the driver. So there's a lot of things that you have to connect to put these drivers in the car, and it's not a 1 or 2 minute process. It can be 3 or 4 minutes to get them in there.
You said a 7-point harness. Obviously, the 2 over the shoulders, the 2 coming around the waist. I'm guessing 2 on the inside of the groin area. I don't know where the 7th one is, but how many of those are ratchet?
None are ratchets.
No
ratchets in these. I assume nobody has ratchets in there, but there's 3 between the legs.
3 between the legs.
Yeah,
okay.
3 between the legs, 2 on the lap, and 2 over the shoulders, and quite a process putting it all together. Now you can see they got him strapped in. Now he's finishing putting his gloves on in the car. I normally would do that outside the car, just driver preference.
Wearing boots, obviously.
You wear fireproof shoes, and then you wear an overboot over the shoes. Your feet sit right on each side of the transmission in a funny car. So there goes your titanium shield going in there that they'll attach and protect the driver from any parts and shrapnel that may come backwards.
And then obviously if you need to exit out of one of these at speed, it's up through the roof hatch.
Yeah, once they put that titanium shield on, it's not impossible, but you will look very clumsy coming out the underside there. So way easier to go out the roof. Just open the hatch and come straight up out of the top. Looks a little more graceful.
Custom made seat per driver?
Yeah. Back when I started driving these things, we sat on a piece of aluminum in there, no padding, nothing. You sat on a piece of aluminum and you strapped you to it. Nowadays, they went to a fireproof material over the seat. And then now we are clear to the point where we have all custom formed seats and energy absorbing foam in them. So I said if we had these seats when I started, I wouldn't have a bad back. But the tire shake can be very intense in a funny car. You're sitting right between the two tires, and tire shake can really beat up a driver. And it's having those foam seats is it's a comfort. It's not only safety, but it's comfort.
Well, of course, we lost Medlin to that a long time ago, and I think John Force and the rest of that team really went to work in that department for tire shake and safety for the drivers inside there. I know a lot of padding evolved out of that, and seats, side padding for your heads as well. And I mean, everybody describes it as sticking your head in a paint shaker whenever it happens. It's so violent. Yeah, I mean, it can cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's the best description I can ever think. Everybody asks, like, what's tire shake feel like? And I've never stuck my head in a paint shaker, but watching a paint can at the hardware store, that's definitely what it feels like. Yeah.
Del Worsham coming up here. Put together a pretty nice effort there last time out.
You can see him throwing the windshield cover on Del's car there to keep the windshield from fogging up. We've had some really humid conditions out here and had rain come in earlier, and the dew point, I'm sure, is pretty high. So throwing the windshield cover on there so we don't, when they put the body down, there's not a white windshield and no vision for Del to roll through to do the burnout. So,
yeah, I saw that on all the cars. I mean, obviously protecting that windshield. If there is some dew out there, you want to keep that thing as dry and clean as possible.
Yeah, I've seen it fogged up when they put the body down before, and you think, well, hope this thing goes straight for a little while. It'll definitely clear off at speed. We'll get that air blowing through there.
308 mile an hour last time around there for Del Worsham. Put a nice number on the board as well. I mean, it was 411. McIntyre came out there, one-upped him with the 406.
Yeah, McIntyre's run really well this weekend. Terry Haddock, 414 first round, stepped his game up. This is going to be a nice drag race. These guys have faced off many times before.
Oh, that's what I remembered there. Yeah, it's a little more like a 317.
Well, I didn't want to say anything. I thought it was. I thought it was faster.
I thought it was faster than that too, but
it has been a while, so Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him ripping off a pretty fast pass. It was pretty exciting.
There we go.
They just absolutely thunder. Never gets old. It never gets old. Burnouts begin, and obviously Toyota body there for Del Worsham. associated with him for a good while now. Mustang body on the far side for Terry Haddock.
Oh, Terry's coming back there a little aggressive.
Yeah, I always get nervous. I see the guys standing behind the car, and I know they're in that, you know, where that traction compound is. Their feet are stuck to the ground, so there's no quick moving out there.
Yeah, he was coming in hot from that burnout, so. Got a long ways to go. But I was looking at the drone shot. That was a really good shot. You could see when they roll through the water, they drag the water out a little ways, and a little worried about Terry backing up so fast. He got back there that far. He might have got into it, but he was close. He was close.
Rolling right up in there. Okay, we're going to decide who's going to the finals here. Terry Haddock lined up on the right-hand side. Del Worsham on the left-hand side. Worsham last time around 4:11. Haddock 4:14. Here we go. Boy, they are lit up, traveling down through there to get the job done. Better than 2 reaction times by a small margin to Worsham. The win margin, 19 thousandths of a second to Worsham as well. 4:06.3 to a 4:07.2. 0.92 light at the starting line to a 1:02. So not much there either. I mean, very, very impressive effort out of both teams.
Man, it took a little while on that track prep, but boy, did it pay off. Look at that, 4:06 to a 4:07. They both weren't killing the tree, but they were close together, and man, look at them header flames. Terry's car's got nice bright orange flames. Dell's a little more white, but man, was that a good drag race. Boy, Terry was on the throttle a long way. I think he thought it was a quarter-mile pass.
I'm glad you caught that, because the color, even sitting here, we looked up out of the window, the color of the flames were distinctly different between the two cars.
Yeah, I think I don't know, but I think that Terry might have lost sight of the finish line down there. He drove that car almost to the scoreboards, and I saw on the camera he locked it up when he went down through there. He went across the road, and he had the tires locked up to avoid going in the sand trap.
Who's going to make sure he didn't click it early on that one? He knew it was close.
Yeah, he knew it was close. He was, yeah, I'll get him, but somewhere I'm going to be ahead.
So a great battle there, man. Oh, so close. That was exciting for sure. Del Worsham will get the nod here and go to the final round. We'll find out who he's going to race here in just a moment, either Mike McIntyre or Jack Wyatt. Both cars sitting here in the water box ready to go. Make sure that, that Terry's okay down there. Semifinals here in Funny Car, of course.
Looks like everything's good. They've got Terry off the racetrack and give the signal to fire up the cars. Jack Wyatt against Mike McIntyre.
Saw Worsham in a Toyota Supra, Toyota Camry is what we'll see here for McIntyre.
Just about had all the makes and models. Got a Dodge, Jack Wyatt, a couple Toyotas, and a Ford.
A lot of effort spent in the wind tunnel to develop these bodies over the course of time.
Just outstanding numbers in that last pair. And these guys watching, you know, the crew chiefs are sitting up there and watching that pair and made some last minute quick adjustments. There's a few small things they can do. And I know Mike McIntyre, he ran a 4:06 the first round. He just saw Del Worsham go 4:06, so he knows that the track is there for it.
Yeah, and then of course Wyatt with his numbers, I mean, they're just not even comparable because he ran before the storm, and as you talked about before, it's so much quicker after. So we'll see if they can make the correct adjustments here in the right lane with Jack Wyatt to accommodate the better conditions. Definitely got their work cut out for him, taking on the #1 qualifier, Mike McIntyre, who has definitely put together some good laps here. Wyatt's ready to go. Here we go. Oh, trouble for McIntyre. Both of them. Laundry out quick for Wyatt. Wyatt hits the throttle again as well. So both of them doing their best to get that thing down through there, and it's going to be McIntyre that gets there first.
You can see the panic, the disappointment in Mike McIntyre. Then he looks over and sees Jack Wyatt off the throttle, the parachute out, and you can see the panic. Oh, I can beat him. So he jumps back in the throttle, gets a little more sideways, back out of the throttle, did a nice job not over-correcting the car. You know, you can get in trouble very easily. These cars are a big handful to drive when you're smoking the tires and trying to pedal them, and did a nice job. Didn't get too excited, but yet still got the win. Look at that pedal. Oops, going right, off. He's still not moving. Okay, let me try it again. It's so hard in these cars to just squeeze the throttle open. The supercharger's sucking the blades closed. There's not a lot of travel in the throttle. It's not an easy thing to do, and you have to almost smack it with your foot to get it to open halfway and then go on down through there. But Mike did a nice job. He finally got it to open up easily there at the end.
Great information. It's a great description. I'd never heard it before, but it makes perfect sense. And everybody at home, every driver at home often thinks, why can't they just squeeze back on that throttle? But we need somebody like you that's been in that car to describe exactly what's going on and how hard it is. So let's get it up there to the top end with Kristen.
Dale Worsham, you just ran a 406. Your competitor, Terry, a 407. What a close race. You just put on a great show for the fans. How awesome does it feel going to the finals knowing you're about to go against the Mac Attack?
Yeah, it's freaking great, man. Terry's car runs well, and he does really good over here at IHRA Racing, and he's done a lot better in IHRA Racing the last few years. So it was fun. Come back, get back to a final round and get at IHRA. I'm really excited to go out there and play and put on this race. My crew, you know, it's hot out here, and we've been working just these crazy hours and days. And this is the new car we built for me. This isn't the car that Bobby Bodie and Julie was driving. This is another complete car here that we've never run. So took us a couple runs to get it dialed in, but it's making some great runs. Got everybody at home, man. Everybody from California all the way to Qatar, Doha, Qatar right now are watching us, you know, on this race right now. So hopefully everybody's watching, everybody's enjoying. We're having a great time, and I'm just can't wait for the final.
Well, congratulations to Dale Worsham heading to that final.
Thanks a lot, Kristen. We appreciate that, and yeah, exciting stuff there for Dale, and glad he's having a great return back here.
You know, I was watching that replay of Dale going down the racetrack there, and you could see that car making moves, and it just makes me smile to see a guy like that, a veteran driver like Dale. You could see that car make a move, and you could see his input into the steering wheel and turning that thing and getting it back in the groove. And it's very cool to see a guy that has so many years of experience of driving and did such a good job over those years. And you know he's having fun out there. These funny cars, you have got to steer them. They don't want to go straight. You have to make them go straight. And I was watching Dale there make it go straight. It was kind of cool.
So that'll wrap things up there for Funny Car. Of course, we will see McIntyre and Dale Worsham square off in the final round to see who's going to claim this win. New revived IHRA. And now time for Top Fuel. Lex June, Krista Baldwin.
Here's interstitial and bracket for Top Fuel.
The kings of the sport, of course, Top Fuel and Funny Car as well. Scott Palmer, your #1 qualifier there, will square off against Doug Foley here in the semifinals. Should be a great battle. Both cars doing a great job in the previous round, on round #1. And then, of course, Krista Baldwin and Lex June, as we just talked about, sitting here at the water box.
Yeah, Krista ran a 4:10 first round. Lex June, we watched him make a pedal fest win. Both cars out there pedaling it, trying to get it down the track, and Lex was able to get the win. Krista with lane choice, taking the right-hand lane.
Palmer 3-1 down with a 393 and felt like there was a lot more left in it. He said, you know, the track was great at the time, and then Foley came out and proved it.
Yeah, Foley came out on 382. Trump that.
Exactly. All right, let's go up to Kristen. She is with our next winner.
I'm up here with the Mac Attack. You made it to the finals. You told Kristen Beat earlier you just didn't want to do anything stupid. Would you consider that stupid, making it to the finals or not?
No, going to the finals isn't stupid, but you might want to ask someone if my, I think we did all right. We're going to the finals. Had to pedal a few times. It was exciting, and yeah, we're going another round.
What can we expect from the Mac Attack in the finals?
Not really sure. Hopefully we can repeat what we did earlier today, and I think that we'll be all right there.
Well, congratulations on a great run, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
That was kind of an interesting replay there. You could see that last pedal job. He had flames on the left side, no flames on the right side, so I'm pretty sure they had a bunch of holes out on the right side, that last pedal.
Fair amount of work to do as they fire up Lex June. And Krista Baldwin also running. So here we go. And of course, chatting with you a little bit earlier, you said you feel like the track is probably close to the same. Wiping off the rear tires. We always see that process go on after the burnouts now and pushing them back up there. Keep those things as clean as absolutely possible.
I think they're shutting Krista Baldwin's car off. I can hear the RPMs rev up. I'm pretty sure that the no, it's still running. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there.
I think it was the other side.
Oh, Lex June who was shutting off. I seen her car make a move backwards towards us. So we had a lot of action going on there on the start line.
So a single for Krista. She's going to go to the final round here.
Yeah.
How about that?
You think she was excited in the stage lanes? Wait till you see her at the other end.
Hope she gets a good pull here. That thing down through there. And she might have just clicked that one. You think that she clicked it early?
No, I think it might have went out there and rattled itself, and she slapped it and shut it off. Seen the flames go down and then went back up, so it didn't do that itself, or it wasn't a planned shut off, or they wouldn't have went back up. So I think it probably maybe rattled her foot off the throttle and back on. Not sure what happened with Lex's car. Looks like they're maybe mopping up a little bit of fluid on that left-hand lane, but we'll see what we can see here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Just looked a little funny when it left, and then off the throttle, back on the throttle, and decided it was better just to shut it off. We're going to the final round. Let's not create any damage.
Yeah, good call. So good job for her. Keep that thing lit and drive down through there. Hopefully some information that they can utilize back in the final round.
That's information you don't want to utilize right there. That wasn't good information.
None of it?
Well, you can see what went wrong, but yeah, that wasn't. You can look at and make changes because that wasn't the right way to do it. So, yeah.
She's happy. She got out of the car, both hands in the air. Should be a great battle here. Palmer will be in the right lane. Foley lining up in the left lane. Foley with lane choice, by the way. Haven't noticed a big difference here. I haven't noticed anything between the two lanes.
Nothing significant for sure. These were our two quickest cars from the first round of racing. They both 390 run, 393 for Palmer, 382 for Foley. So.
to the entire starting line process here. Burnout's complete, rolling back up to the starting line. Talked about the numbers before. Foley came out, threw one down. Low ET of the event so far. We'll find out how things go here. Palmer felt like there was a bunch more left in the car and in the track. We'll see if he goes after it.
He may just have to go find it right now with Doug Foley, 382 the last pass. Foley just gotten better and better all weekend long.
Foley in and out of the throttle, and then flames went out as well for Palmer. Palmer's going to have enough to get it down through there, though, and get the win. 420, 211 miles per hour. 059 light there for Palmer, doing a nice job there at the starting line for sure. 076, very respectable for Foley as well. But the win will go to Palmer, so it'll be Scott Palmer and Krista Baldwin in the final round of fuel.
Well, this wasn't the prettiest pass we've ever seen out of these cars. You could see Foley get in trouble early. Palmer's car having a problem down track, but holding on long enough to get the win. Funny flame pattern out of Foley's car there early, and not sure what happened to Palmer's car. Might have kicked the belt off of it because the flame went down pretty fast.
And there's a look at how we got to the final round here in Top Fuel. Congratulations to the final two players that will have a shot at the win. Great to be back out here with the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series and, of course, the Top Fuel category as we begin to make some more history to the rich history that this sanctioning body has already developed. Look there at Scott Palmer's car, sponsored by the PBR. The People's Champion, as he's been referred to. Charismatic guy for sure. And Foley rolling back around there as well. So, yeah. And, of course, Foley in and out of throttle there and obviously felt something.
Yeah, just funny flame patterns and shut it off. I want to know if that was the owner on Palmer or the driver out there. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great story, man. Having a conversation with himself running down through there. Either way it goes, the owner's happy.
Yeah, the owner's happy. We're into the final round.
Oh, Palmer out of the car there as he starts to take off the helmet, obviously, and the head and neck restraint device. Once again, the entire crew doing a great job out here. We appreciate all of their hard work. They had to deal with some of the water as well, some of the connections that they got smoked there with all the water, and kept everything up and running, keep it all working. Everything lit up. Track looks fabulous.
It's funny, we watched that first pair of funny cars go out there and just lay down some solid 4.0s, and then everybody behind them all having trouble getting down that racetrack. So it's all about getting the right tune-up for the right conditions.
We don't know yet. In the morning, tomorrow morning.
So after some discussions here with the officials, unfortunately, we are finished for the night. We're being told that the finals will run tomorrow. Apparently the concern, and obviously watching these cars struggle here a little bit in this last round, the concern is the dew point out here and getting on the track. That's why they work so hard to clean this thing up and get it prepped here for this round of fuel. But they think it's safer and better to come back tomorrow morning and run the final.
All right, go to top end.
And let's send it up to the top end with Kristen.
Scott Palmer, when we talked to you earlier, you knew that you had the power. You just had to reach for it. How were you able to get it out there and make it into the finals?
Well, we dodged a bullet there because Doug, his car is hauling ass. He ran that 82, so we actually stepped on it right there trying to run with him. And it went out there, and I think the safety switch, the pan pressure switch, shut it off. But we'll look and see if it burned a piston or not. It's one of the safety features that we all have, and and it pays off to save parts and track time, but I thought he might come back around me on that deal. I want to thank PBR. That thing felt like a bucking bull on that one, I swear to you. And I got Redline Oil. I got so many people to thank, Stroud. And without them, this doesn't happen. So we're out here just having a good time. IHRA has done a phenomenal job. I can't say enough. It is so hot out here all weekend. I can't imagine those guys out here in this heat all that. And they've done a great job. Look at the track. The track was awesome. You can't ask for a better track.
Now, we were just told after you got out of the car that the finals are actually going to be tomorrow. How will the weather, would you rather race at night or in the morning? What's your preference?
I mean, honestly, I'd rather race at night, but it's so late. You know, you have to draw the line somewhere because of the dew point and all the other things. And, you know, this gives us time to have a cold Coors Light. So what better? I mean, it works out good for all of us. And, you know, we run it tomorrow. And this is a tuner's game out here whenever we run. It's nighttime. Earlier today before the storm, the weather got so good that the temperature dropped and the tune-up programs dropped. I mean, it made it exciting. And tomorrow, it'll be a whole new day. And we're racing Krista Baldwin, my favorite Top Fuel driver. She's actually drove that PBR car for me before. So it's going to be awesome. Scott Graham, her crew chief, Dan Minnick. I mean, they're great friends of ours, but when we pull to the starting line, we'll be trying to win. But it's going to be hot and greasy probably tomorrow, so it's going to be exciting.
We are excited for that final. All right, we're going to send it back to Ken. That's all we got here on the top end.
Tommy, I'm pretty sure I heard Palmer just invite us over to the pit. I'm certain that's what he was saying when he said he's going to have a cold Coors Light.
I'm pretty sure that Krista is going to give him all he wants. She'll give him she might even go buy him for him.
Never know, never know. Hey, by the way, we're being told that I believe the PA said that the race is going to be at 10 a.m. in the morning and that the fans are free. So we apologize. We're not able to finish things up here tonight, but we'll bring them all back tomorrow, and we will crown some winners. So thanks for sticking with us. We certainly appreciate it. For the rest of the crew here, thanks for watching the IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series. We'll see you tomorrow.